I moved into the Gables in 2004, so it's been, 19 years? But I have been interested in and involved in things in Coral Gables for much longer than that, since 1966 actually, when the Douglas entrance was going to be torn down for a supermarket, and a group of architects got together and pooled their funds and bought the property to save it. It was a major part.
Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to the Tuesday, August 26th commission meeting. As always, it's a pleasure to see so many people here with us today. Okay. As I mentioned before, there's multiple different opportunities for engagement here. You can either speak in person, you can speak via Zoom, or you can send us an email, and we're more than welcome to take your public testimony, comment, concern, whatever that may be. We're just happy to have you here. I'd like to also thank Mayor Dorothy Thompson for being here with us today. It's always an honor and a privilege to have you here. Thank you so much. Before we get started, I'd like to welcome Pastor Rick and Tina Romero from My Generation Church, who are here with us today. Would you please join us? No? Mr. Clerk, can we have someone from your staff please read the invocation?
Absolutely. Deputy City Clerk Yolanda Davis will give the invocation.
Ms. Davis? This is our game, by the way.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Clerk, listening audience, both live and listening.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Both of you. You know,
no, you can do it.
we're going to hear from both.
Oh, hey, nice.
We need more prayer and more blessings. Let's go. Can never have enough.
I'll make mine short so you can have yours. It's never enough prayer. Heavenly Father, we give you all the praise, the honor, and the glory. We thank you for this opportunity to be here, Lord God, on a day that we have never seen before. As we come before you, we ask you forgiveness of our sins, O God, those that we know of and those that we don't know that we have done, Lord, and sinned against you. Heavenly Father, we pray, Lord God, that you be in charge of this meeting today, Lord God. Guide our hearts and our minds, Lord God. We know that we all come with passion and we all seek the same thing. We want what is best for the city of Coral Gables, Lord God. Father God, touch our mayor and our commissioners, Lord God. Help them to make right and just decisions that would apply for each and every one, including the employees, Lord God. We pray, Lord God, and we thank you for their service, Lord God. We don't take it for granted. It's a lot of time taken away from their families and loved ones, Lord God. We pray for the families because they too serve, because they sacrificed it, not having their loved ones with them. For Commissioner Fernandez, who isn't here today, Lord God, we pray for him, Heavenly Father, that whatever the situation, Lord God, that you be in the midst. We thank you again for all gathered here who will be getting awards, Lord God. We thank you for blessing them. And again, take control of this meeting, Lord God. Help them to put you first in everything they do. For that, we give you all the honor, all the praise, and all the glory. And I thank you for the opportunity to pray. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
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 Pastor,
Yes.
it's a hard act to follow, my friend.
Hey, honored to be before you all. Thank you so much, sister. We'll just partner together. So, Father, we just thank you, Lord, for this beautiful day you've given us and every person, God, who's in this room today. And Holy Spirit, we just ask you that your presence be made felt here and that we can all just have a spirit of agreement here, Lord, that there be peace in the room, understanding, compassion, God. I just thank you, Lord, for Mayor Vince Lago, the commissioners, Lord, that are sitting at this table. Holy Spirit, may you give us wisdom beyond our experience and our years, Lord, to be able to lead in a God-fearing way. We thank you, Lord, for the unity that's going to overflow into our city, into our neighborhoods, into our schools, Lord, into every act of just this place, God, that you've given us to steward. I thank you for Coral Gables. I thank you, Lord, for every school, institution, God. May you continue, Lord, to make this place flourish the way you've intended all things to flourish. And so I thank you, Jesus, for today and the victories that are coming forth. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Pastor, we want to thank you and your wife for not only being in Coral Gables, but coming back and always serving this community and always being a voice for reason and obviously for faith. It's a blessing to have you. We want to send all your congregation and your worshipers on behalf of the city many blessings, and we look forward to having you again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Moving on, we have a treat today. We have also Commissioner Regalado, who's here with us, and I'm going to ask her to please, if she would be so kind, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we're going to have our Merrick Minute. Good morning. See, I didn't forget. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, as we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House brings to the Commission the Merrick Minute, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. But Mayor Thompson calls this the Merrick Moment, which I think is much more poetic. After all, George was a poet. So I would suggest that on the next agenda that it be called the Merrick Moment. Good for you, Dorothy, always thinking. So my name is Joanne Marr. I'm Merrick House docent and past chair of the Board of Governors. Summer is winding down. The kids are back in school, and we have work on our minds. One of my favorite hard workers in the Merrick story is not a person at all, but she does have a name. She is Maud the Mule. She came with the homestead. And there are enough stories about her to fill a few Merrick moments, but today I'll relate one told by Richard Merrick, George's youngest brother. George's father, Solomon, hired some Bahamian workers who were also new to the area. These men wanted to stock up on groceries in Coconut Grove after their first week on the job. Incidentally, Merrick's ledgers show that he paid workers $9 a week. That's $6 more than the average weekly national salary for farmhands in 1900. The new workers asked Solomon if he'd loan out his wagon and mules so they wouldn't have to carry all their goods to their new home, which was probably the barn, as Solomon offered free housing to single workers on the property in the early days. Maud was hitched up to the wagon and off they went. When the men came out of the store, they discovered to their horror that Maud and the wagon were nowhere to be found. With heads hanging low and most likely a fear of losing their jobs, they walked the 3 miles back to the farm. When the men reported their loss, Solomon chuckled and told them to return and walk a few blocks over. It seems Maud had a favorite spot in the yard of Union Congregational Church, where Solomon preached. Sure enough, there she was, totally content under the shade of her favorite tree. She had braved Coconut Grove traffic at a time when the sight of a mule and a cart with no person attached was not all that concerning.
Thank you very much. As always, it's a breath of fresh air to have you here, reminding us of what makes Coral Gables so special. Thank you for that. I want to read on the record, I just had my clerk send me a little bit of information. I think it's important. Commissioner Fernandez, as our friends from the clerk said, will not be here today. He has an immediate family engagement overseas and will not be able to join us today. Due to the limited connectivity, he is unable to join us via Zoom. Moving on to the next item. This morning, I want to just take a quick moment and reflect on something that's important to me. And I think it's important to a lot of us here. And that's family. I also want to reflect on the horrific floods in Texas on July 4th. While I didn't know anybody in Texas who faced that horrific storm, but we lost somebody here very close to us here in the city of Coral Gables. On behalf of the City Commission, we want to pay respect and send our deepest and heartfelt condolences to Coral Gables residents, David and Roberta Lawrence Jr., who lost their 8-year-old twin granddaughters. There is no more brutal loss than that of a child at that age. Just thinking about it as a father of 2 young girls, and I don't want to make this about anyone up here, but when I heard about that, my first call was to David. And as all of you know, David is a pillar in this community, a person who is, I don't think there's a bad thing you could say about that man. He's given his life to service. He's given his life to this community. And to see that he loses 2 granddaughters is a horrific loss. who lost their lives in the Texas floods. We're thinking about you and your family during this time of deep sorrow, and you are in our hearts and prayers during these times of mourning. Please, let's take a moment of silence to remember Hannah and Rebecca. Thank you and God bless. We're going to do things a little bit outside the norms here at the City of Coral Gables. We have a lot of things on the agenda, but I want to respect our commissioner who's here from Miami-Dade County, our commissioner for District 7, Raquel Regalado. Welcome to the City Beautiful. Thank you for being here with us. The first two items, Madam City Attorney, that I'm going to take on the agenda, just to make sure that we can get these addressed and take advantage of having a person here who has an intimate knowledge and is the sponsor of these items in the county. F26, Commissioner Castro's item, and F27, the Vice Mayor's item. Madam City Attorney?
Yes. So F26 is a resolution of the City Commission urging the Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners to not approve or alternatively to defer its consideration of the proposed ordinance creating a new Coral Gables University Station subzone of the Rapid Transit Zone District and adding the property located at 1250 South Dixie Highway to the Coral Gables University Station subzone and designating such property under the exclusive jurisdiction of Miami-Dade County. And then F27 is a resolution of the City Commission regarding the proposed Miami-Dade County Rapid Transit Zone, that Miami-Dade County incorporate amendments proposed by the City of Coral Gables to address community character of quality of life and municipal concerns, providing for transmittal and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
First speaker,
Can I-
Ms. Maria
Yes.
Cruz.
But go.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a few things, because there's been some misrepresentations made about this process. And before we take on the public speakers, I just wanted to explain a few things. So for those of you who remember, the RTZ was actually passed, I want to say 4 years ago. And one of the things that I recommended when it was passed is that it would have an interlocal and it would have Chapter 33 that is not the will of the Board of County Commissioners. So with that, this property originally came to the county and requested RTZ, and I told them to go through the Coral Gables process. It was here in your process for, I think, about like 2 years or something like that. And at the 4/10 Coral Gables Planning and Zoning meeting, they got a full staff recommendation, but they were deferred indefinitely. Our office met with them in November of 2024. The first draft of the item that included Chapter 33, an interlocal, a seat at the table for a municipality, which is the first ever in the RTZ, came before the Board of County Commissioners on first reading May 6, 2025. I actually came before you all on May 20th, 2025. I brought you the item. I explained the item, and I offered my assistance to each and every one of you that had questions. Some of you reached out, some of you did not. But I explained why this item was different, why it was before me, and I asked for your consideration of the item. I also explained what the process was in terms of the public hearing, and that the county has the public hearing at committee, and that my understanding is that this would come before the Transit Committee. We noticed it for the Transit Committee. I then, on July 2nd, the Transit Committee was set for July 8th. On July 2nd, I came before your Planning and Zoning Committee on a separate item, which was the overlay that the manager was working on. We had several meetings with the manager and with Commissioner Anderson up to that date, working on that. So I came before on July 2nd on that other item, and obviously as part of that conversation, there was also a conversation about the RTZ. At that public meeting, I stayed for 3.5 hours, and I spoke to everyone that was here before and after. I also informed them once again about the public hearing on July 8th. Some of the residents told me that they would not be available to attend on July 8th. I explained that that was the day that we had set for the county commission, and that if it got out of committee on July 8th, it would then go to the July 16th meeting. We had our July 8th Transit Committee meeting. There were no public comments, no public speakers on this item. There were no communication from anyone regarding this item. The item passed out of committee and was set for the July 16th final reading at the BCC. I then received a call from the manager and from the mayor and from the vice mayor requesting a deferral because you all were working on your potential overlay, and I granted, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize, and I hate to do that to you, but I think it's critically important that you mention just one more time the request that was made and that you granted.
Yes, I did grant it. So I deferred the item. You called and I deferred the item. It was not heard on July 16th. We deferred it until September 3rd. So
I think that's critically important that everybody really understand, because we sat down with our zoning director, we sat down with our city manager, we sat down with our DCM, we sat down with our ACM, we sat down with our staff. We met with
we spent at least 20 hours working on the RTZ overlay together. Yes. So it wasn't, and look, and that's why I want to.
And you still, this is my last point that I want to make. After all that work was done, it was coming to the commission. We said, okay, let us buy more time. Let us buy a little bit more time to continue our discussion to see how we can soften certain things and work together on this legislation. You granted us that, a multiple month extension so that we could work together, the city and the county.
Yes. So I mentioned that before we start the public hearing because I think there's been some miscommunication about this process. I have been transparent from the beginning. I have worked with Coral Gables in every opportunity to try to resolve this, and not just for this property, but for future properties. The item that I have brought before the board is unique. It is the only one in which a municipality will be able to participate in the RTZ process. And that was something difficult for me to explain to my board why my municipality in Coral Gables was going to have a different path than the other municipalities that have been preempted. So I say that before the public hearing. I'm here to take your questions. I will also add that a lot of folks have made representations about this item, clearly without reading it. One of the things that was very clear is I do not agree with the Lifetime building. I think that it is too large for this corridor. The RTZ would allow, just like Live Local would allow, for something to be built of that size. What I am bringing to the Board of County Commissioners is something that is smaller than Lifetime and smaller than Paseo. It is, and that is not what would happen under Live Local. So if I did not bring this RTZ item, this would go to Live Local. It fits perfectly within the Live Local envelope. And that was the conversations that I had with you all independently before the planning and zoning, and you all understand how Live Local works and how that preemption works. But I'm happy to consider some of the things that have been brought up. I will say that if you read the item and you understand Chapter 33, the manager will have the opportunity to name people to that committee. There is a process where you will review the project and you will provide input. We use that only in 2 properties in Miami-Dade County, at Link and at Grove Central. And in both of those properties, we actually took 80% of the recommendations that were made by the city of Miami. This would be the first private property to participate in this vehicle. You have the right to enter into interlocal or to not enter into an interlocal with us regarding this property. And I'm happy to discuss all the terms that were added that make this different from all the other RTZs that the county had done. But I just wanted to lay out the timeline because I think there's been serious misrepresentations made about Coral Gables' involvement, your knowledge, and your access to the BCC and to me in particular. So with that, I'm happy to let you guys do public comment, and I'm here to answer questions.
So I just want to lay a little bit more color on your comments. Number one, the commissioner mentioned Lifetime. I'm the only elected official who was here when Lifetime came before the commission, and I voted no on that project. For the record, I voted no on that project. I want to make sure the blogs catch that. I voted no on that. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Escada, thank you, Commissioner. Tony has been in the city on a weekly basis.
Yes.
On a weekly basis. I've met with him. The manager's staff has met with him on multiple occasions for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in certain cases to discuss this issue and iron out this issue, to find a common ground. I know that the vice mayor has had multiple meetings. This has been talked about for years. We've been to the county. We've had meetings here in the city. You came to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. You were here for over 3 hours. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
So this is nothing new. We've been briefed on it, and we've been working on finding a solution to bridge the gap in regards to what's being provided. Today, you will see a presentation, which I want to be very clear, is a presentation where it shows what the developer proffered and what will be provided as per Live Local or the RTZ. So, you know, what I want to do is I want to build on facts. I don't want to build on blogs. I don't want to do political theater. I want to tell you where we are right now and move forward on this issue, because this is a corridor that will impact the city. And again, it's outside the hands of this commission. And what I believe is that we should work together to find a solution, not use this as an opportunity to grandstand politically. We already did that on the Planning and Zoning Board, and to be honest with you, it was very detrimental for us. Very detrimental for us. Mr. Clerk.
So,
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
may I ask the Commissioner a couple questions that may help the public comment folks to understand a little more background? And Commissioner, thank you for being here again. I am the one that asked you to come to the planning and zoning meeting, so hopefully a productive conversation could occur where, you know, a compromise could be reached, where the county didn't need to move forward with its RTZ project, you know, zone. I understand that because of timing and delays, that as far as the project the Mark goes, that, you know, that ship has sailed. It cannot be delayed any further for our process. But my question to you is, as we continue the dialogue on trying to reach a compromise, you've had an opportunity to review what ultimately passed the Planning and Zoning Board after the 3.5-hour meeting. With that framework, is that something that you are willing to embrace? Because my biggest concern, of course, is the Gables Waterway area where you're up against single-family homes.
So again, I don't agree with everything, but like I said, I think this is something that you all have to take up with the developers, not with me. It really is, if the developers can live with it, not me. I'm happy to consider some of the suggestions that you made in your item, and we could talk about that after the public comment. And again, you could have all made those suggestions during the Chapter 33 process, right? So we're just doing it a little ahead of time, but that's fine. That would have been in the Chapter 33, and that would have been in the interlocal. I'm happy to do it ahead of time, but I really can't speak to the developers. And I can tell you that now there is another property that is also up for sale. So again, as I've been saying for several years, as we've been talking about this corridor, we knew that changes were going to come. So I think that the RTZ that you all worked on was an important first step. We spent a lot of time talking about, for example, if you want to limit height, then maybe you want to reconsider some of your requirements in terms of spacing on the bottom. And I know they moved the setbacks. I know they did get rid of the paseo. You know, one of the things that happens when we talk about these things, if you eliminate so much square footage, people have no choice for financial reasons but to go up. So if you don't want them to go up, you gotta have to figure out what you're gonna do. But that being said, I have not spoken to the developers on those parcels, and they're going to have to choose. Like I mentioned to Peter and yourself when we had our last meeting, I think you have an issue with your committees and how long that process takes. I don't think the problem is the committees themselves, but the fact that someone can spend a year at the Board of Architects or a year at Planning and Zoning is just a very long time. So I think you need to consider kind of a clock on those things. At the county, we're very stringent on the timing of these things, the timing of public comment, the timing of these things being placed. We even have limitations on how many times something can be deferred. And that would be my recommendation to you all, because I really think the issue in this market, because of financing constraints, because of the present, value of the dollar, right? it is about timing and how long people are holding these properties and the lack of predictability. So the complaints that I get, and not just from Coral Gables, from all municipalities, is the lack of predictability. The county provides more predictability in terms of timing and outcome. And our permitting is also faster. And as I mentioned, when I talked about South Miami and the conversations that we've been having with them, we worked with South Miami. They decided not to bring Sunset Place into the RTZ, but they met us at our zoning. And we actually entered into an interlocal with them where the county is going to be providing the permitting so that we can expedite that so that they don't have to hire people. So there's a lot of different things that can be worked out. And I'm always here, happy to do that. But I think in the case of your particular RTZ, you need to speak to those property owners and see if that's something that's feasible for them.
So, yeah, no, I'm happy to talk to the property owners, but sometimes they're not willing to be sensitive to single-family homes. Many of the properties you mentioned do not back up to single-family homes. And the walkability items have to do with the width of the sidewalks. You know, we have food delivery vehicles, et cetera, right now.
I will tell you, not to get ahead of myself, but in your item, I'm okay with the lighting and the signage. Obviously, you know, happy to support your code in that. We all agree. I'm okay with the open space and also with the 100 feet from single family for above ground structures. I mention above ground because in case someone does a parking lot, that wouldn't make sense. So that would be my only modification. But I'm okay with adding that to this RTZ and to future RTZs, if that makes it any better.
It helps some, but when you're putting a underground parking garage within several feet, you know, 10 feet or less of a single-family home, and you're displaying a architectural drawing showing large planted trees to buffer the building, that presents something that is a false illusion because you can't plant trees on top of a parking garage. So maybe we need to have a discussion about parking requirements as opposed to allowing a parking garage to be right next to a single-family home underground. So it's something we need to discuss, and I appreciate you coming here. I look forward to continuing this discussion.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here as well and for taking the time to talk to me for 5 minutes in my office. I was not aware of the overlay, Mr. Manager. I'm not sure why nobody advised me or had a meeting with me. I was not updated at all that we were working on an overlay or working with the commissioner. The only time you told me was when you asked me for my appointee to resign. That's the first time I heard about that the city was working with the overlay. So I apologize. I apologize for that because there seems to be some big miscommunication here in this commission. My resolution was to go ahead and defer the item. I understand that's not something you're willing to do, and I completely respect that. But the purpose of my resolution really was to see, I wanted to work with your goal, and I wanted to get there together with whatever's in the best interest of the community as well. I wanted it to cause some harmony and for people to really love what's going up there. Right now, what I'm getting, and maybe it is a lot of misinformation, maybe things aren't clear, but that was really the point of this resolution. It's so that we can work as a team to build something that's wonderful.
And listen, I think we all agree on that. I will tell you that, I mean, the overlay was noticed. It was before, you know, the P&Z. We did work on it relatively quickly, and we spent a lot of time on it. As I said at the P&Z, I think you should definitely consider an overlay. I think you need to be competitive. And I've told this to all the municipalities. The city of Miami currently is working on an overlay. A lot of other municipalities are also considering it. The landmark property, that ship has sailed. There's no, that's going to go before September 3rd. You know, I'm happy to discuss it with you, but they've just spent too long in this process. And I think that you all need to understand that. The other properties, you know, those are decisions that you all have to make. And we'll get to that when we get to that. But at the end of the day, you can't expect anywhere in Miami-Dade County for these lots that have these tiny commercial, you know, 1970s, 1980s with these large parking lots to exist much longer. It just doesn't make sense. You can't monetize them. Everyone is underwater, so they are going to be developed. And under Live Local, they can be developed profitably without having to pay taxes to Coral Gables or to the county. So that is what has accelerated these conversations. And I know that those are difficult conversations to have with neighbors because it doesn't have a public hearing. It doesn't have input for us, and it's difficult to explain to folks that happened in Tallahassee. But that happened in Tallahassee in part because it takes such a long time to get through the zoning process of municipalities and counties. That is why we were preempted. And we did make modifications the second year, but it is what it is. And I think that with the Chapter 33, we can still have this conversation. We just have it as part of the RTZ. And I believe that it is a good model. And it is one where we're going to be able to take everyone's input and really look at the plans and do something that's thoughtful. So in that sense, I don't think that ship has sailed. I think that the vehicle that I'm offering you with Chapter 33 and with an interlocal puts you in a unique position to participate in the RTZ development, a position that no other municipality has been given but for the two properties that I mentioned, which are county-owned properties that are nodes and that are transit centers. And I hope that this will be a good model moving forward. I think that it can be. It'll definitely be a learning process, but I just want everyone to be clear that I really did do as much outreach as was possible. And I gave you the opportunity to run this through your system, and that didn't work out. So the idea that I'm somehow circumventing your zoning, that I'm preempting that's not true by any stretch of the imagination. Something will be built there. And what I want to ensure is that we as a community have input in that process. If I decide to step away from this, it will be Live Local. And then all of our concerns are for naught because they can build as of right.
But if I may, I just want to respond. With all due respect, it is incumbent of the elected official to be aware of their surroundings. You have to meet with staff at the county. To say that you're not aware of what was happening, it is a public record that in May, there was an RTZ presentation that was done by the commissioner here, correct?
Yes.
And you discussed the RTZ.
May 20th, yes.
May 20th. Here before this commission, there was a presentation about the RTZ. There was no questions, there was no appointments made outside of the people that made appointments to sit there and have a conversation. How many articles you think have been written in the Miami Today, the community newspapers, and the Miami Herald in regards to this matter? It's been, it's been an avalanche of information in regards to what's happening at the county level in regards to the RTZ. This has been going on since 2022. So with all due respect, there has to be self-accountability on what's happening. And there is obviously knowledge about the issue because there's 2 RTZ pieces of legislation that are on the agenda today. But what happened, and everybody knew, was it was actually publicized that we had meetings with you, myself, the vice mayor, city manager, and requested that we defer the item to September in an effort to get more information. So there's a litany of information out there. Staff has had multiple meetings with county staff. Everybody's aware of what's happening in regards to the RTZ. So you weren't a mirage. You were here May 20th. You spoke about the RTZ. You stated what was coming down the pipeline. Every opportunity was made to educate not only the community, but also educate the commission. Whether we're happy 100% with the outcome is a different story. But we can't say that we weren't notified when we were. Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The reason I was aware of the RTC because I looked at that meeting prior to me being a city manager again, and I saw the commissioner here, and I thank her for it, that she discussed the RTC project before the commission. So as soon as I got here, I initiated that overlay to work as fast as possible, and I've only been here less than 3 months, to see if we could work with the commissioner, and she's been fantastic. We worked, I don't know how many hours on that overlay to see if we could keep the project within Coral Gables or work on that interlocal to make it a project more in line with what we feel it should be. And so that's what actually happened. Our planning department worked fantastically to get that report done, the report that we gave to Commissioner Regalado, and to say that nobody was aware of it, I don't understand that.
Through the
Mr.
mayor.
Commissioner?
Commissioner, I want to say thank you very much for coming yet again into our house to educate us, to teach us, and to offer a hand to see if we can collaborate on making our city what makes it unique, understanding that it exists within a county and within a state with its overlapping jurisdictions. But I must say that at the July 8 P&Z, the July 2nd P&Z hearing, you exhibited, I feel, poise, professionalism, civility, and patience against what I thought was a barrage of attacks in the form of trying to get to us information and answer questions, but you dealt with it in a way that's exemplary. But that's consistent with how you've been. I know you. So with that being said, that's my comment that I know you don't need to hear. You're not somebody that is easily pushed off your position, but you deserve to hear it. So that comes from me, okay? You mentioned that there was a July 8 Transit Committee public hearing. Am I correct in understanding you said that there was no public commentary?
There was no public comment on this item.
Okay, so nobody from to your knowledge, from the P&Z who expressed great concern, surprise, and outrage about this being sprung on them at that time, despite public notice having been complied with, no one appeared?
No one appeared. So even though my appearance at the at the planning and zoning was about the overlay, I got a lot of questions about the RTZ.
Right.
And on several occasions, during, before, and after, I explained to everyone that the public hearing on this would be in a few days at the county commission. So we did expect people to go. No one came. We gave everyone an opportunity to speak. We did not receive. No one was there.
Thank you for granting the deferral that was requested by the city and granted until September 3rd, because that is sufficient time having been given before, discretionary on your part. Thank you, because that just is another example of your willingness to work with the city of Coral Gables, which lies in your district. So thank you again.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner?
Through the mayor. City manager, number one, I want to thank you for working on this because I think that it's on the overlay. I think it was a very good idea. It's something I can appreciate. However, it is something that I would have loved for you to at least pull me to the side or had a meeting and let me know that the city is working on this. I would have been completely on board. I would have loved to be notified. I don't have a crystal ball. I really don't. To know that the city is working with the county on something that I think it's a great idea.
Through the mayor.
No, give me 1 second.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Oh no, I'm not done. I'm sorry. Number two, for the RTC overlay. I know you told me for the mark that the ship has. This is what I'm understanding that you just said, that the ship has sailed in regards to the mark. Are you still open? I know the waterway project might be coming through that route too. Are you still open in working with us on an overlay for maybe the rest of the properties that could be purchased?
Again, like I told Peter and the mayor and the vice mayor, I'm happy to help you out on an overlay. I am not the developer. I do not make the decision. The property owners have their right to make their decision. We just provide vehicles for them, right? So I'm always happy to work. I mean, my staff, Tony has put in a lot of time. Our staff has put in a lot of time to help you all on the overlay. There's recommendations that we made for the overlay. Some of them were accepted, some of them were not. Like I just said, I think your issue is predictability and timing. I think that's your biggest problem. But I'm always happy to work with you on it. I can't tell you, I can't choose what a developer is going to choose, right? I can't tell you what they're going to do. But I will say that in the properties that are available, they have choices, which is why I think you should do an overlay and you should at a minimum try to be competitive. I will say one more thing in terms of the notice and the participation. I think we're at over 60 properties that have come into the county's RTZ over the last few years. This is the only property that has an interlocal, that has Chapter 33, like I said, minus the 2 transit properties. This is also the only property where a county commissioner has come to the municipality to speak on it and to provide you an opportunity for input. Every other RTZ has gone through the county process without delay, first reading, committee, and second reading. Sometimes a municipality will send someone that will stand up and say that they're against it. The board will vote and we will move on. So I say that because I really am collaborative and I really want to help you all. I really do. We share a mutual love for the City Beautiful, and I want everyone to be happy with the outcome. So that's why I'm here. That's why I'll always be here. My staff is always available. I am always available. But this corridor is changing, and we have to be cognizant of that. The other thing that I mentioned at Planning and Zoning that I'll mention here, and I mentioned at the board, I am the only county commissioner that lives in the RTZ. So I am uniquely situated to be a resident in this zone. And I feel what the residents feel when we talk about these buildings. But at the same time, I choose to live there because I like walking to places. I like the connectivity. I use public transit. My children use public transit, and it is a lifestyle choice. I live in Golden Pines between 32nd and 37th, and I joke that I can see the 2 stations from my front door as pillars of density that the county has approved. But I think that there is a generation of people who are interested in, from a zoning perspective, what we consider the 15-minute city. And the RTZ provides that. It provides you with walkability to everything that you would need within a 15-minute radius, which is why in this particular RTZ, I paid close attention to what the vice mayor had mentioned about the bike paths and the sidewalks and pedestrian safety, because that is something that I embed in every RTZ that I bring to the county, because this is as much my neighborhood as the neighbors who live there. So again, I think Chapter 33 will be useful. I think that there's an opportunity here to do something thoughtful. And I just wanted, clarity as to the process, because I'm a lot of things, but I pride myself on being collaborative. And I'm always here to collaborate with you all and to ensure that together we do what is best for the residents that we all represent.
Thank you. Just if I may, I just want to add some points again for the record. The commissioner did not just come once, she came twice, July and May, to talk about the RTZ and the work that we were doing together. So it was very clear what was happening. That's number one. Number two, the manager, if you ask the manager for an update on an item, he'll provide you that update. There isn't a point that the manager does not have a conversation with the commission. It's very clear. But it's incumbent of the elected official to make sure that you're doing the homework. What I did was I asked the manager about what was happening with the RTZ a few weeks ago. And his response was, the vice mayor is working on legislation in an effort to see how we can find common ground with the county commissioner. Let me put it on the record to make sure, and you will see this later. The mark came in at 8 stories, 97 feet. That's what the developer was asking. The code allowed 6 stories. We decided not to negotiate with the developer. Now the developer will be coming in at 150 feet. That is what is allowed by the RTZ. You have received countless emails and political theater and propaganda. It is propaganda. The city has no control over this. We are trying to find common ground to see how we can ensure that we can control design, we can lower the heights, and some of the uses can be used. The developer came to us with a 97-foot building. If anybody would like to see the video, it's there, and you will see it later when we have the item on the agenda. We've tried multiple occasions to work with the developer, but the outcome of the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, which Commissioner Lara mentioned before, was not in our favor. So that train has left the station. Commissioner, you had something you wanted to add?
Well, I just wanted to add that in the spirit of collaboration, Commissioner, and the reference that you made, Mr. Mayor, to the manager's availability to all of us here at the commission, should any of the commissioners have any questions, Commissioner Castro, I'm glad that you're focusing more on the issue of notice, because I would have liked some notice before you sent unilaterally a letter to the Attorney General. That type of decision on your part, with all respect, should have been the subject of a special meeting to collaborate and provide your fellow colleagues with notice of such an action. But I'm glad that today you're focusing on notice, so thank you.
Okay, through the mayor, I'm not here to go really back and forth and waste the commissioner's time. This is, Mr. Manager, at no point am I attempting to attack you or degrade you in any sense. I just want better communication. That is it. You're doing an exceptional job. Thank you. I know that the commissioners here are here trying to defend you. I'm not attacking you at all, okay? Just know that I want to work peacefully as we have been working together. That is it. Moving forward, I know that you told me when you were asking me for the resignation of Sue that we were not going to continue the overlay. So I think maybe it's a good idea to continue, so I'm going to go ahead and move to continue working on the overlay to see if maybe we could talk to developers with what we already have accomplished and go either way, give them more than one option.
So if I may, Mr. Manager, just 1 second, because first and foremost, I'd like to hear public comment before we vote on anything. That's number one. Number two, the vice mayor's legislation, in my opinion, is truly appropriate in addressing this issue. The idea of just saying no to something and fighting something that, by the way, passed in 2022. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. It's passed in 2022. We're fighting something that is already law. So enough with the political theater. We're not going to achieve anything by continuing to poke the county. Okay. Let's, just like we started with the developer, 97 feet. Now we're at 150. So
mine is 97.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what they could do with the RTZ.
Right.
Okay. So before we vote on anything, we have a motion. Is there a second? I think we should wait after public comment.
Yeah. And by the way, just really quick, I think you all have an application for a Live Local.
Yes.
So I think you just got one. Mm-hmm. So here we are. I mean, I dealt with at the county, we've been dealing with them. So now you're going to understand the limitations that we have.
So that's what we're trying to avoid. And we have already one on the 8th Street corridor. And at the end of the day, the way we've conducted ourselves in the Planning and Zoning Board is clearly available for everybody to see. And instead of coming to the city of Coral Gables, they can just circumvent the city, go RTZ, or go Live Local, which would be more catastrophic in my opinion. So we have a motion. We don't have a second.
Can I clarify my motion?
Just give me 1 second. We have a motion, and do we have a second on the motion?
Can I clarify my motion?
Motion fails. Madam.
Sorry, can I clarify my motion?
I
think you misunderstood my motion a little bit.
If I may, Commissioner, let me run the meeting, and then you'll have more than ample time to discuss the issue. Madam Vice Mayor.
With all due respect, Commissioner, this was an item that the city manager and I have been working on, along with Commissioner Regalado. As we were sitting here today, you overheard a discussion that I had with the commissioner about continuing to work on that so that we can reach a point where there's an agreement between the commissioner's office and what we're doing to have a meaningful overlay in our city that is more likely to be beneficial to our city. To now try to circumvent something that has been worked on and you heard is going to be continued to be worked on after this meeting, to try to fast forward it forward without giving proper notice to the community, without having an opportunity for them to be able to review and comment upon it, would not be appropriate at this time. So while I respect now that you're aware, despite the fact that this was brought to your attention in May and June and July, that this was a process that was ongoing and you chose not to inquire about it, you know, I'm appreciative that you're willing to have this discussion now, because as you can see, it doesn't work not to have the conversation. And thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I, again, appreciate you coming to our city, and I apologize for the treatment you received in front of the Planning and Zoning Board. That was not my intention. I was hoping it was going to be a productive conversation to where we can have a meeting of the minds.
Thank you. And look, I know we have to hear a public hearing. I know we have another item. And tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, so.
Happy birthday.
And I canceled all of my plans in August because we've been working on the budget. So I did promise her, I do have a time certain to get back to my daughter today. But I will say one thing that did come up as part of this discussion that you might want to clarify. I don't agree with the demonizing of student housing. I think it's something that you all should deal with. And we've talked about it. I got a tremendous amount of pushback when we did Vox 1 and Vox 2 in South Miami. At the time, the mayor of South Miami was against it because she just didn't want students in that area. We had students cutting up houses and living in the area anyway. Vox has been a tremendous success. And we've used it as a model. You know, students need a place to live. We're surrounded by universities. UM is a partner. They're doing their part on campus. But the reality is that it is better to provide them with housing that meets their particular needs than to have them spread all over the corridor in a way that just creates chaos. So we are working on Vox 3, and it has been very helpful for South Miami. And the transit corridor is the place to have students. And in this particular case, this property is next to the pedestrian bridge that walks them over to the University of Miami. So the concept that this is not a proper place for student housing is, to me, somewhat mind-blowing. Because of the investment that was made by the University of Miami and the county and Coral Gables on that ped bridge and the proximity to UM. So, you know, as you all decide what to do next, I'm happy to work on the overlay, but I think you do have to take a position on student housing. I'm not saying that it is appropriate everywhere, but you might want to decide where it's appropriate. Instead of having it be demonized in these meetings, just to give people, again, some predictability, you know, some accountability, and kind of rein in the anti-student, you know, anti-university mindset that appears to exist in some places.
Thank you very much.
Through the mayor, yes. I was trying to clarify my motion because every comment I was getting from the commissioners here was something that didn't have anything to do with what I just said. The manager told me we weren't going to continue working on the overlay, and my motion was clearly to continue working on the overlay. That was clearly my motion.
The mayor.
And one more second, I'm sorry. And the second one is, Mr. Mayor, what have you done to inform residents of what is happening? I want to know that.
What have I done?
What have you done to fight for this, to fight for the people? What have you done?
Perfect. That's a great, thank you for allowing me the
Absolutely. Keep on thinking. Go.
I'm not thinking, I'm just waiting till you finish and then you allow me and then I'll speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me the platform to mention all the things that my office does and that my office began. For 12 years, we've been doing office hours every Friday, meeting with residents. We started that, and we do it every Friday, and it's a beautiful opportunity for people to come and speak with the mayor. I've met with Mr. Escara countless times to discuss the RTZ. I've personally met with the county commissioner. I've met with the manager. I've met with residents who are concerned about the RTZ. I actually met with residents who live on the waterway at their home, 15 residents a few months ago, to discuss this issue regarding the project that is currently under design review. I met with residents on the ground. I've walked with residents. The issue is simple. We as a city have to collaborate with the county, and that's what we're doing. We're working with the county commissioner. The RTZ is a county piece of legislation that is trickling down to the city. What we have to do here is not sit in a planning and zoning board meeting. Let me take it one step further. Madam Commissioner, when you stepped into the commission chambers, what is the first thing that I told you when I walked up to you? You can share it. What did I say?
That you're sorry about what happened at planning and zoning.
What did I say? I want you to repeat that again.
That you're sorry about what happened at planning and zoning.
All right. What I did to the county commissioner was I walked up to her and I apologized to her, which has already happened twice here with Commissioner Lara and the vice mayor. I wanted to make her understand that we're grateful for her hard work here in the city and everything that she does. We're not always going to agree 110%. I don't think anybody agrees 110% with their significant other, a family member, or best friend. But at the end of the day, we have to work collaboratively, not sit up there and be insulted for 3+ hours. So when you ask me what I've done, 12 years of office hours, meeting with residents on this issue on the ground, not once, not twice, but 3 separate occasions. We've met with multiple residents during office hours, met with the county staff, met with the manager, met with the county commissioner, who is not only lives on the RTZ, was also the person who wrote this legislation in an effort to find common ground. But we're beyond that. The issue is, what didn't you do and are looking for an excuse to try to put this beyond the fact that this is the 3rd time that the county commissioner has been before the commission, and you're acting like you've never heard of this. That, to me, shows a lack of commitment to the residents. And everybody should just read Miami Today, the Miami Herald, the community newspapers. Every single week there's an article on the RTZ. It's in the first floor of this building. You walk in and there's stacks of Miami Today, there's stacks of community newspapers. Just pick up an article and read it, or read the news online. There's tons of information on this. As a matter of fact, the blogs have covered the RTZ on multiple occasions. So again, what I want to do is stop this back and forth, take an opportunity that we have the commission here for a third time, listen to public comment, and move on with the issue. Mr. Manager, you had some words? Yes.
Just quickly, I'll just make a recommendation. All county legislation that impacts municipalities are noticed.
Yep.
And that notice is provided to you all. So I would just say, if you want to ensure that you receive that, first check if you receive it. It might be getting stuck somewhere, but you can always reach out to the clerk at the county and ask to receive notifications directly to a particular email on the municipal.
May I put something on the record also, because she asked me a question, I think it's important. Who asked you to defer the item to September?
The manager, yourself, and the vice mayor.
So when you ask me what I'm doing, is I'm buying more time to find a solution to this issue before it's codified. That's what I did. So moving on, thank you again for being here.
And like I said, I'm happy, I will amend the item that goes before September 3rd to include the lighting, the signage, the open space, and 100 feet from above ground. We'll talk about the rest of it. So I'm happy to add that. Like I said, I think that would have happened as part of Chapter 33 anyway, but I'm happy to amend it to give everyone a little bit of comfort.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate you.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Clerk, you wanted to say something, Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The overlay was actually based on the Mark property.
Yep.
It did not include the waterway property because we did something very quickly for that. So we will be continuing with the overlay process. We will continue to work with Commissioner Regalado. She's been very cooperative with us and very helpful and very easy to work with. But now we need something new. We need to work with, as the Commissioner said, with the developers of the waterway project to come up, expand that overlay and work on something new. And that's what we intend to do that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Clerk, thank you, Madam Commissioner.
First speaker, Mr. Mayor, is Ms. Maria Cruz.
Good morning, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Here we go again and again and again. We're going to continue attacking, and then talking about civility. Oh, civility for some, but not for all. That's okay. I have said many times what concerns an area, Coral Gables, concerns all of us. This is a city. Dividing to conquer doesn't work. We all are entitled to know what's happening in our city. I'm sorry, we've had town hall meetings to know where we should have a dog park, where we should do this, where we should do that. Oh, the people need to know transparency. Well, I hate to tell you, this was not done transparent. The mayor publishes public bulletins. I've never read anything about this in his bulletin. Okay? I'm sorry. We're talking about interlocal. We're talking about sitting down with the staff. Guess I hate to tell you, the staff is not the city of Coral Gables. The staff is the residents, the taxpayers. And in this process, we were not involved. We're very good at having meetings for this, meetings for that. I'm sorry. I am very sorry. Planning and zoning, even the members did not get the information till a few hours before. I'm sorry. Even today, we have been precluded from saying the public comments first before you all express what you had to say. Because you know what? That's trying to keep us quiet. You're not going to keep us quiet. I am sorry, Commissioner Regalado, that you were put in a position that was not your fault. The fault was this city that, you know what? Daddy knows best. They know what's best for us. Forget that we're the ones that pay the taxes. Forget that we're the ones that suffer the consequences. No, and when you talk about talking to the residents, you talk to them when you were campaigning. And guess what? Most of those residents that you talked to were here, the zoning and planning and zoning, because they were not happy with what was going on, because they did not know ahead of time. I am amazed that you, for one, that complained bitterly when other administrations did not make you aware of what was going on because it was a small circle that knew till the things came here. Now you're part of you and the vice mayor and the manager met, discussed, decided what was going to be best for us without talking to us. And that's what the problem is. And she was collateral damage because you all chose to keep us out of it. That is what is wrong. And asking for a deferral, where were you going to tell the people? Let's see. The deferral will be for next week.
Ms. Cruz, if
Let's
you'd be
see.
so kind,
We'll sit home and do nothing. So
please
when
bring
were
it in
you
for
going to tell
landing.
us? When? You know, nobody was told about the deferral.
Ms. Cruz.
So, I'm sorry, it's Mrs. Cruz.
Ms. Cruz,
Whether you
please
like
finish.
to call me Miss Cruz, that's not my name.
Mrs.
I'm not Miss Cruz.
I'm asking you to
I
please
was
finish.
married, my husband passed away, I'm still Mrs. Cruz,
Mrs.
and you
Cruz,
will
I
call
would
me
ask
by
you to
my name.
finish.
Or I will
Done.
call you by your nickname. I'm sorry. This is what's wrong. It's very nice.
Cruz, I asked you to please finish.
Commissioner,
You've
it's
been over
very
50
nice
seconds.
that you talk to the city, but you didn't talk to the residents. That's the problem.
Mrs. Cruz.
And were collateral damage. And I apologize.
asked you to please finish.
Because we were
1 minute.
cut out. I'm sorry. More
you.
transparency. Next time you put out a bulletin,
Clerk.
tell the people what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
By the way, I was supposed to speak first, and you kept me from doing it so you could get all your attacks in, and so you could talk about what happened 50, 100 years ago. No, this is today. The citizens deserve to know. I'm sorry. We listen to all you.
Lisa, the
All right.
Lisa, the
Mr.
attorney.
Clerk, we have to find an answer for this. I don't care on what side of an issue you are on, this is not allowed. It's not allowed. So here are the options. As I've said before, if you're not willing to respect the 3-minute policy and respect the commission, I will be asked to escort you out of the building. Okay, this is about respect. You haven't heard me insult anybody here today. We've been thoughtful and collegial. You may not agree with my position on issues, and that's perfectly fine. That's our democracy. But I will not allow this to happen on the commission floor. And you're not gonna get a rise out of me because you behave in that fashion. That is not the way the city of Coral Gables is run. We can do much better than that at the end of the day. Okay?
Lisa, the attorney.
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Hi, guys. Lisa DeTornay, 10 Aragon Avenue. I had signed up to speak to this prior to Commissioner Regalado explaining so much of what my questions and comments were going to be on. What I'm going to now focus on, since it's come up, is the RTZ, specifically the Mark property. I was present at, I think, almost every town hall we had, starting in May of 2023. The residents had a lot to say. Developers were very nice about listening to our comments. And then all of a sudden, those meetings ended. We were asking that they reduce the height by 1 floor. So I think it was 8 to 7 or 9 to 8, I don't remember. And that there be some buffer between the back of the building and the small street that was there, and then the neighborhood. So that's where we thought it had ended. I believe it went to P&Z, and I think that they refused at that time what the developer had planned. Now, with no other notification, at least I didn't receive any, and I have a property in that neighborhood, this has come up with the RTZ. I think almost every developer we've spoken to with every proposed development has threatened to use Live Local and then RTZ if we didn't approve them as they suggested their project should come about. So this is not a surprise, but I was hoping that you all would be more proactive before we get to this point in fighting with these outrageous developments that are proposed and then just given over through RTZ to happen. That project at the Mark is very large, much larger than what's currently there. I realize everybody has as of right to develop, but within reason, and most of these developers are not living here and dealing with what they're putting up. My next concern, and that of our neighbors, and you were there, I was there at your meeting with the neighbors on the Mahi Canal, the waterway project.
That's right. You were there.
I was there. And thank you. They were threatening Live Local, but I don't think they qualified based on the high-end luxury condos that they were proposing. Now I understand that I believe they're going through RTZ, which will allow them to build even much higher than the current zoning allows. Even, in my opinion, even though somebody buys a piece of property and they have an as of right, they shouldn't be thinking that property that they will just supersede the current development rules, the zoning codes, and be able to ask for more and then be granted those things. When you buy a property, you kind of buy it knowing what your rules already are, and everybody seems to want to change the rules. The people that are really going to suffer are the ones who are living in that neighborhood, of which I used to live on that canal. So thank you. I had a couple of other items I wanted to talk about, but I don't know how this works. Do I only get one chance to speak?
You can speak on another item after.
Okay.
depending on the issue.
Well, thank you for your
Thank you very much.
consideration.
So I just wanted to put on the record, it's interesting that you came up when my colleague asked me what I've done to educate residents. I'm actually happy to see that one of the residents that I met with in the community was here to speak about the issue. Residents have been aware about this project for months, if not years, and they know exactly what's going on. Madam City Attorney, in your opinion, as our attorney, when the residents, when they say, we wanted you to be more proactive, we wanted you to be, take another step, what else do we have left in the wheelhouse?
So Mayor, of course, if it is the will of the commission, we could try to challenge the county's legislation.
That's being already done, correct?
City of Miami is proceeding through that process, and then there's obviously the Chapter 164 process, and also litigation that might have to ensue. Yes, if that was the will of the commission.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk.
Anthony Escarra.
Good morning, sir.
So here I am as a resident of Coral Gables, not as my position at the office of the commissioner. I am a resident. I have been a resident for about 18 years. I thank you very much all for your service and the difficult times that we're all going through. I do only want to speak about cordiality, respect, and decorum. That is something that should be very important to our community. We should all be very respectful to each other, even when we disagree. It has been it's very fashionable to come up here and yell at you, to get a clip that you can put in your social media or some nonsense. We need to stop that in the city of Coral Gables. The political theater needs to stop. As a resident, I'm tired of it. This is not easy for me because it angers me. It makes me very upset. You guys put yourself, including you, Ms. Castro, put yourself out there to serve this community. You knock on doors. You ask people for their vote, and they trust you to make decisions on their behalf. I don't want this to become a civics class, but democracy is ugly. That's why we don't have direct democracy. We have representative democracy. We vote people in to do our will. If we don't like it, we vote them out. The city had a chance to do that, and it has decided. Here we are. You are our elected officials. We expect you to decide for us in our benefit. There are many pressures that come with that. We've been talking a lot about the state preemption. That was a pressure come on you guys from developers. It doesn't just happen in a vacuum. Everybody gets lobbied, everybody gets asked, and it gets pushed down. The state decided it did not want to become California and be a state of no. We understand that people want to live in our state and we want to give them housing. That's the responsibility of our elected officials. We can't kick people out. We have the right to travel. We have a constitution. All of these, again, I don't want this to become a civics lesson, but all of these things have to come into mind. What is the commissioner doing here? And the way I see it as a resident is that the city of Coral Gables decided to cut off its nose to spite its face and say, hey, go ahead, go on with the live local. No, she respects and cares about our community, and that's why she's doing what she does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Tom Wells.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way. I'm raising my issue with respect to some of the comments made during the debate. Robert's Rules of Order apply to all of us and all committees and board members, sections 2-77, 2-80. If there's an issue as to how a board or its members operate, sanction the chair and make all members of committees, boards, and this commission learn about Robert's Rules of Order. For example, Rule 7, Limit discussion by any person on such body to 10 minutes. That's in Robert's rules. Debate discussion directed to the chair and do not suggest motives and avoid all personalities. Limit your discussion as to the motion at hand. There's no need to bring up other motions during the debate. Rule 43, avoid disorderly words as a personal attack. Rule 58, chair should set an example of courtesy and should never forget to control others as is necessary to control oneself. Thank you for today. I appreciate that. You've shown respect. But you're also to restrain other members of your commission and the residents if they go offline and start speaking about things that don't have anything to do with the motion at hand. And finally, enforce the observance of all order and decorum. That's also important. I think we can bring some collegiality and civility to this process if at all board levels, at all committee levels, and the commission, we operate within accordance with Robert's Rules of Order. It's not that hard. The Congress does it, the Senate does it, we should do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion on F26? Are we deferring that and moving on to F27?
I'm not going to defer it or anything because from what the commissioner just said, there's no appetite to defer it right now.
Okay, perfect. So we'll move on to F27. Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, I do have a short presentation so that the context of this resolution makes some sense. And we have our esteemed member here, Jennifer Garcia, that's going to operate the presentation.
Good morning, Director.
Picture's worth 1,000 words, so I'm going to cut my words with pictures.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Go ahead the PowerPoint, please. Just a few slides. Perfect.
This is a pictorial of the overview of what the waterway project looked like. The point of this photograph is to show you that, the body of trees that exist in this drawing and next to something that looks like a building, but it is actually in a location where a single-family home is. As you'll see in the succeeding pictures, underneath the area of trees is in fact a parking garage. And in that parking garage is also a pool and lots of cars parked. And it's abutting a single-family home. And towards the lower left-hand corner, there's a dense piece of drawing. There's actually a stairwell that goes down into the garage itself. This is a conversation, as the commissioner said, that we need to have with the developer to try to meet in the middle here somewhere to get the best for the residents. The resolution, as it's presented, is requesting that the county, for this particular area, to keep this parking facility 100 feet away from the single-family home. I entertained some larger distances without having the measurements, but it just wasn't feasible. So 100 feet is where the resolution ended. It started at 500 and reduced it to 100 because 500 would be too big. This is the side profile of the east side of this development. You can see to the right that there is a parking garage underneath, under the ground, and right next to that parking garage is this single-family home that would be, right next to that parking garage. And it would not be feasible to have a planted buffer between the single-family home and the building, in as much as there is a parking garage directly underneath. The root structures would impact the garages. We've had many instances where right down here on Biltmore Way, we cannot plant trees around the David Williams because there's a parking garage underground. I don't want to repeat the mistakes that were made in 1960 some odd and have them replicated here again. So the other aspects thank you for handling that part because I would have messed it up for sure. The commissioner spoke about many of the other items that she was willing to embrace. It's incumbent upon us to move forward on this, but for the county to move forward, I would like for our commission to adopt this resolution, and it brings forward the following items. The permitted uses for properties, and that's not just this particular development, but all along the RTZ corridor, would be consistent with any underlying municipal zoning. And there would be a minimum sidewalk width of 10 feet facing US 1 plus 10-foot covered arcade. I had attached to one of my items later today the little food delivery vehicle that was occupying an entire 5-foot sidewalk area and essentially forcing, I should say, the pedestrian to step into a grassy area. There is no grassy area to go into along US 1. You'd be forced either into the street or somewhere else. So that's why I've asked for both, because we have scooters, bicycles, and pedestrians to deal with on a very busy, very fast corridor where cars easily go 50 miles per hour, despite the more limited speed limits. Above 45 feet, the resolution requests a step back of 10 feet, consistent with our zoning code, and for the interior and rear property lines and park right-of-ways to have that step back as well. In addition, there would be a 30-foot step back shall be required for the frontages facing residential districts. Typically, our step backs are on the front of the buildings. This brings it to the rear to be sensitive to our residential neighborhoods. Paragraph D is the one where we've taken 500 feet away from a single-family home and made it 100 feet, and for a 25-foot rear setback with a landscape buffer on parcels greater than 300 feet in depth. The reasoning behind using 300 feet in depth is because you can't have a parking garage with movement in it with any greater setback for the landscape buffer. It just won't work. And as far as green space and open spaces are concerned, it asks for something that's more consistent with our zoning code. 10% would be at ground level, so it's more it's usable by individuals that are walking, and it'd be shaded as opposed to putting in something that is a palm tree that doesn't provide any benefit and is actually more maintenance, and requiring that rooftop green spaces be planted to improve pedestrian comfort and reduce stormwater runoff. Signage is another item that the commissioner said that she was willing to agree to. Lighting, we recently passed a lighting ordinance here that deals with the blue light, the 5,000 Kelvin, and have the Board of Architects address that so it is meeting the ambient standards and not impacting the residential neighborhood with these bright lights that keep you up at night. And the last item deals with the impact fees. Shall be collected by the municipality, providing the corresponding services prior to the issuance of a building permit. These are requests for the county, and I'd like to continue the conversation with you, Commissioner, on that, because the Coral Gables does provide immense benefits for our residents with parks, the underlying, and we've made a commitment there to continue to fund these important things for our community. And, I've been around for a few years. My husband used to work in the county. He used to work on the transit. He used to work on the Metro Mover. I've seen where the county at times, due to budget constraints, will take something from one pot and use it in another. So I would feel much more comfortable with the impact fees staying within our city because I think we can administer it more direct for these residents than the county can.
Just to respond to that, like I said, I'm happy to amend on the open space, the signage, the lighting, and 100 feet for above-ground structures. Our stormwater requirements are actually greater than your stormwater requirements. So we recently passed pervious, impervious, and preempted everyone. So on the stormwater side, our rules are actually more stringent. In terms of the impact fees, I recently passed an item, which I'm happy to send to all of you, regarding the collection of impact fees. So I did change the ordinance recently. And what it allows is for the county to provide the cities with police and fire if they're providing those services. So that becomes a pass-through. And then the park impact fees have to be allocated in that area. That's also in the RTZ item. So in terms of the radius, it doesn't get pulled into the general impact fee pot that the county has for the parks. So that modification, I'll send it to you and we can talk about it. The other things that you mentioned are all things that can be brought up as part of the Chapter 33. So as part of the Chapter 33 process, the manager will nominate members. They'll have a meeting. It can be electeds, non-electeds, whatever you all decide. And we can talk about all those things. So, and we can figure out what works for this particular property and what doesn't. So, because I think, and that's why I initially said that an overlay would be good, because obviously, and by the way, the RTZ is an overlay, right? And we have to bring in properties one by one, and there are considerations for every single property, which is why I always thought an interlocal, even though it takes longer, would be a better vehicle for this. But you know, a lot of the things that were brought up are really waterway issues, not mark issues. Right.
Correct. No. I understand where the mark is at.
Yeah. So I think we're all good on the mark issues. And look, you have my commitment. I'm happy to work on the overlay. I'm happy to work on whatever you all want to work on. And you know, I think that this particular RTZ is an opportunity to show the county that there is a different path that provides more stakeholder participation. So, you know, I don't think we need your item, in the sense that I think the RTZ and what I'm presenting covers a lot of that, and I'm amending it. The other ones, I don't feel comfortable with amending it, but you can always bring it up as part of the Chapter 33, and we can go through that process that way.
No, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing more than what we do, because we typically do more than everywhere else on permeability and requiring, you know, the drainage. I know there's a tension sometimes between what the state wants and what we want on permeability and so forth, but I'm happy to work with you on that. I would like to move this now, because I think it would, you know, if the community feels that it would at least be addressed that way and move it forward, with the exception of using the permeability standards that you've recently adopted.
Right.
I appreciate that.
Again, like I said, I'm happy to amend mine to include the ones that we're comfortable with, and as part of the Chapter 33, it's all on the table, and we can all talk about it as we go through that process. And through the interlocal, you do have to choose to participate in the interlocal. So once the RTZ does pass, that will come back to you. So you'll have an opportunity to have all those conversations again.
Okay. No, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate you extending that. And I did want to share with the community, because I know you already know that we would like to participate in the interlocal. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Mr. Clerk.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, I want to reiterate our thanks and gratitude to Commissioner Regalado and her incredible staff for always being present, and to our incredible staff for doing, you know, all the heavy lifting and working with the county, and making sure that, you know, we're abreast of everything that's happening in regards to the ever-changing RTZ. We look forward to working together to make sure we bring out the best in that corridor. So thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. Moving on to item A1. Madam Vice Mayor, presentation or resolution of condolence to the bereaved family of Francis Dolly McIntyre.
Thank you, Mayor. And before I read this beautiful proclamation into the record. Dolly was somebody that I think touched us all in so many different ways, in her spirit, her energy, perseverance, and constantly keeping us on task for the next project that was coming forward. She had worked directly with me on the Royal Ponciana Festival, and she was a force to be reckoned with, keeping us and reminding us when the due date was and that we had to have everything in place and the food had to be ordered, and just a remarkable human being. Definitely gone too soon. She has very big shoes to fill, and I hope we all can try to make her proud in the future. So would you like to say a few words before I read it or after I read it?
We had quite a group here, as you could see. I had told everybody we'd be first on the agenda and everybody would be out of here by about 9:10. So I'd like to thank the neighbors. I'd like to thank the people from Dade Heritage Trust that came. Yes. And the villagers that were here in mass, but people had to leave. I think the proclamation says most of it, you said it beautifully too. She was an inspiration to all who knew her. Her depth of knowledge of history, of our community's history, was legendary. People would always say, let's ask Dolly, she'll know the answer. And even though she was slowed down later in life, that spirit and can-do attitude remained. One day she called me and she said, Marlon, what do you know about Opalaka? And I said, I know absolutely nothing about Opalaka. And she said, well, there's some wonderful buildings in Opalaka. And she said, I'm going to call and volunteer to be on their historic board. And she did. And she went to those meetings. Your brother took her. Yes. So this is her daughter, Sheffield. Yes, she would go to those meetings with her oxygen tank and in a wheelchair. So that was the kind of can-do attitude she had and the spirit that she wanted this community's history to thrive. So this is Sheffield and her husband, Steve. Would you like to say anything?
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you and to the city of Coral Gables. She lived here for almost 20 years, and she loved the city of Coral Gables and loved living here. So this is really an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. And with no further ado, I'll read the proclamation. Resolution of condolence. Whereas Frances Dolly McIntyre was born on May 1st, 1937, in Washington, D.C., to a career naval officer, Fletcher Lamar Sheffield, Jr., and Frances Marian Mellencamp Sheffield. Dolly graduated with her Bachelor of Science from the University of Miami and a Master's in Liberal Studies from Dartmouth College. And whereas throughout her years of residence in Coral Gables, Dolly demonstrated an unwavering commitment to improving the quality of life for all members of our community through her passionate involvement in civic affairs. And whereas Dolly was a charter member of the Historic Preservation Group, the Villagers, founded in 1966, dedicating almost 60 years of her life to this organization and its mission of preserving the historical character and integrity of our community. Oh, while I was 6 years old, I'm sorry. I had to reflect back on that. And whereas in 1972, Dolly led the charge in creating the Dade Heritage Trust, demonstrating her visionary leadership in historic preservation and her dedication to protecting Miami-Dade County's architectural and cultural heritage for future generations. And whereas Dolly served with distinction in the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board for 8 years, bringing her expertise and passion for preservation in the official governance of the city's historic resources. Whereas Dolly's exceptional contributions to historic preservations were consistently recognized through numerous prestigious awards, including the Dade Heritage Trust Henriette Harris Award in 2003, the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation Distinguished Service Award in 2004, the Women of Impact Award from the Women's History Coalition in 2008, the State of Florida's Mary Called Darby Collins Award in 2012 for work that, quote, has forever changed the course of historic preservation in Florida. the Daughters of American Revolution's Historic Preservation Medal in 2023 and the 2025 Florida Trust for Historic Preservation Individual Distinguished Service Award, just to name a few. Whereas the city of Coral Gables has lost a true champion for the community, and her absence will be deeply felt by all who had the privilege of knowing her. Dolly's legacy of service, compassion, and civic engagement will continue to inspire future generations of Coral Gables residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, that we extend our heartfelt sympathy to her bereaved family on the occasion of their great loss. Thank you. So
let's take a photo.
Let's take a photo.
I moved into the Gables in 2004, so it's been, 19 years? But I have been interested in and involved in things in Coral Gables for much longer than that, since 1966, actually, when the Douglas entrance was going to be torn down for a supermarket, and a group of architects got together and pooled their funds and bought the property to save it. It was a major part of the founding of Coral Gables, and it was a major entrance into the city from the rest of the county. Part of the offshoot of that was an auxiliary that was formed by the wives of those men to help however they could with the restoration. And that was when the Villagers was formed, and I was one of the charter members of that organization. We worked with the entrance for quite a while until it was secure, and then we moved on to a broader base of preservation activities, but much of it was in Coral Gables. What motivated me personally was the fact that I grew up as a nomad. My father was in the service, and we moved all the time, and I had no roots. And then I came down here in 1957 to go to the University of Miami, and I put my roots down at that time, and I thought, one of the things that makes for roots is landmarks. The historic places tell our story, and they have our memories, and they give us a richness and a continuity and stability that is important. We do have a pretty good percentage of Coral Gables residents who are members, and much of our work has been in the Gables, no question, and much of our activity has been in the Gables. A lot of it was when people saw what we were doing and what we were promoting, they wanted to help. And so, bit by bit, the organization grew. And so right now, I think the total is about 220. All volunteers, there's no paid staff. We raise money through garden tour and house tour. We have given away well over $1.5 million in grants to historic properties. We've given probably close to $1 million over the years to scholarships, mainly at the University of Miami, for students in architecture and preservation. I would like to leave behind a preservation ethic in the politicians and leadership of this county, so that when the situation comes up where a historic building is involved, the question isn't tearing it down. The question is, save it, and how do we do that? So if I could instill that attitude, I would be very happy.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, H1, Waste Division presentation. Madam ACM, how long do you think you need for the presentation?
We're going to try to give it to 8 minutes,
okay,
if you allow me. And I have our Deputy City Manager going to hand something out to everybody up here.
I love it.
Man of many trades.
Are we allowed to open it?
Many talents.
It's amazing.
Santa on this one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
You'll find out.
All right.
Good?
Good morning, members of the commission, mayor, vice mayor, commissioners, city manager, city attorney, city clerk. My name is Carolina Vester. I'm the assistant city manager for the city of Coral Gables and presenting to you today a presentation as requested under the leadership of the mayor and the commission, who tasked us with exploring solutions to the rising cost of waste disposal. Today, I will be presenting an opportunity for the city to significantly reduce our solid waste disposal costs, particularly for green matter, also known as trash, while also generating new revenue through material recovery and enhancing our resiliency in storm recovery efforts. Each year, more than 70 million tons of wood waste and yard waste are collected in the United States. Despite the opportunity to repurpose those materials, over half still ends up in our landfills. Even though here in the state of Florida, state law permits us to manage this waste stream independently, globally, yard waste represents nearly 20% of our total waste, underscoring the scale of both the challenge and the opportunity we have before us. As part of this exercise, we looked at several solutions, technology innovations to come up with a solution for our city and the amount of green waste that we have on a daily basis here. Currently, the city disposes of about 26,000 tons of trash and green waste every year at a cost of approximately $1.3 million based on the tonnage that we collect that is paid to Waste Management. We have an opportunity to change this. By investing in improving technology refined over the last 29 years, originally developed to provide practical, portable solutions for cleaner and more efficient on-site disposal of vegetative waste from land clearing initiatives, we can turn this challenge into a sustainable solution. Here's the model that you will see that we will speak about, which is also called air burners. While we are not representing the company, we wanted to give you guys a solution to our problem, and this is the solution that we found most practical, most supported in the industry at this time. With this solution, we're also looking at additional revenue opportunities, potentially partnering with our neighboring municipalities, and looking at disposing of commercial waste. Again, waste referring to our green trash that we collect here in the city of Coral Gables. There are also waste to energy solutions. In the rendering here that you see on the right, you will see a battery basically generating electricity for our heavy fleet equipment that is generated, that electricity, through the solution we're presenting you today. What I'd also like to show you here is a site map of our 72nd Public Works facility. Within that site map, you'll see two areas that are demarcated here. The one on the upper north side is our currently leased property to the county, which is the West Transfer Station. Right below it, you will find a site that requires remediation. What we're looking at in the proposal is looking at absorbing both those sites to absorb and take care of our own green matter. With that consideration, keep in mind we currently pay $42,401 on we receive $42,401.76 on a monthly lease from the county. And remediation, there would be a potential consideration for phase 1, phase 2 cost, accounting for approximately $4 million in remediation of that site. As I mentioned, we explored a range of technologies and vendor solutions, but this option truly stands apart as it offers more than just a disposal method for our city. Air burner fireboxes equipped with patented air curtain burner technology, which sets them apart, have undergone extensive testing and earned the support of major environmental and defense agencies. They are currently backed by permit waivers from the US EPA, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and are actively supported by the US Forest Service, Department of Defense, and Department of Energy. They're also made in the United States, and they have their local office and plant here in Palm City, just a 2.5-hour ride away from our city beautiful. We actually personally, both myself and the deputy city manager, went and toured the facility last week. It was a very impressive site. You'll see some pictures at the end of the presentation. Unfortunately, we were not permitted to take photographs inside the factory because of some of their requirements that they have to secure their technology. Here you will see an example of, again, this technology is about 29 years old. This is one of their very first iterations that was tested in Canada. And it is an open burn method. And you'll see an example here of the two. So if you would look at open burning, which is right behind that graphic, you see the large smoke area that's disposing about 20 tons of wood waste, has an immense air quality issue. With the air curtain technology, there is no smoke coming off that technology. And that's also looking at 20 tons of wood waste. In the next photograph, you will see the impact that both have. Now, the first one shows the air curtain technology that is eliminating that same 20 tons of wood waste in 1 hour. The second is the traditional open burn. That's 48 hours of open burning to dispose the same 20 tons of wood waste, and you can see the impact and air quality issues that that is having on that environment. Here again, you will see the technology, the rendering of the air burner here. And what it has is a patent on the, let me try to see if I can show this again. Here we go. So it has an air curtain that constantly has a flow of air circulating in the machine. So while it is burning the wood waste, it makes sure that the particulate and the smoke does not come of the machine. Seems unbelievable. Both the deputy city manager and myself, we witnessed that in action at a private facility, which is a landscaper actually that disposes of that wood waste. And we wanted to see, is that really the case? Is that smoke dissipating within the machine, or is that going to be put into the environment? And in fact, that air curtain technology does work, and that stays and generates within the machine. With the fire boxes that we presented here, we can process up to 10 to 13 tons, depending on the size that we would acquire, of green waste per hour per unit, while also producing what is called biochar. That's what you'll find in your little containers in front of you. And we have an opportunity for renewable energy that supports both our fleet operations and our sustainability goals. Again, in the rendering here, you'll see the complete module. So it's not just the firebox module. You'll have the power module, you'll have the cooling module, and the battery storage module, which is actually powered by a Rolls-Royce battery. Very impressive. And with that, you can power up to 4 heavy fleet vehicles each evening, each night. The site that we visited actually had the vehicles that were powering and feeding the air burner were actually all battery-operated equipment that were being charged each night at the same battery storage unit. They also have a mobile solution, which would be something we'd look at during our storm resiliency, where you could actually haul this equipment to any of our sites where we collect the tree debris or our green debris trash, and we could actually dispose of it on site instead of wasting additional staffing hours and fuel and hauling to an off-site location. Equally important, and here you'll see some key benefits. We would be reducing wood waste by 98%. You're able to capture energy from the wood waste. You actually can save some green and make some green. You can reduce greenhouse emissions and look at carbon credits as a solution that lets us publicly trade some of those carbon credits and another financial opportunity. These units are all easily relocatable and modular, so you can actually set them up within 6 hours and break them down within 6 hours. This does not require a building. So it's completely mobile and lets us to have a site, but also relocate if need be, or disassemble if need be. And it is completely self-contained and ready to use. So again, here's the same slide of our 72nd facility, and you will see here the consideration of having 2 of these complete units that provide energy between both the current waste transfer site as well as the remediation site. We would also look at renting additional 4 units for storm resiliency if that were the case. Equally important to the solution, this would enhance our storm readiness. Like I mentioned, after Hurricane Irma, Coral Gables actually collected over 360,000 cubic yards of debris, more than 2 years' worth of waste in a single storm occurrence. Today, given the limited staging sites and the additional 3 hours that we now will have to face for round-trip travel of about 146 extra miles, with the change from taking our debris during a storm to Pompano, now going all the way to Okeechobee for mulch material disposal, and only having on-site processing capacity will be critical to ensuring that rapid recovery and avoiding long, costly hauls to distant disposal areas. As a city, we would be in control of our own destiny. With the rental of 4 additional units, like I mentioned, we can achieve our goal of completing all storm debris disposal based on what was captured during Irma within 10 weeks post-storm, which would be a huge accomplishment. And again, here you'll see the graphic. Surviving Irma, we collected 360,000 cubic yards, accounting for almost 2.5 years of regular debris that we collect based on the tonnage that we collect today. So what would be our savings as a city? The financial impact is significant. In-house disposal would reduce our cost per ton from nearly $50 to about $10, saving the city close to $1 million each year. On top of that, we would generate revenue by offering disposal services to our local landscapers and neighboring municipalities, as well as to the sale of biochar products, reducing harmful emissions, and pursue significant certification to earn credits for carbon reduction, which today is a tradable commodity. So here in the graphic, you'll see there are different rates presented. We currently pay a very, very nice rate with Waste Management, which is at $49.81 per ton for the disposal. That does not account for collection. That is just for disposal of our green matter. But if we would look at other rates that are out there, from the West Transfer rate at $90 a ton, the Medley South Dade contract rate at close to $75 a ton, the Medley South Dade non-contract rate, which takes it all the way up to $113 a ton, the cost would be a lot more sizable, up to almost $3 million a year. So we have a very, very good rate at this time, but that rate we cannot depend on. That rate is good and by contract for another 2 years, and we don't know if we will get that rate again. So that is something that you have to think about as well as we look at our savings. The savings might be much more sizable, from 1 million to 3 million and plus. And again, here you have a chart showing the savings, as well as a conservative revenue from commercial drop-off site that could account to about $250,000 to $500,000 a year. We could also look at the potential byproduct sale of the biochar, and again, very conservatively looking at $25,000 a year. Something that is not part of this consideration yet, because it does take additional work, is if we wanted to get certified for the carbon credits, those revenues aren't even accounted for here in this chart, and that is a tradable on Wall Street commodity at this time. There are other opportunities not mentioned and explored here. There are opportunities for grants, also FP&L partnership if we wanted to do an on-grid versus the off-grid solution for the air burner. There are, like I mentioned, the revenue opportunities, and of course the environmental benefits of diverting from the landfill. So with that initial city investment, we also wanted to look at your ROI over a 10-year period, and looking at the initial costs that we have to look at as capital for the equipment, as well as the costs for the remediation. So with that being said, the approach does require upfront investment, particularly in site remediation and equipment. However, with available grants, partnerships, and the long-term savings and revenue opportunities, the return on investment is both practical and achievable. This solution also allows us to finally make the remediation of our site a priority, a remediation that would be fully funded with a payback period of less than 5 years. Over a 10-year net benefit, you'd be looking at over $15 million, not just in savings, but now in profit. And with that, I just want to end it with some of those photographs. We, like I mentioned, the deputy city manager and myself, we traveled to the site. We were not able to capture photographs from inside the assembly line and the warehouse of where everything was being manufactured, but they did take us, in addition to that, off-site, and we actually got to witness all the equipment working, running, and doing what it's supposed to do. I mean, in the little mound that you see here at the bottom, that is that biochar mixed with topsoil, and that specific landscaper that owns that property uses for all their high-end projects. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions. Again, I want to summarize that this is more than just a cost savings measure. It's a strategic investment in the future of Coral Gables. By diverting our green waste away from the landfill, we can reduce our annual disposal costs by over $1 million, generate new revenue streams, and tap into grant opportunities and partnerships. At the same time, we will position the city to respond more effectively when storms hit, ensuring we have the on-site ability and capacity to manage debris quickly and efficiently. This initiative also advances our broader sustainability goals. Instead of paying to bury yard waste in a landfill, we can convert it into useful products like biochar, reduce harmful emissions, and potentially earn credits for waste diversion and carbon reduction, a commodity, like I mentioned, that is currently sold on Wall Street. Yes, there is upfront costs, but by the return, both financial and environmental, it is significant. This is about controlling our costs, increasing our resiliency, and reinforcing Coral Gables' reputation as a forward-thinking, sustainable city. The proposed solution to waste disposal for our community is an investment that will pay dividends to our finances, our environment, and our community for decades to come.
Thank you, Madam ACM. For the record, Mr. Clerk, I did a public records request very briefly. I had him do one to see when I first mentioned this here in the city of Coral Gables. Mr. Clerk, when was that you were able to find?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sure it was sooner, but the earliest I could find right now was December 5th, 2017.
So this has been a priority for my office since 2017. And I'll show you, you've already covered every base. I'm not going to waste any more time. The diversion of green matter is critical. It's only going to get more expensive to dispose this. Find a solution. Landfills are filling up. Covanta is no longer. And I'd like to show you what our city is facing every day as a result of our trash pits. Just for the record, before certain people here who deal with blogs go out and say that I want to get rid of trash pits, that's not the case. What I want to do is find a way to collect the green matter and use this system to save the city millions of dollars and invest that money in our police, our firefighters, and our infrastructure. Mr. Clerk, please run the video. This is what we're facing. Do not turn a blind eye. I've showed these videos before. They were sent to me by residents. We need to get a handle of this issue and make this investment for the environment and our future viability.
If cable TV can put on my computer.
These are landscapers right now that were caught throwing out their day's worth of landscaping here in the city of Coral Gables. They paid a pretty huge fine. This is happening every day throughout the city as landscapers work through the entire county. They go to other cities and they come to our city and they throw it in the trash pit one bit at a time as they finish their day. It's cheaper to do this, much cheaper, it's free, than taking it to the landfill and having to pay a tipping fee, the gas, and obviously the labor costs. And the next one, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the most egregious one, and I've shown this one before, but I want to put it on the record because we have the privilege of having the county commissioner here, and this is a major issue. This video was taken by a gentleman who lives on 57th Avenue. J.C. Padron took this video years ago, and I've kept it. So this is 57th Avenue in Miller. I literally live maybe 3 blocks away from that. This is an individual coming across from the Miami-Dade County area, coming across and proceeding to dump all the green matter in the trash pit. So for some, this may be funny. It may be comical. This is money, a lot of money. So we can either take this and dump it in the county pits, in the county landfill, I apologize, or we can take action and actually make money off this product. We're gonna have to take some tough steps moving forward. But I think that this is the most accountable thing for us to do as a community. And I'm happy and grateful that the DCM, the ACM, and the city manager and the entire team are working on this issue. We can no longer turn a blind eye to this. This represents millions and millions of dollars of lost opportunity here in the city. It's finally the time that we take action on this and use that money to either remove the garbage fee like we did this year, where we reduced it significantly, or reinvest that money into our police and fire, our aging infrastructure, our employees. That's a lot of money that we can use over the next few years. Madam Vice Mayor.
So thank you, Mayor. I know this is something before I was elected we talked about I just wanted to.
Well, you were on the Sustainability Advisory Board. You were my appointment, and you actually brought it up on the board.
Yes, it was, one of those items where people always thought you were taking away their trash pits, so therefore they didn't want it moving forward. But yet I saw, trucks across the street from my home coming with stuff that it was nowhere in the neighborhood and dumping it off as a rectangle of green stuff across from my house. So I wanted to add that, in addition, the acceptance of biochar as a solution is out there. I went to the Citizens Climate Leaders meeting. There were folks there doing biochar throughout the country and forest and so forth. It is a well-recognized product that can be used for not only remediating the soil and the farm products and byproducts, but also for our plant industry, and it can also be used as an aggregate for making cement. So it has lots of uses. Instead of paying and losing money by putting it into a Mount Trashmore, which is becoming a very touchy topic throughout the state of Florida, and wasting the fuel and hauling and so forth that goes along with it. Plus, I just think this is the right way to move forward, and thank you for bringing this, and thank you for the samples. We get to see the real thing. So I think you have an extra one for the commissioner if you want to take one with you. It's fun.
Commissioner Lara?
So, Carolina, that was a wonderful presentation, very easy to understand. It's compelling. And I hate to use the most overword term, but to me, it just feels like a no-brainer. But I wanted to understand, in simple terms, if our investment is X, how long, and I know there's a lot of moving parts because you're talking about potential grants, revenue opportunities, savings, how much we spend now could change in the future, but how long do you think the runway would be before the investment comes back, so then we're on the savings side net?
So investment-wise, there's immediate net. However, looking at the purchase of the equipment and looking at the remediation, which really the remediation is not part of that initial upfront cost, but it's something that we will tackle as part of that.
Throw it in there, yeah.
That's 4.5 years.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Wonderful.
That's quick.
May
quick. Mr.
Mayor?
Manager?
Yes, it depends. The equipment is a little over 2 years. If how we remediate the site, whether it's a $2.5 million remediation or a $4 million complete remediation, it would be from the equipment itself will be a little over 2 years, and with the remediation will be about 5 years.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and I brought our Deputy Director, Roy Corley, with us. First and foremost, as many of you know, we have been working on trash at the county for some time, and I've had the opportunity to bring a lot of different things to the Board of County Commissioners that have been approved. I am more a fan of composting than burning, and one of the latest thing that we did is we got the Board of County Commissioners to agree to 40% compost, including green waste. I have been working on composting. I started with a project in Pinecrest, and we're actually redoing our composting rules because the county is the regulator, and there's a lot of issues with the rules and what fits or what doesn't fit. So we've actually hit the reset button on that and have found a series of ways to allow more composting. The issue with the composting that we have is obviously leakage into our aquifer, and we're working with Durham and are going to be presenting something shortly on that. That being said, we are doing a pilot for green waste. We are expanding our composting, and the board has decided to move forward with an incinerator. We do have a 10-year plan that I brought to the board for moving trash on trains, and we are now collecting methane from our landfills, which we were not doing previously. What you're considering right now would be done on a property that Miami-Dade County leases from you. And we have been in negotiations about the extension of that lease for some time. As you know, there were changes to the manager, so there were some confusion as to terms, but I wanted Roy to speak on specifically that lease because we would be in a difficult position if that lease was not renewed, even if it's for a short period of time. And I know I saw the numbers, but we actually pay you for the use of that property. And one of the things that was being negotiated was a renegotiation of that lease amount to cover some of your solid waste costs. So I'll have Roy speak on that and the pilots that we're doing. I can tell you that I brought an item to the board on adding mini dumps. I want to do green waste collection at Chapman Fields and at other parks that are nearby so that then we can dispose of it. And one of the things that we discussed with your staff is A, having a hurricane plan with priority for Coral Gables, B, composting and taking the green waste. And we could probably do that way faster than your plan. And then also providing a vehicle for your mulching. So you actually have a lot of green waste, as does Pinecrest and other folks. And what we're discussing is the county taking on that as part of that mulching and allowing that to be used countywide, as opposed to you all having to store it. So Roy can speak to some of the things that we've been discussing and what's happening with the lease at this moment.
Mayor Lago, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Roy Coley. I'm the Chief Utilities and Regulatory Services Officer for Mayor Danielle Levine Cava. Part of my portfolio is solid waste, and what I want to say to you is, first, I applaud the innovative way you're looking at solving a problem, and Miami-Dade County would like to further partner with you. The Commissioner did mention that we lease a property from you that's very important to all of Miami-Dade County's solid waste stream management, and we would very much like the opportunity to continue working with your staff, your city manager, and find a way that all of your goals are met and ours too. The residents of Coral Gables are also the residents of Miami-Dade County, and we want to make sure all of our decisions are newer to their benefit.
Well, thank you very much for being here, and I look forward to the continued negotiations with the manager. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, for all your hard work. Again, you're leading, as always, in regards to legislation and environmental stewardship, and we're grateful for that. But I will tell you both, we got to negotiate rigorously. We are in a like the county is. The city of Coral Gables is counting pennies. And I sent you a memo in regards to our financials. We are working hard to make sure that we can be efficient, that we can be stewards of the environment, and I look forward to partnering with you in regards to that property. But at the end of the day, we have to find ways to make it as efficient as possible. We've got to find ways to save money without raising costs. I will not, every year we get an increase in the garbage fee, and our options are two options. Well, three. Number one, pass it on to the residents, which we've done for so many years, and I voted against. Last year, we made a decision. Myself and the vice mayor voted in favor, of reducing the garbage fee from the residents. I think we reduced it by $300, Madam Vice Mayor?
That sounds about right.
$300, which was a significant reduction across the board. We're trying to save money for the residents and also insulate ourselves from the ever-growing costs. Again, you're facing it, we're facing it. So let's work together on that issue. I know how important this piece of property is, and I look forward to achieving a goal that benefits both the county and the city.
And the other thing that I would add, we are investing in the property. We have been working on, it's part of our capital plan. So there is a building on it. It has a 40-year inspection. We have been working on it. So we have been making an investment. As we met with the manager, we talked about different things, obviously paying more rent, to offset the costs that you all have. But then, as I said, also finding a solution for your green waste. I think that our portfolio has a lot more options. Some of the properties that you were all interested in, we could actually facilitate. So our portfolio is a lot bigger. And one of the things that I've done at the county is to force our board not to just focus on incineration, but to look at composting, yard waste, and a lot of different things all over the county. So I think there's a real opportunity here to partner and to do both things. I would just ask you, because of the time constraints, we're just concerned because we have 6 months left on this lease.
Roughly.
And it is a large part of our collection and movement of the trash. And we were actually looking at expanding it so that things could move faster.
I completely understand your concern, and the city of Coral Gables is your partner. We're not going to shut you off from one day to the next. That would never be the way that we operate. What I need to make sure is, for example, when it was mentioned before in that presentation, this is close to 100% emissions free as it gets. Has all the qualifications, has all the environmental qualifications, requirements, and achievements in regards to the system. So it is an environmentally friendly system. The city sets itself apart on being the most environmentally friendly city in Miami-Dade County. For example, you have two commissioners here. I don't think there's any other commissioner in Miami-Dade County whose house runs on solar. You have two commissioners here that sit on this dais, myself and the vice mayor. So I can go on and on and on. But the point is that I gotta insulate myself from the continued cost that's going up. I can't pass it on to my retired residents. The cost, we lowered it $300. We absorbed that. What's the number, Mr. Manager, that it cost us last year? That $300 cut?
Yes, it cost us $3.6 million.
$3.6 million. That is a real reduction for residents. So we're trying to find solutions. We're looking forward to partner with you. We're going to continue the conversation, and I think we can. But I just want you to understand the position that we're in as a city. I got to deliver for the residents.
We agree, and we're just here to tell you that these two things are not in conflict.
I know.
Right? So you can move forward on this. It's not necessarily in conflict with what we do at the property and with our current use. So that's all that we request, and that you continue to negotiate with us as to the extension of that lease.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yes, through the mayor. Thank you. The problem is not only the waste disposal. The problem is the issues that we have in case of a hurricane.
Yeah.
We've lost our rental site. We have no place to put the substantial amount of material. We're at Tree City, USA City, and during Irma we had 360,000 cubic yards of material. We came within 2 days of having to stop collection because we had no place to put it. A big problem for us right now is that the site that we were using, the Pompano site from Waste Management, is no longer available. So instead of having a 2-hour trip, now it's a 6-hour trip. So we would be forced to use Lee Lincoln or the golf course. Those are two alternatives that we would use.
They're not going to fly with the residents.
No. And those would be a huge category if there's a huge category hurricane. So we tried to work with Dade County through Irma. We were not successful, and we came twice within 2 days of almost stopping collection. One of the things that we have with this system is that it's EPA exempt and Florida Department of Environmental Protection exempt. So it's a very environmentally safe system. It produces this biochar, which is a large reduction in mass that we would use. It could be used the way it's processed into low grade concrete, low grade asphalt. It could be used as an additive to our topsoil. So I look forward to working with Dade County, but I cannot recommend something that we cannot live with, not only from a monetary perspective, but also from a hurricane perspective. We came very close. It's a huge concern. I had a huge concern during Hurricane Andrew. We had debris all over the city. What happens with green matter, it becomes kindling in a month. I was very concerned about a fire spreading throughout the entire city. We have to be able to get rid of our green waste. It's a life safety issue, and those are the issues that Mayor and we've been working this for a long time, and so this is what generated this, and we will be happy to help with you to work with the county, but we have a lot of issues to work on.
Agree. And like I told you, we have several sites that you all do not have access to. We have our own sites and others that we can acquire. And we're happy to partner with you on that. The only thing that I would add is that pursuant to the divesting that's happening at the state of Florida, DEP will become part of the county in 2026. So we will be the regulatory authority that oversees all of this. So there's a whole series of other things, right, that happens. And we're dealing with it as we work through what we want to do, right? So I think that there is a tremendous opportunity to partner. And like I said, even if it's a short-term lease and not to the extent that we had it in the past. I think that there definitely is a path forward. And there's a lot of value that we can bring with our existing assets, because this will take you some time. And we could have something happen in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months. And I think what we need to work on is a unified plan that prioritizes Coral Gables, given your participation in our waste management programming because of this property.
Well, as long as the county understands that we have a long-term goal here, and we have looked at solutions that really help our city. And the prior contract was 30 years. I believe that's too long. And if we have something new, it would be for a shorter period of time, but maybe with extensions or something like this. But I think we can work together and see what we can come up with in the number of issues that we have to work out.
Happy to do so. Thank you all.
Manager Places, thank you for bringing up Irma. My colleague Jimmy Morales was the city manager of Miami Beach during Irma, and I worked for him at that time. And we had the very same experience at Miami Beach that you're describing Coral Gables had in Irma. So we're extremely sensitive and mindful. Jimmy Morales and I have teamed together working with the county's emergency management. We're actively trying to identify additional debris reduction sites countywide, not only for the county, but for all municipalities, because I think many of the municipalities had the same experience Coral Gables had in Irma and Miami Beach had. And we're also very mindful that when Irma came through here, it was actually only a tropical storm, and that had that been a Category 2, 3, or 4 hurricane, the problem would have been exponentially worse. And so we're mindful of that, and you have our commitment that we're working to find a solution for all of us there.
During Irma, the county decided not to have any temporary burn sites, and or not accept mulch at the landfills. So we had no place to go, and that's something that is very problematic.
Agree.
So we'll work on this. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take items A2, A4, then A8. A2, A4, A8. I'd like to call Skylar Rubito up, please. We'll be hearing item F15 and F16 along with A2. So as Skylar comes up, I'd like to give you a little bit of background. Skylar was my intern this summer, and to say that I was impressed is an understatement. This is probably one of the most competent individuals I've ever had the privilege of working with, and most hardworking. With all due respect to all the interns who give up of their hardworking time and of their summer, Skylar worked 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. By the way, she wasn't paid. She was doing this out of the interest to learn. She is a junior at SMU. She is interested in going to law school. We see several women attorneys here, like my sister, who I would hope maybe speak to Skylar after. Ladies. She is impressive beyond belief. Her work ethic is unparalleled, and I had her work on 2 memos that are important. Miss Maria Cruz said before, the important thing is to educate the community, to spread the word. This is a memo that I wrote, and I've handed it off to the entire city, and today we hopefully will memorialize it here in the city. It's 2 memos. One is of importance of financial responsibility and fiscal stewardship, and the second one is of our current situation with FP&L. First and foremost, I want to thank FP&L. It's one of the projects that I worked on for 10 years, and we are undergrounding the power lines in the city of Coral Gables. We're going to have about 70% of the city undergrounded. It's going to take about 10 years. We've been doing it for about 2 years, and I'm very grateful that we're one of the first cities in the state of Florida to do that. And that's the second memo that she wrote about. And the reason why I bring that up is because as the FP&L power lines come down from the poles, we're going to have to address the issue of low voltage, Comcast, and AT&T. Who's going to maintain these poles? So we need to ask assistance from the state legislature to ensure that there's cooperation. Skylar, please join us.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. Manager, and Mr. Clerk. I'd like to start off by saying, this is too close, wait, sorry.
Take control. You took control of my office, so take control. Don't worry.
I'd like to start off by saying thank you to everybody here for the incredible experience and how amazing it truly has been to work here and serve under you and serve the residents and citizens of the City Beautiful. As the mayor was just saying, the most pressing financial concerns and issues that we spoke about needed to be addressed, and therefore we comprised a memo. The first memorandum I distributed was titled Litigation Costs, Fiscal Responsibility, and Retirement System Liabilities, a call for accountable financial management and a critical examination of self-serving decisions. The purpose of this memo was not to narrowly focus on one financial issue, but it was to provide a comprehensive review of all recent budgetary decisions, taking into consideration as well as the city expenditures, retirement system liabilities, and several other factors that are impacting the long-term financial health of the city. The process of preparing this memo involved coordinating with multiple department heads. I met with the finance department to obtain budget projections and city expenditures from the human resources department. I gathered information and records with the hiring and the salary of former city manager Amos Rojas. From the city attorney's office, we received accurate litigation costs, and from the city clerk's office, we received record of ordinances and resolutions from previous commission meetings. Each department not only provided data, but feedback. The purpose of this process was, yes, to obtain the most accurate findings, but also to ensure that we were operating in the most transparent way possible to be able to retain an accurate picture of the city's finances. The first financial concern our memo highlights is the $556,068.87 in taxpayer-funded legal fees that the city is said to have irresponsibly amassed in the July 16th, 2025 memo concerning the same. The figure itself is correct, but unfortunately the time frame in which these three pieces of legislation were listed was left out. This memo references three different pieces of litigation that span over a period of 10 years. The city's 2016 ban on polystyrene, which is officially ruled on in 2019, the city's 2018 addition to collective lawsuit against the state of Florida over local fireman regulations, which officially ruled in 2018, and most notably, the Gables Accountability Project, 2021's lawsuit against the city of Coral Gables over the lease of the Wawa gas station, which culminated in 2023. In this case, the city was sued and as a result compelled to respond. This was not a voluntary matter. This focus on litigation costs provided only a partial look into the city's finances. As a result, the following information serves as a data summary of the additional financial challenges that our city faces and has faced over the last 2 years. To begin, the hiring of former city manager Amos Rojas. Mr. Rojas was hired in the middle of a commission meeting without a resume or without a basic meeting of all members of the commission. His total compensation package, including benefits, was $368,000 annually, the highest salary ever paid to a city manager in Coral Gables. And this represents a substantial commitment on behalf of the city. Next, increase in personal costs. In fiscal year 2025, the city added 26 new positions, which included 5 police officers, 5 firefighters, 2 civilian police positions, and 14 positions in other departments. The cost of the 14 departmental positions alone is projected at $685,000 in fiscal year 2025, increasing to $939,000 in fiscal year 2026. Over 10 years, the total cost is estimated to be at more than $11.5 million, not including retirement expenses. Next, the Miracle Theater allocation. The city allocated $41,000 for an ADA ramp at the Miracle Theater in fiscal year of 2024. The theater already benefits from a lease that requires only insurance payments and no rent. Given those terms, there are questions as to whether it was appropriate to use taxpayers' money. Next is the salary increases of elected officials. In fiscal year 2024, commissioner salaries increased from $41,000 to $83,000, which is an increase of 101%. Ordinance 2025-06 later reversed this increase, reducing allowances and capping travel expenses. Nonetheless, the temporary salary increase represented a significant additional cost to the city budget. Next is the 4% COLA and retirement system. The retirement system was also impacted by the approval of a 4% cost of living adjustment, or COLA. This adjustment was granted despite a cumulative experience loss of $169 million as of October 2024. The immediate result is an additional $2.2 million in required city contributions for fiscal year 2026 and an increase of more than $14 million in unfunded actual liability. The cumulative effect of these financial decisions and broader fiscal context, these financial decisions are expected to cost the city approximately $27 million over the next 10 years. It is necessary to compare our current financial situation and its upward trend to the past 12 years. The city's reserves have increased from $21 million in 2013 to $59 million in 2024. Pension liabilities have decreased from $243 million in 2013 to $157 million in 2023. After the COLA, liabilities rose again to $170 million. The funded ratio of the pension system improved from 51% in 2013 to 75% in 2023, before falling slightly to 74.5% following the COLA. It is also important to note the recent trend in property values. After double-digit increases in 2022, 11.28% and 2023, 12.46%, we have seen a significant downturn with 8.5% in 2024 and 5.8% in 2025. This slowdown reduces the city's ability to rely on rising property values to offset budgetary pressures. This memo recommends a full audit review of all budgetary policy decisions. It also exacerbates the need for greater transparency in reporting financial impacts to residents. As a result of these financial trends, it is imperative that as a commission we adopt a renewed focus on fiscal discipline by protecting reserves, managing liabilities, and limiting the burden on taxpayers. The memo was developed to present facts, clarify misconceptions, and provide Coral Gables residents with a complete picture of our city's financial issues and our position. Moving forward, the emphasis must remain on responsible fiscal management to safeguard the long-term stability of our community.
Thank you, Skyler. Can we discuss the memo, the FPNL memo, so we can, thank you, Commissioner, I appreciate that. Can you proceed to the FPNL memo and provide a synopsis so that residents in this community can get a better understanding of what we're facing outside of the undergrounding and why we need their help in lobbying their state representatives and senators to finish the job over a 10-year period as we underground FPNL?
So this FPNL memo was titled Telecommunication System Undergrounding, Benefits and Considerations. The purpose of this memo was to highlight the benefits of the lateral hardening project under the Storm Secure program with Florida Power and Light, as well as the current and future impacts of aspects outside of FPL and the city's control. The undergrounding of third-party lines such as AT&T and Comcast. In 2023, the mayor's office prepared and passed the legislation allowing for FPL's lateral hardening program to take effect within the city. The approved legislation, Resolution Number 2023-126, grants FPL the right-of-way to access private and public land to facilitate the undergrounding of utilities within the city. This is based on the procedure outlined in FPL's Storm Secure program. So there are many benefits to undergrounding, but three of the most substantial ones would be durability, reliability, and aesthetics and economic. So durability, due to the process of undergrounding previously overhead power lines, the process ensures that utilities are less susceptible to damage from natural disasters or accidental damages. According to FPL, underground lines performed up to 14 times better than the overhead lines during the 2024 hurricane season. Reliability. Due to the decreased risk of damage during a weather emergency, this undergrounding process is extremely beneficial to emergency response teams who need constant coverage. And lastly, aesthetics and economics. Underground lines contribute to a cleaner, more attractive cityscape, which has the potential of increasing property values and economic development. And it also makes the city more appealing to residents and visitors. FPL's involvement. Per FPL, their lateral hardening program follows a specific communication process with third-party telecommunication companies such as AT&T and Comcast. After vetting a site for undergrounding, FPL follows these steps. First, they provide advance notice to all communication companies regarding facilities scheduled for undergrounding. Communication companies advise whether they will remove their facilities or purchase the pole itself. FPL then removes the poles after project completion once communications companies have removed their facilities or transfers pole ownership if companies elect to purchase them. Unfortunately, neither FPL nor the city has the power to simply remove the remaining utility poles. FPL must receive notice from the telecommunication companies that still service these poles, and the city must be protected by state law in these instances before we are able to act. Often, these companies are uncooperative in a bilaterally transferring services. As a result, the benefits of streamlining power line systems fall short. Remaining utility poles can impact access to utility services, and especially during South Florida's lengthy hurricane season, this is concern for residents who have had their power lines installed underground already. It is for these reasons that the Office of the Mayor fully supports efforts to collaborate with state legislators to require the Florida Public Service Commission to enforce these undergrounding initiatives for entities such as AT&T and Comcast. To ensure that the city's concerns are effectively addressed, the mayor plans to attend the upcoming September 4th, 2025 PSC meeting in Tallahassee, Florida. Alongside the mayor's plan to attend the upcoming PSC meeting, a resolution is presented before the commission reaffirming the city's authority, including the intent to enforce ordinance number 2022-69. This ordinance requires the undergrounding of communication infrastructure and is in accordance with Florida legislature, which mandates the removal and redundant pole attachments. Additionally, this would seek to pressure the Florida legislature to amend section 366.97 to require entities to comply with the bilateral transfer of services in similar projects moving forward. To conclude, as we continue to improve our infrastructure, it is crucial to understand the complexities of transformative projects such as the one, as well as the kind of work the city will face moving forward to mitigate resident concern and ensure our community's growth and safety. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Manager, I think you should be worried. She's ready to be the manager, I'm telling you. Skylar, great job. So F30 is on the agenda also, which is the resolution that you just put forward. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
May I read it into the record?
Of course you can, yes.
The title of F30 is a resolution of the City Commission reaffirming the city's authority and intent to fully enforce ordinance number 2022-69, requiring the undergrounding of communications infrastructure, declaring the ordinance consistent with Florida law, including section 366.97 Florida statutes, directing the city manager and city attorney to take all necessary actions to pursue enforcement, urging the Florida legislature to amend section 366.97 to require co-locating entities to underground facilities contemporaneously with electric undergrounding projects, and directing that such legislative amendment be included among the city's legislative priorities for the upcoming session.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Locke?
Yes. So in closing, I want to congratulate you. She did all the research. She met with the finance director, the assistant finance director. She met with the ACM, the DCM, the city manager, the city attorney, the assistant city attorney, the city clerk, not once, not twice, but in certain cases, 3 and 4 times prior to publishing these memos. Very complicated work. She spent 2 months here in the city, and she was an incredible asset and got along with everyone, the consummate professional. This city, once you're finished, I was begging her to come back to Miami, to come go to school here, because this city would be blessed to have someone like you working here. And I'd like for you to sit down, because you have 2 attorneys. When you get a chance, after we're done, I'd like for you to meet with 2 attorneys that are in the back who have extensive knowledge, who I think could give you a little more guiding light in your future, hopefully as an attorney. But before you do that, one of the reasons why you came down is because I wanted to show you a small token of gratitude. So if I may. And I want to thank, by the way, Chelsea, the manager, the ACM, the DCM, Laura, Nicole, everyone for putting this together. Skylar Rubido, a college junior at Southern Methodist University, SMU, double majoring in political science and corporate communications and public affairs, participated in a summer internship in Mayor Lago's office, 2 months. Whereas Skylar Rubito made a meaningful impact to the city this summer, helping with research, drafting, communications, and supporting the day-to-day operations of the mayor's office. And whereas Skylar Rubito brought enthusiasm, maturity, fresh perspectives, and most importantly, a genuine desire to learn to the mayor's office. And whereas Skylar Rubito has demonstrated a commitment to public service and interest in making a difference and a strong work ethic. And whereas Skylar Rubito's contributions have not gone unnoticed. And this proclamation is an expression, a simple expression of appreciation for all she has done and acknowledgement of her hard work and dedication. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and the members of the city commission, do hereby proclaim August 26, 2025, Skylar Rubito Day in Coral Gables. Gotta go up. You gotta speak. You gotta say a few words. You gotta say a few words. You gotta say a few words.
I don't have a speech prepared. I don't know. It's an honor. Thank you. I've learned so much working here. It has truly been the experience of a lifetime. You really opened my eyes to how much I love this stuff. So thank you for being such an incredible mentor and teaching me and just always bringing me along instead of just leaving me on the sidelines. And just thank you. This means so much more than you'll know.
And I want to tell you one thing before we take a picture. Your parents are so proud of you. It's amazing. Like, I just want you to know how proud of you and, you know, how highly they talk about you. And I know it's a very high bar, but you're an amazing young lady. And I mean, the future's super bright, super bright. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank
Congratulations.
you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So I think that we honestly surprised her because she told her parents, why am I having to come back after going up to school a week ago to present these memos? I can do it on Zoom. I said, no, you got to come back. You got to come back. Congratulations. All right, we're moving on to item A4 and then A8. Congratulations to firefighter Jason Hibbert Jr., recipient of City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of July 2025. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Today we have the honor of recognizing firefighter Jason Hibbert Jr. as our Firefighter of the Month for the month of July. He was nominated by Division Chief Jones, who is with us today, so I'm going to allow him to speak on the nomination itself.
Chief, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, or good morning, I should say. It's always a great opportunity to celebrate and appreciate the amazing work that happened by the men and women here at the Coral Gables Fire Department. Today, we are celebrating Jason Hibbert, firefighter Jason Hibbert, as the Firefighter of the Month for his contribution for innovating and giving probationary modules. As you are aware, we just hired a new amount of firefighters in the fire department. These modules will assist them with navigating through medical calls and ensuring that they're proficient in their duties every day. So congratulations to firefighter Jason Hibbert.
Good morning. I'm truly honored to be recognized as Firefighter of the Month. Developing the EMS probationary module was important to me because I want our new members prepared to serve our community at the highest level. I want to thank my family, our administrative staff, our chiefs, Chief Jones, Chief Gill, and Chief De La Rosa. Thank you.
How long you been in the force?
6 years.
Nice, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved, well deserved. How old are you?
27.
I thought you were like 21 for a second there.
I get that a lot.
You look young, man. It's good.
Thank you.
He's taking
Good.
good care of himself.
That's good. Well, listen, we're blessed to have you on the force, and thank you for everything you do. All of you, thank you. It's truly a privilege and honor to have you. God bless you guys. Keep
Appreciate
working.
it. Thank you.
It's a picture. This is a real picture. No, this is for sure a picture. Yeah, no.
Moving on to item A8. Okay. Item A8. Congratulations to Officer Robert Thompson, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Officer of the Month for the month of March 2025. Chief.
Good morning. Good morning,
sir.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. On March 1st, 2025, at approximately 11:48 hours, the Coral Gables Police Department were dispatched to an emergency call in the intersection of Coco Plum and Miraflores Avenue. Reference a juvenile who was involved in a bicycle accident. Officer Robert Thompson was able to speak to the witness and advised the juvenile was struck by a black late model GMC pickup truck. The juvenile made and had sustained injuries that were somewhat serious to his left forearm and was transported to Nichols Children's Hospital. Realizing now that the criminal investigation, Officer Thompson utilized what we have in the area in our partnership with Coco Plum with vigilant ALPR cameras, and were located at the entrance of the Coco Plum community. After reviewing those, Officer Thompson then identified a black GMC pickup truck bearing a Florida tag that had entered the community at 11:36. However, the video did not show that the truck had entered the community. This led Officer Thompson to continue his investigation for his part, and at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he had obtained video from the Coco Plum security gate. Officer Thompson then turned that over to the investigating officer, Officer Joe Baez, who then completed the investigation, which resulted in the arrest for no valid driver's license, including leaving the scene of an accident of a crash with serious bodily injury, and a fugitive warrant out of Port St. Lucie for marriage bigamy. That was a new one on me, too. Officer Thompson was able to apply 30 years of service, and not about the bigamy, but about the accident. Years of experience, which included investigating traffic crashes, which identified the individual in this case. Because of these actions, he was nominated by Sergeant Bo Williams and was Officer of the Month for March 2025.
Sir?
Your moment of fame.
Wow. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you, Chief. Thank you for the recognition of this award. I wasn't the initial primary officer on this, but I was asked to come by because we didn't know whether this 10-year-old had fallen off the bike, which is what was first reported, or was there more to it of a motor vehicle? So I went over to the scene. There was a lot of evidence on the roadway that would indicate this was a little bit more than just a 10-year-old falling off a bike. Talking further, we were able to identify that there were 2 black pickup trucks that had come through Coco Plum. I went into the cameras. We identified one had just left. He was stopped. He said, no, I came back afterwards. So the first pickup that went through is the one that we're looking for. He had not exited Coco Plum. And while I'm getting extra video surveillance from the security gate at Coco Plum, I have the car coming out. So I pulled him over, detained him, talked to him, had Officer Baez come over and finish it up. But just wanted to say again, thank you, Chief, for the recognition. I do have my mother here, Mayor Dorothy Thompson. Mom. And my sister, June Morris.
And June.
June. Sergeant Williams, would you like to say anything, Sergeant Williams?
To the mayor, if I may.
Really quick.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
but does he want to say something?
Bo, go ahead, Bo, come on in.
For you? Okay, then I go.
I just wanted to
You got-
nominate Robbie Thompson, not just for the hard work that he did for this one incident, but he's one of the hardest working officers that I've ever worked with, and I'm proud to work with Robbie every day. He was involved in the incident with the migrant when he was flagged down by a woman saying that, hey, I think I saw somebody getting pushed into a van. He notified dispatch right away and was able to canvass the area and locate the vehicle, and we all know what that led to. And not only that a couple weeks later, he was involved in the other migrant case. So it's just not the most recent incidents, but it's every day he comes into work, and I'm sure his mother's proud of him, and I'm sure that your father is looking down on you right now today with a smile on your face, because you know, just like he dedicated his life to service, you've dedicated 30 years of your life with Coral Gables, and I'm proud to work with you, Robbie.
Vice Mayor.
So I was just going to add that to that as well, because of your keen skills, and we were able to interdict the illegal aliens that were coming in off the coast there. Not only did that, it was out a recognizable act, but we also recognized the fact that we needed some additional equipment and put in a request to the state to fund the boats necessary for better job, so you can do a better job and everybody can do a better job in our city interdicting these illegal aliens. So thank you. You brought it to our attention that we had a need. Thank you, because you've stepped up to the plate many, many times in protecting our community, and we're very, very proud of you.
Through the mayor,
Yes,
I want to say, number one, thank you so much for your service. You're really an example. He just said everything I was about to mention about the Chinese migrants, and I want to tell you that you have a mother that is so proud of you, as all this commission is as well. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what can I say, Officer Thompson? It hasn't already been said, so, you know, I just also want to say thank you for all you've done, not just today, not just in the month of March, and not just that oversized role that you played in the migrants situation that we had over there in the waterway. It seems like you're at the right place at the right time when we need you. So thank you for that as well. Thank you for your service overall. And you do so very well in maintaining the very high standards, ethics of the Thompson name. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I echo everyone's sentiments. Congratulations. You've had an amazing career. To be able to accomplish everything you've accomplished, again, is something that all of us, as we grow older in our careers, we hope that we're recognized at this point. So congratulations on everything you've done. God bless, man. It's amazing. Want to take a photo, or you want to do them all?
If you want to, we can get them all. I mean, okay. This time, I would like to thank you. At this, I'd like to call up Detective Taha. Detective Taha, along with his family that's also here today, was nominated and received the nomination for the Detective of the First Quarter. And again, as we talked about in the first one, There are bits of work that are team done, and this is one of those individual cases that you would like to identify as us. There was an occupied burglary by an individual at the Grand Living, the assisted living facility, with multiple apartments. On January 9th, our patrol units responded to the address on Granello. An unknown black male had burglarized multiple apartments and had fled the scene. As the officers arrived, they got information, passed it on to Detective Taha. And this is one of those unique cases, somebody who exemplifies what it is to be a police officer day in and day out. The offender stole a Rolex watch and approximately $3,000 in cash from the apartments where the individual senior citizens lived. Talking about going above and beyond the call after talking to the ALF, he also talked to a witness who said that the individual left the service elevator down to the first floor and actually saw the individual get into a vehicle. Later, the witness observed him get into a black SUV. Detective Taha, on his own initiative, was relentless in his effort and produced video surveillance footage of the offender sitting at a bench waiting for a vehicle that picked him up. Detective Taha continued to do his investigation and found out that the individual got into an Uber. His keen investigation skills and determined that the Uber then took him to a hotel in the city of Miami. Detective Taha responded to the Uber driver's residence, and it is because of his impeccable interview skills, revealed that the offender had opened envelopes that contained the stolen cash while in the Uber. He continued to work and retrieve video surveillances and actually showed that the individual had left and got out of there, went into the hotel. Through the course of the investigation and getting an arrest warrant for the individual for an occupied burglary, he later found out that the individual came down here from North Carolina, specifically just to do these burglaries. He swiftly secured that arrest warrant, found out that on top of that, through his interpersonal relationships with other detectives, he had committed 3 similar cases in the city of Miami, as well as one in Aventura. Because of his relationship that he built with the hotel manager, he was called 2 days later that the individual had checked back into the hotel. Without hesitation, he responded, along with members of this department and other departments, and a brief foot pursuit, the offender was taken into custody. Detective Taha then arrested him for the arrest warrant that he had issued, and he also, in his pursuit of justice, did not stop there. He was able to identify the offender in 3 cases out of Franklin County, Indiana. The detective recently, because of his relentless search and justice in vulnerable victims, led to the apprehension of this offender, closing 10 cases between the city of Miami, the city of Coral Gables, and Aventura and Franklin County, Indiana. Commissioners, I like to tell you that we have great officers. You know, and we've talked about on this dais before about what it takes to be a Coral Gables police officer. There are employees who do wonderful things all the time. There are employees who do wonderful things every day, and this is their mantra. This is who we're looking for. Detective Taha is one of those individuals. He comes to work every day and performs like this every day. There is no downside to his work ethic when he comes in. I am proud to recommend or to nominate, to award him the Detective of the First Quarter for 2025, Khalil Taha.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Chief, Commissioners. This award is not only my individual work, but it's also a team. I want to give a special thanks to the CST team for the City of Coral Gables, who helped me on that day as well. They were always there. They've been always there for me whenever we've needed them on any of the cases. We call them the City of Miami detectives that also assisted me in being able to identify them in their cases, and my family, of course, who
Doesn't matter if it's weekends, late nights, call outs, whatever it is, they've always supported me. I also want to give a special thank you. She was here earlier. She had to leave because she had a few pen warrants, to Assistant State Attorney Stephanie Ora, who helped me with the arrest warrant and has continuously helped us with any warrants that we may have in the city. So I just want to give everybody a thank you for being here, and the award selection committee as well.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Detective, I've had the opportunity to work with you on personal cases, I would say, as in your capacity as a detective, and I have to say that your professionalism and your work ethic is really exceptional. So very well deserved.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
As
you.
always, I feel like you've been here before already, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar.
Well, he's also so pretty, so he supplements the PIO corps.
Yes.
Not that I have bad-looking PIO people, because, I mean, Natalie's good, Sergeant Christensen's
You
good.
said it, I didn't. So,
I know, well,
yeah, it's
I
okay,
needed a
but-
Spanish speaker. How did I know he didn't speak Spanish? But that was too late.
Congratulations, and thank you. Thank you for your dedication and your sacrifice. Thank you so much. The city's grateful. God bless, my friend. Let's take a photo. We have one more?
No, we have one more, and then we have the
Okay,
big one.
perfect.
So if you want to stand right off to the side. At this time, I'd like to call one of our regular people, the Officer of the Month for February. So if Josh DeLeon would please come forward. On the evening of February 25th, 2025, at approximately 11:10 at night, while working the crime suppression team with the rest of his compadres on the team, he observed an individual in the area of the 1700 block of Country Club Prado on a bicycle without lights, working in that area. He continued to follow the individual along with his teammates, Officer Alzate, as well as, I believe, Officer Peter Hernandez were out there as well. After watching the individual with no direct place of where they were going, the individuals then stopped. One, because he didn't have any lights on his bicycle, as well as some of the other traffic violations that he watched, or that he observed. He could really not dispel Officer De Leon's reason or suspicion for the area. He also had a backpack-type piece of luggage on his person. After stopping the individual of the team together, the individual consented to allowing him to search his bag. Inside that bag was a 9mm, I want to make sure I get this right, a 9mm Luger STV, along with other individual tools, a flathead screwdriver, large zipper bag with a black nylon, as well as methamphetamine. Once the individual was read his Miranda, he actually told Officer Alzate that he was just going to a friend's house, really couldn't say where it was going through. A routine record check conducted revealed that the individual, who is now biking around our streets in the middle of the night, was a convicted felon, and search incident to arrest, the person revealed that he was wearing multiple layers of clothing. He had 2 pairs of black pants on, black shorts underneath that, located a gray folding knife and a window punch inside the right pants pocket and the second layer of his black pants. He was issued a citation for riding his bicycle in oncoming traffic, as well as the lighting equipment. In the small clear bag, the suspect methamphetamine was about 318 grams, was impounded to the sheriff's office and tested. The bullet and the knife were also impounded. Based upon the totality of the circumstances, he failed to dispel the alarm for Officer De Leon. He was then charged with 2 counts, second-degree felony for firearm, weapons, ammunition, possession by a convicted felon, and third-degree felony for controlled substance possession, subject methamphetamine, and second-degree misdemeanor for loitering and prowling. The reason why this case is important is because this area was actually being targeted by us in response to some of the burglaries that had happened in that area and some of the suspicious activity. Because of his alertness, and again, another one of the individuals, a member of our SWAT team, a member of our training corps, also happened to be married to our Sergeant of Arms here today, so she's also with us. So she dressed him today. He's not really happy that he had to wear his Class A, but he didn't have a choice. Brittany, his wife. This is the reason why we do what we do. In the middle of the night when everybody's asleep, there's guys like him that are out there doing it every day above reproach. And for this, he was awarded Officer of the Month for February 2025.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and the City Manager. I appreciate you having me here today. I would like to thank the Chief and the Award Selection Committee for nominating me for Officer of the Month or selecting me for Officer of the Month of February. I am truly grateful and honored. Last but not least, I'd like to recognize the crime suppression team who was there with me on that call for that night, the call for service. And I'd also like to thank the additional officers who assisted to the call for service resulting in this arrest. These officers, as with any call for service or for arrest, it would not be possible for this not to happen. So again, I appreciate the officers who responded, and along with the crime suppression team, and again, my wife, who's she puts up with a lot. So I appreciate that. So
congratulations, my friend.
thank you.
You just saved the domestic violence case. This is what happens when you have a family and they all start getting married. Then they bring it home. So
2 kids later.
2 kids.
Congratulations.
So
congratulations.
Congratulations. And finally, one more person that we'd like to recommend or recognize today is Miss. I want to keep going. LaWanda Isaac. Candace. Okay, Candace. She corrected me. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce to you all our Operator of the Year in Communications. And you've heard me say this before, the pushing the button and answering the call and the communications operator is something that they don't know on the other side, and they have to be prepared for every time. This was one of those times. On April 4th in 2024, at approximately 1:52 in the afternoon, Candace, I'm just going to call you Candace. Candace, while assigned to the call-taking position, answered that 911 call. There was a female lived on Calabria. The female called and told the operator that she was home alone with her 4-year-old daughter, and she felt an epileptic seizure coming on. Throughout the time while this was going on, and she was activating, obviously, fire rescue and police units to head there, she continued to keep her calm. Help is on the way. Operator Isaac made the instructions to the caller that when the fire rescue arrives, they need to gain access to the home easily. She repeated the call to make sure that your front door is open. At one point, the operator, or Candace, actually told her to sit down to avoid falling and hurting herself. At that point, apparently, the mother passed out. She then continued the conversation with the 4-year-old daughter, taking over the conversation with her and checking on the mother, who said, Mommy's condition is getting worse, and she started to fall asleep, so to speak. After a few minutes, the young girl, heard that help is on the way, and she could hear the sirens coming, so they're here. And her performance in this call was an example of what she does every day she answers the phone, the thousands and tens of thousands of phone calls that we get. She's beyond commendable in how she managed this to assist her call during a highly stressful, calm situation. Help is on the way. Minutes later, the situation changed to the operator, Isaac, now engaging to communicate and guide to reassure a 4-year-old child that help is on the way and try to keep her calm. This whole process, that operator, Isaac, was focused, empathetic, and able to maintain her composure and ensure the successful outcome. It is for this explicit professionalism and passion and evident commitment to her job every day that she was recommended by Amy Diaz, our communications manager, and was awarded our Communications Operator of 2024.
Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm really thankful for this award. I'm coming up on 26 years of service with the City of Coral Gables, and it's really been an honor working with my coworkers, officers, staff, so I'm just thankful. And thank you, Manager Diaz, for taking the time to recognize me for such an honor. And thank you.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes. While Chief Hudak was saying what was happening, I was just trying to hold back not to cry because I can imagine the situation of a 4-year-old and a mom so worried of leaving her child, unattended. So it is the people like you that really make a difference in this world, and I really want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
We do the pictures, I think if we do the operator first, and then we'll switch out, and I think you all can sit still, and we'll
Sounds good to me.
rotate whatever, get it done. Candace? They can still hear you.
Are you trying to take a picture too? Okay.
Thank you. And with that, if we can switch out, if that's the Commissioner, stay put, and then we'll have Officer Taha, Detective Taha, and his wife come up. There was a lady behind you. Officer DeLeon? Officer Thompson?
June got into the picture.
I know, because she will insist on it, so I know. I know to come up.
I'm not, you want me with my camera? You want me in it? Get Natalie in here.
Si no estaba por la mañana. Yo te lo di por la mañana, you could stab somebody. Come on. That's a good quality pencil. That's a good quality pencil.
Coming down?
Muchas gracias.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, bathroom break. When I get back, we're gonna do F3, F6, and H4 that are all time certain. I wanna see if we can cover those in 2 to 3 minute intervals, please. Thank you. 5 minutes. Speed round. Oh, it's amazing. You got to put them in contact. I just did. Yeah, she's sophisticated on the whole brand work and everything. All right. Mr. Clerk, now we're back. Let's take A3, and then we'll do public comment after. And I want to apologize because A3 was requested by the Vice Mayor, but I gave it to the Commissioner, Commissioner Lara, and I cannot take it back now. We cannot take it back. It's bad luck. It's bad luck.
Okay, no bad juju, so let's go.
Let's go. Presentation or proclamation declaring
His voice is going to be fine.
September 2025 as Hunger Action Month in Coral Gables. Commissioner Lara.
Right. Thank you very much. Whereas since 1981, Feeding South Florida has worked to address hunger and food insecurity by providing our community with immediate access to nutritious food and other vital resources and support. And whereas hunger does not discriminate, it knows no race, religion, or age. In South Florida, approximately 1 million individuals face hunger, and food should not be an impossible choice for the community. And whereas Feeding South Florida leads hunger and poverty advocacy efforts in our community while transforming lives through innovative programming and education that provides economic growth and overall well-being. And whereas during this month, the city recognizes the critical importance of addressing food insecurity in our community and encourages all residents, businesses, organizations, and community groups to take meaningful action against hunger. Now, therefore, on behalf of Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim September 2025 as Hunger Action Month in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, on behalf of Vince Lago, as mayor of Coral Gables, we call upon our community to volunteer with local food banks and pantries, donate non-perishable food items and resources to organizations fighting hunger, and advocate for policies that address food insecurity. The fight against hunger extends beyond September, and sustained community engagement is essential to ensuring that no one in our community goes hungry.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, rest of the commission. On behalf of Feeding South Florida, we really do appreciate this proclamation. For your knowledge and awareness, we have 2 partner agencies located here in Coral Gables. I'm sorry, I almost said Coral Springs. That's where I'm from. Imagine what time I left my house this morning. And in the fiscal year 2025, those 2 partner agencies distributed 701,993 pounds of food to over 17,000 households. We understand that your neighbors may or may not be residents of this community, as we have people that come into the city and work here, and they also access food here. It is very important that we acknowledge this throughout the year and not just in September. It was interesting to sit here this morning and hear some of, no pun intended, how sausage is made, right? And elections have consequences and budget cuts and financial strains. We at Feeding South Florida, in the past 6 months, have lost nearly $15 million in funding. Excuse me. As our needs go up, that means the needs of our community. So thank you for this proclamation. Thank you for having us here today. And at any point in time, thank you for saying volunteering. We will be hosting 800 volunteers next Thursday at our warehouse in Pembroke Park. Go out and volunteer, because if you can't give money, you can give time. Thank you.
Do you know where residents can find more out about your organization, whether online?
Sure. The absolute best way is www.feedingsouthflorida.org. You can actually go online, put your zip code in, and it will give you food pantries that are located 50 feet, a mile, 5 miles, 10 miles. So feedingsouthflorida.org.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just wanted to add, and thank you for bringing this to my attention, that, we do have some churches in the community and very active members of our community, such as Marlon Everett, that collects some food and so forth. So perhaps also partnering with the local churches here as distribution points. I'm a member of the UCC across from the Biltmore. They hand out food as well. So I think together we can do great work. They also collect money from parishioners that, wish to contribute towards, helping to fund feeding the poor. And our pastor is, rather well known as going up into the tower until she can raise a certain amount of money and, and pack a trailer full of food as well that contributes to helping feed South Florida. But thank you for what you do, because this helps bring an awareness, and especially during budgetary cuts like we've had here.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your commitment to the community. It's important. Thank you. We're blessed to have you here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Could you do us a favor? Could you send information in line with what Commissioner Lara said through the manager's office? And
Absolutely.
Just send information where we can engage now as we start entering the holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, all the holidays. Maybe it's an opportunity that we can put the link up where people can make deliveries or can send food, additional food, or make contributions, and we can advertise that here in the city.
Absolutely. I'll do that.
Well, if you could just send it to the commission and there you go. The deputy city manager just gave you that information, and we can put it in our newsletter. And I think it's a good opportunity for people. The holidays, everybody wants to give, because we know how grateful and how well we are.
We have about 215 partner agencies throughout our network. We are responsible. We're part of the Feeding America network, which means we're part of the Feeding Florida network. Our coverage zone is from Jupiter in the north all the way to Key West in the south, and Miami-Dade is our largest county. We have 78 partners here in Miami-Dade County.
Please respond to the DCM. He just gave you his card, and we'll put it on through the manager. We'll put it on our newsletter, and just get some information out there. I think it's a very worthy cause. How long have you been around for?
We just celebrated 40 years.
Wow,
I
congrats.
celebrated 3 years with Feeding South Florida a week ago. So
good. Let's take a photo.
Fantastic. Thank you.
comment. Public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker today is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
That was funny, I guess.
Good morning, well, good afternoon. This is Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I wish I had more good things to say, but it's been an experience today, again and again and again. All righty. I had something, but I guess I'm going to leave it for next time. We keep talking about democracy, civility, respect, transparency. Those words are so good. They are really good. We get up when the presentations are being made. We sleep while people are talking. We really disrespect the people that are being honored many times. But that's okay. In the city of Coral Gables, we don't do that. We respect everybody. We, once again, keep talking about the past, what people shouldn't be doing. We demean and talk down to other people sitting in the dais. Respect, respect, respect. I don't know what respect means anymore, because it certainly doesn't mean what you all use. As a parent, as a mother of 3 daughters and 2 granddaughters, I'm ashamed of the way we treat people here. I'm sorry. This is not what, see, look, he's not even paying attention, so who cares? It's very sad that the people that claim to show how respect and civility should be are the first ones to violate that. Shameful, shameful, shameful. If I were related to, actually, I will be writing a note to the police honorees, and I will send them the video that I took about people sleeping, about people doing exactly what he's doing now, not paying attention. Now, I know I'm not important, but the police officers that were honored were certainly important in my book. And the firemen were important too, and we did not respect them. But that's okay. The king can do whatever he wants, and respect doesn't apply to him.
Tom Wells.
I'm Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way. Respectfully, the direction and leadership by the commission's regime, Mayor Lago, Anderson, and Lara, LAL, is troubling. We have never had a commission illegally steal our right to vote. Based on Mayor Lago's recent special bulletin and claims by his PAC, it's not honest. For example, number 1, illegal ordinance stealing our vote. Thankfully, it appears that LAL acknowledges the illegal ordinance per item F18 today. But if you want to really be physically responsible and save us $80,000 to move the election, have your referendum on November 3rd, 2026. We already have 2 referendums where we can vote by mail, vote in person, or early vote. Number 2, personal cost. Our budget compares Coral Gables to cities of Boca Raton and Palm Beach Gardens. Unlike Coral Gables, those cities do not pay for their mayor to have 2 dedicated employees. When you include this cost together with Mayor Lago's salary and expense reimbursement, we're paying over $180,000 annually for Mayor Lago. And that is before the $128,000 salary paid to Chelsea Grinnell, who now works for a new city manager hired without any search committee or salary negotiation. Ms. Grinnell's salary increased by $26,000, and unlike her successors, she's not a lawyer. And the new city manager's salary before benefits for him and his family is almost $307,000, $14,000 more than any prior city manager. Again, no search committee, no salary negotiation. And that does not include the $120,000 severance paid to the prior commissioner to quit to create a vacant spot for the current city manager. That is unprecedented. Number 3, broken promises. LAL's broken promises, aka lies, include no tax cut or fiscal responsibility. Our budget will increase by 10% to $306 million. Number 2, no independent voting for residents. LAL always votes together. Number 3, no independent search committee to choose a city manager. Number 4, no steps taken yet to allow residents to decide when they want to vote. Number 5, not being against overdevelopment. Number 6, creating political drama by censuring Commissioner Castro when all she asked the Attorney General as to whether what you're doing is legal. And it turns out it's illegal. It always was illegal. And number 7, breaking the oath of office on their first day of action. I, like all the other residents, want more informed voters. LAL wants more uninformed voters, not because that's good for Coral Gables, but rather it prolongs their rule over the city. And before we hear another misleading statement, LA also stands for liars always lie. Please move on from past grievances and start focusing on better leadership for Coral Gables. Thank you.
Jason Jackson.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes, sir.
first and foremost, I appreciate your patience,
Absolutely.
and we're blessed to have you as a resident of the city, my friend.
It is my pleasure. I love living
importantly,
here
a
and
friend.
love this place.
More importantly, a friend. Thank you.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Anderson, commissioners, city officials, staff, and most important, greetings to my neighbors, the citizens of the city. Beautiful Mayor, you have been a budding friend, and I appreciate your ability to recognize there's some of us who have no agenda. We just love this place. We've loved that we've raised our families here and want to do whatever we can to keep this place what we love to call it, beautiful. Thanks to Commissioner Castro taking some time last week to talk to me about some of her concerns and mine as a resident. You seem very diligent in service, and we appreciate that. I want to move through and just get to my main thrust, which is what I've heard, and I embrace the term, the brickification of this town. And I don't want to speak about the intent or the ideals of 100 years ago. We live right now. And in this space right now, I feel I can talk about when I'm not in this town, which is a lot, about this paradise we have within a paradise, a place to be proud of, a place to love. As I noted earlier, like my commitment, my passion, my feeling about this town is super deep and personal. Not one citizen of this town, not deeply interested or invested in commercial development, can be happy or proud about all of these towers going up. Those of us at 1121 Madruga Condo Association talk about eventually, and I'll retire from the beautiful basketball team downtown in about 9 years. In that time, will my commute turn into just a drive through a canyon of towers? That's not special. That's not unique. That's not why we live in Coral Gables. Listen, this project at the corner of US 1 and Mariposa, I know it's going up. You know it's going up. The county knows it's going up. But I want this group, as we heard today, which was encouraging, to maintain its connection, maintain its collaborative work dynamic and relationship with the county through this process. Those of us who live in that space, we feel a little bit like the redheaded stepchild of this city, and we want to make sure that you all are actively changing that perception for us, particularly with this project that's coming up. This is the hardest thing to do outside of sacrifice, which we talk about a lot in the Miami Heat organization, but love is the hardest thing. Love is best when it is unconditional, but that's the hardest kind. As I noted and will repeat many, many times, I love the city. I love what it's meant to my family. I love bragging about it from sea to shining sea. But I do not love some of the things that are happening and what we are currently destined to become if we don't focus on service and loving discourse for the people, by the people, forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patrick Ilavaca.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, city staff, officials, my fellow residents. Firstly, I'm glad to see that you're much better these days. Last time I saw you were in the muletas, so good to see that. I'm just here to say thanks. School's back. I live in the Italian village, Patrick Lavaca, 513 San Lorenzo. There was always a big problem, as we all know, in the Coral Gables area, in the area during the school in and out. I want to thank this chief, if he's still here. The Coral Gables community, safety community, as well as the Miami-Dade School PD. We actually saw 2 versus 1. We actually saw 2 community safety there versus just 0. And there's a huge presence within the officials of the Coral Gables Police Department that significantly made much more orderly dismissal this time of year, especially the first couple of weeks. I think there's a couple of things that can be addressed that to make it a full, not just a Band-Aid. There is a structural thing that needs to be addressed in terms of the pickup and drop-up, but that's a very convoluted issue because of so many different types of entities that need to be engaged. However, the Coral Gables Community Safety officers, they're there until 2:30, and they're stationed in San Lorenzo and as well as San Antonio, if I believe. They leave at 2:30. I know they need to go back to report back, but between 2:30 and 2:45 is when the speeding starts up again, and that's the last 15 minutes. If there's some way, somehow, that the board could figure out a way to extend 15 more minutes, it will reduce just a little bit more the speeding that goes on the side streets of my neighborhood. Last but not least, the illegal parking and the speeding has been better, which is great for the safety of all. However, I think there's still some things that can be done. But again, that is more of an issue that needs more collaboration. Whilst I have 30 seconds of my time, I'm super happy about the green waste energy effect that's going to be there. I think that's fantastic. It's a wonderful, wonderful initiative to raise money and generate money, which is a great thing to do. And last but not least, we look forward to celebrating the Italian Village in October with the help of Commissioner Castro. I hope everyone who lives in the Italian Village are able to go there, and of course the city officials. It's going to be a fun time. I'm actually helping out and using a little bit of my past experience in event management to help Commissioner Castro do a fantastic event. I hope everyone is able to come out here. It should be fun. But thank you so much again, and thank you again to thank you, Chief. You told me you're going to have a plan over last time I saw you here, and you did, and I appreciate it, and the officers did a hell of a job. I never saw all the different types of facilities, the SUVs, the DARE. I never saw the DARE before. The motorcycles are all on full force. It demonstrated law and order. Thank you so much for doing that. But there's still work to be done, but it's significant achievement that you guys did and compared to before. We're very, very happy for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here with us.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. We'll close the public comment. If I can get a motion for the approval of the minutes, B1.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
B2.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
B3.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
B4.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to time certain, agenda item F3. This is my item. This is an update regarding the art cinema expansion. I've been working on this project for well over 5 years, and I think this is something that, again, is going to bode very well in regards to culture and our downtown, and I'm looking forward to this finally coming to fruition. So if you can give us a quick update, I'd like to know where we're at, because I want to move this forward as quickly as possible.
Well, I can skip with my first line, which was good morning again.
Okay.
So good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here. Before I start, I wanted, Joanne Marr was here this morning and gave the Merrick moment. If you notice the T-shirt she had on, it was the Coconut Grove food pantry. Anyways, they operate a lot of the churches here, the Garden Club. We've participated with food drives. It's in Coconut Grove. Anyway, so I just want to say that we are trying to do our part with Feeding South Florida. This time I'm here before you on a much happier note. I'm here with my good friend and colleague, Brenda Moe, to give you an update on the Art Cinema. We are just about to celebrate our 15th anniversary. We opened our doors in mid-October of 2010. During those 15 years, we have grown into a real cultural gem of South Florida. And I personally feel very fortunate to be involved from the very beginning. I was excited when there was first conversation about a new building going up, new parking garage going up on Aragon, and that they were going to try to fit a tiny little theater into the first floor. I was there on opening night. It's just been a wonderful relationship. I started as a volunteer and taking tickets, and now I'm still a volunteer as chair of the cinema board. We are most fortunate to have an excellent executive director and an extremely talented staff who select some of the most wonderful films offerings that are available. Things that I've never heard of, that I go and I learn so much every time I go to the cinema. So much of this success could not have happened without the support of the city and the support of all the many ticket holders who fill our seats. So much of our growth, I want to tell you, mirrors the growth of the downtown. So many of the people that are living in the apartments and the condos love to come to the cinema because they can walk. But that's not to say we don't get residents from all over South Florida. I'm always surprised. Aventura, Key Biscayne, Miami Beach. And as you all know, I saw many of you yesterday morning at the opening of the new tax collector's office. As I was walking back to my car, two women stopped me on the street, and this often happens, and they said, "You're from the cinema." Because I often thank people for coming, and so they know my face. And as they just told me how much they love going to the theater. And as they were walking away, one looked over her shoulder and said, "I already have my tickets for Downton Abbey." So I will turn the rest of this over to Brenda. I have given you all our update from last year, our impact report from 2024.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, or good
Morning.
afternoon. Sorry, good morning, good afternoon again. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, it's an honor, as always, to present in front of you. I do want to just say thank you to our board chair, Marlon, and the woman I rely on daily to help us really move the cinema forward. We had a presentation, and it will be really brief. I really just want to cover some key topics, which is a thank you to Mr. Mayor for helping us move the expansion progress forward. City Manager also. We had been stuck in some issues with our construction documents, and those were finally worked out with the various city departments. Our documents have been submitted, reviewed, and approved by the various departments, and the feedback that we received is being addressed item by item. And as that moves forward, right now we're waiting to be able to get access to the new space so that we can conduct an asbestos inspection as is required. And we have some documents for you. at the same, that we'll be delivering as these inspections are taken care of. What I would like to highlight, a couple of things. You do have a save the date. Something that's important about this save the date is that we will be honoring Don Slesnick, former Mayor Don Slesnick. He is going to be receiving the inaugural Don Slesnick Civic Vision Award. And this award will be given in the future to other leaders who really embody civic vision in this community. And our cinema is a result of his work. And so 15 years ago, I just want to touch on some of these topics. 15 years ago, we were founded with a clear vision, and this marks 15 years of delivering on it. We would we'll be sending out our invitations for October 29th. We would love to see you all there. It's going to be a milestone, important event. And it's, and Don Slesnick, the cinema, and Don all deserve to be acknowledged. So the Civic Vision Award, one thing I wanted to really highlight on is the necessity for a second location for a single screen cinema like ours is the economic impact that we are already creating in the downtown corridor. So things that are important is the parking revenue impact that we see from August 24 to August 25. Almost 18,000 patrons use the parking validation machine that is in our lobby. That's generating an estimated $53,000 in city revenue through the parking garage. A conservative estimate of attendees that aren't using the validator we can put at 16,000, which adds another 48,000 in parking revenue. So we're looking at 100 to 130,000 in parking revenue from our patrons currently. So the expansion of our patronage will only expand that city revenue. Our total economic impact operating currently is $2.82 million. Our membership impact, we have hit 2,500 members, which is an incredible milestone for a small organization like ours. I would like to acknowledge one of our newest members, Commissioner Lara, and his wife. Thank you so much for joining. It really is incredibly meaningful to see your name. I have at my desk a little, every time somebody joins as a member, it sends a notification to me. So when I saw your name, I immediately texted Marlon and let her know. So thank you so much. So 2,500 members, these are people that are investing in the cinema. 1,425 of those are Coral Gables residents, which 18 to 99 years old, let's say. The residents contribute almost $140,000 in membership dues. That's an incredible financial commitment from Coral Gables residents, and an estimated 1 in every 35 residents are dues-paying members of our cinema. This is a significant impact. So not only are the residents making an impact in the cinema and the economy of the downtown through their patronage of the cinema, but the visitor impact that we see from August 24 to August 25, almost 23,000 tickets were purchased by customers outside of Coral Gables. If we put a conservative $20 in local spending to every one of those customers, we're seeing outside dollars coming into the downtown corridor of almost $500,000. That's real impact that our cultural center is having on the downtown corridor, and that's the value that we bring. And it's not only culture, it's not only community, it's not only Coral Gables, it's economic. And we just wanted to really highlight that and highlight the value of the economic impact that we have and the greater economic impact we can have with our expansion.
So if I may, we're all big supporters of the cinema. I've been working on this project for many years now.
Many.
When are we opening?
So,
It gets you right down to the.
let me just,
See, I was quick. I was literally 5 seconds.
some of the
When are we
some of the
opening?
challenges that we have is in response to submitting our construction documents, we need to do an asbestos survey.
Okay.
To get into 240 Aragon, we need the approval of the current tenants. Paige is working with the current tenants, but we've been trying to do this for a month now, just to get access for under an hour.
So if I
So
may,
so those are challenges that are
let me
real.
But let me address it first. Okay, Mr. Manager, would you be so kind to deal with our staff, with your staff, and make sure that we can get into the building to perform the asbestos report,
Yes, Mayor.
please? Okay.
So that's just the challenges that we face, and we have no control over them. So once we can get through that, we are we'll go to the permitting process. We've talked at length with the city manager about the permitting process and hopefully how that can be expedited, and then the procuring the general contractor. So once that process is over, we're looking at 9 months of build out to open.
Do you have the capital necessary to do
Yes,
the
we do.
construction? Have
Yes,
you
and we
provided,
have that.
You provided that letter already to the manager?
We will be sending it. We're trying to move forward with responding to the department's notes on our construction documents.
Okay, let's do this. But we can do both.
Yes.
We'll get the asbestos testing done.
I have the letter that I'm sending to the city attorney for review, because when we had asked for an example letter of the attestation that's been requested, we were told that there wasn't a sample letter. So we're going to send a draft. Paige had suggested we send the draft to the city attorney.
Okay.
Just make sure that's okay. And then I have a board meeting in 2 weeks, and the board members are going to sign the letter as requested.
Okay, please, if you could be so kind to copy myself, the manager, the city attorney, the city clerk. I want it to be a public record. I want to start moving forward.
Yeah.
We need to get that letter. I asked the manager, we're pending. He said we're pending a letter proving that the funds were in place. I will get the asbestos test completed with the manager, and we'll move forward in getting your construction
Okay.
documents reviewed, okay?
Amazing.
That's
Mayor?
a priority for, that's it. Yes, sir.
If you're done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say, this is great that we're moving quickly to the other phase, but in the meantime, right, where you have currently the single theater, I just want everybody to know that it is such an experience that everyone needs to do. I challenge everybody here should be a member of the cinema. The truth is that when you watch a movie there, it's everything you said, but the sense of community is something that I walk away with. You go to the movie and you see your neighbors, you see your residents. Of course, we see people from outside Coral Gables, but you really see the people who live in Coral Gables, and you go there with a single purpose, to be transported somewhere else. So the engagement to watch what's on the screen, suspend disbelief, and allow the magic to happen. When we went to see Les Miserables, which is the last one I went to see, I'm telling you, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. If I were watching that at home, I would be very critical about, oh, that was very good cinematography, good lighting, nice editing, but watching it in the theater, I got emotional.
Such an experience.
So everyone should experience that. I highly recommend it. So 2 thumbs up, as they say.
So we have an action plan.
Yes.
In 2 weeks, we'll have the letter that's required by the city.
Yes.
We will get the asbestos studied, sample.
We have everything lined up. We have our vendor, our service provider, just,
But let's, I just want to cross items off the list.
Yeah.
I want to get done with this.
yes.
Okay,
I
so
agree.
this is what I'm
We
going to
do too.
request, okay? I'm going to request in 1 month, Mr. Clerk, when is our next commission meeting?
September 10th,
When's the following?
September 26th.
September 26th, please put on the agenda a follow-up. I would like to see a copy of the letter that was submitted to the city, please. And I would also like to see that the asbestos was tested.
It'll be the 23rd. I apologize.
That's fine, 23rd.
September
I just want to make sure that they were able to procure the sample of asbestos, if there is asbestos, the asbestos testing. I don't need the results just yet. I know it takes time, but I want to see the letter in the city's hands, and I want to see that you were able to get into the building to make sure that if you're testing the air ducts, the mastic in the flooring, whatever it is that you're looking for in regards to asbestos, that you're able to do that testing so that the ball can be rolling and moving forward, okay?
And I'll check with our architect and engineers to see if there are any other requirements that need access to 240 Aragon, so that I can share that with both of you, because that's really the biggest challenge.
But it's on the commission agenda for the end of September, so I would like to see those 2 items checked off so we
Wonderful.
can move on to the next
I'll
one.
send the letter. I'll send the letter this week. We've just been really focusing on trying to get this next step.
Of course, that's fine, but we have it on the agenda, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for
very much.
everything that you always do for
No,
us.
at all,
We
please.
appreciate it.
I'd like to just add that Tony Cilio has been great.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
please, let him know.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item F6. F6 is another item that I sponsored. It's a discussion regarding the gifted murals from the Spanish consulate celebrating the city's centennial year and the influence of Spanish culture, new murals on McBride Plaza. First and foremost, I apologize for making you wait. Belkis and staff, thank you so much for your hard work. And we've had multiple meetings in regards to this issue, and I think this is a great opportunity to continue collaborating, again, with probably our greatest international partner, Spain. Welcome to the City Beautiful. Welcome to your home. I want to tell my colleagues in the commission that this is something that we've been working on for a few months. I want your input and your guidance, and I think it just is another opportunity to continue collaborating with the Spanish government and just highlight that we have a lot more in common than most people think. Belkis.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I want to first let you know who's in the room with us. We have Maria Dolores Fernandez Gomez. She's a commercial attaché for the Trade Commission. We've got Elvira Marcos. She's the Chancellor and Director of the Tourism Office of Spain. And we have Jordi Boada, Director of Andalusia Trade, and Jose Rafael Fernandez Linares, who's the Chancellor of the Consulate of Spain. So I first want them to give you a little bit of background on how we got to this point. Elvira?
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. First of all, I would like to say it's an honor for me to be here with you today and present this project that I believe will strengthen the cultural and artistic ties between Spain and the city of Coral Gables. And to do so, the idea of this project is to bring an artist from the city of Malaga and born in the city of Malaga, and create a mural here in Coral Gables that would become a bridge between the two cities. Coral Gables, the city of Malaga, sharing art and creativity between both sides of the Atlantic. Where does this idea come from? Well, 3 years ago, we celebrated and we commemorated 50th anniversary of Pablo Picasso's death. From there was a collaboration that was born between the Ministry of Industry and Tourism, the City Council of Malaga, and Pablo Picasso's Foundation. We wanted to create a project that would be known worldwide, not something that would end and stop in the same year of the Picasso's commemorative death, but something that would stay, that would become a landmark. And this was throughout transforming the urban landscapes throughout the world through the art of Eduardo Luque, who's called Lalón, who's an artist rewarded, awarded, and very known in Spain and in Malaga, and who has an artistic vision that creates a dialogue between the cities where he paints, the host cities, the city of Malaga, and Picasso's art. So it is an artistic and a cultural exchange. The artist has to be born in Malaga, obviously, to bring the art from the city and from Picasso. And the concept is to transform the city with this urban transformation that creates this dialogue between Spain, Malaga, and the city where he works. So every work he does is completely different. It's an international project that has traveled to Asia, to Europe, but has never come to America. So we think it's a great opportunity to be the first city that hosts these artists and these murals. They are designed to become city landmarks, blend the local history, the host city symbols, with the artistic legacy of Malaga. And this year is a very special year for the consulate too, because Malaga is the guest city in the commemoration of the Hispanic Day in the 12th of October. So the authorities of Malaga will come here, and there will be different celebrations, commemorations, and we really believe that it would be great to have these murals created for those events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Belkis?
So as Elvira said, the mayor of Malaga has been very gracious to offer to paint 2 murals. We're talking about the murals that are currently at the McBride Plaza, so it's at 150 Miracle Mile. So there will be 2, this would be, so the top wall, let me go through this one. So the east wall is the one that is of Coral Gables, and it has our founder, George Merrick. And then the west wall would be the wall of Malaga with Picasso. And there's going to be a dialogue between those 2 artists, those 2 founders and leaders of those cities talking to each other. And as you can see from the 2 murals, there are some dynamics that are very similar, the Biltmore and the Catedral from Malaga. So there's a lot of similarities, and I think through art, there's a lot of things that we can change here still. We're working with the artist. He's very, very gracious and is open to whatever our interpretation and what we want to represent Coral Gables as. So we're open to your ideas as well.
So I wanted to put this before you because first and foremost, I want to thank you so much and thank Belkis and her team for doing an amazing job. We've had these murals up for 5 years now, correct? And they've served the city. And I thought it would be a good opportunity when you came. I was mesmerized by the opportunity to do something that highlights the most important painter probably ever, Picasso. When you talk about an artist that is world recognized, you put a work by Picasso, it's instantaneous. It's like a Warhol painting. Those are 2 of the most important artists, especially in the last 100 years, if not the 2 most important. So to me, I think it's an opportunity to really highlight our Spanish culture. That again, like I said before, that we have a lot more in common than most people know. We just talk about Mediterranean, and our that we speak Spanish. But at the end of the day, there's a lot more, and your influence in the city of Coral Gables. So I wanted to bring it before my colleagues. Like Belkis said, there could still be some changes made. I thought it would be great to highlight Merrick. I think it's a very positive way to highlight George Merrick, along with Picasso, and highlight some of the beautiful things that the cities are very excited about and are very proud of.
Through the mayor,
Yes.
if I may. Number one, I think I love the concept. I love the ideas. I love the conversation that both of them are having. The only thing that I think we could probably work on a little bit is toning it down as far as, I think it's very bright. But art's subjective. That's just my opinion. If
The colors are too bright, you think?
No, not all of them. Just toning it down just a tiny little bit. I think it in my opinion, art is subjective. I think it's wonderful. I love it anywhere. I just think in Coral Gables, toning it down just a tiny bit. I feel like it belongs more like in a more industrial, like a design district or like Wynwood. But besides that, I think it's exceptional.
Thank you very much.
Through the mayor.
I can
Yes.
understand. Yes.
No. I just wanted.
Understand that, but the thing is that it is on a nail that is not very visible from the street. So if it doesn't have these colors, people will miss it. And I think that it tries to attract attention. And also what reproduces are colors of the Mediterranean that maybe are missing in other, but this is a piece of art. It's like when you say in a very classic building or a very classic house, Picasso paintings won't be good because they are too colorful. However, that contrast is what brings everything, to be seen by people, and the contrast between one thing that is so soft, so beige, cream, etc., and then in an aisle, the colors that are completely
So,
Yeah, so what I was thinking, no, the colors obviously describe the artist. I completely understand that concept, but maybe we can add, I know there was some parts there that they were gray or black and white. Maybe we can add a little more of that to tone it down, but keep the colors.
So, through the mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I did a rather unique and different type of thesis paper for my ending my law degree, and it was art and the law. And I chose to do a paper that examined viewpoints on art, because what's beautiful in the eyes of the beholder, one person is not in the other, and the discussion was, what is art? And I picked Picasso. I picked Picasso on purpose. And if you look at and you study Picasso's paintings, and this goes way back to 1987, before we had readily available color copiers, et cetera, and I went down to the City of Miami Museum to look at the various arts. And having done art myself as a young person when I had more time to do it, it is indeed the vibrancy is part of it, and somewhat the audaciousness of the way Picasso would portray certain things that made Picasso Picasso. Now, it wasn't the only type of art that he did. He did a magnificent plate with a bullfight in it. So I wasn't aware until I did that paper about the contrasting personalities that he had within. I love it. I love the fact that he's sitting there. You know, I can see, you know, the easel. You can tell it's oil. I can tell the difference between oil painters and so forth. And we have some very famous artists now that have adopted many of the stylistic choices that Picasso made many, many years ago. You know, we have sometimes some things that we bring into our city that are attractive, like the colorful umbrellas, which faded in the sun. I can see a piece of this on the Malaga wall where you have the pieces of cloth draped from side to side. I thought, wow, that would be a very nice idea as well, too, to do in some of our corridors to attract people in and helps, especially in the summer, to cool things down. I think this is brilliant. So I do think it'll bring people out. I think it will cause this conversation to happen, and it would show, you know, how the artist's view of not only our city, but also the conversation that happens between the architecture of Malaga, Spain, influenced the architecture in the city of Coral Gables. So thank you for bringing this to us. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you. So I want to say thank you all very much for coming and participating and collaborating and bringing these two cultures, and as the mayor said, not only together, but to emphasize and highlight the similarities that already exist, which is something you can lose with broad descriptors like just saying Mediterranean. I, for one, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion, right? And I'm not an art critic, but I know what I like, right? I would almost say I wish it had even more pop, you know, the opposite, right? And the reason for this is because I believe in another aspect of this is the almost like the economics behind it, because I think that this is going to be a place where young people and elderly and everyone in between are going to want to go and to have one of those Instagram moments. They're going to want to go there, and it'll be marketing itself, because I'm hoping and I'm predicting that people are going to go there. They're going to want to take their photos, and then the marketing goes when they send it out through their social media, and that goes around the planet. That's not just here in Coral Gables, right? So, and to see the little hidden gems, you know, I didn't know the Biltmore was similarly found in the architecture of Malaga. I didn't know, you know. So this is, it's curious, it's interesting, it's entertaining, it's inspiring, and I think it's wonderful. I'm actually very, very excited about this. the McBride Plaza, you know, the park needs even more attention on a street that's one of our signature streets. It's one of the most walkable places in Coral Gables. Let's give them something to really admire and enjoy. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I wanted to dovetail off the comments of the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Lara. We're in a moment right now where the mile needs pop.
Yeah.
We need to be honest with ourselves. These are conversations I've been having with Belkis, the manager, the DCM, and the ACM. You know, we're at a crossroads on multiple different fronts. Rents are high. The cost of doing business is high. Disposable income is not as easy as it was before, so people are eating out less. So you're seeing a little bit of closures on Miracle Mile. But then you're seeing some very interesting products come in. For example, we did an opening for Scandi Candy the other day, and it's been a huge success.
Sold out.
Sold out. They literally ran out of candy. Hundreds of people waiting in line. My daughters went nuts over it. They've already gone there a few times. It's candy from Europe, and it's supposed to be, you know, healthy candy. I don't know how healthy it is, but it's pretty delicious. Why do I bring that up? Because you see all these kids taking pictures and Instagram and the whole thing, and you're only promoting Coral Gables. They said that they looked at, remember, Belkis, they mentioned Miami Beach, the design district, Wynwood, but we said, no, something about Coral Gables brought us here, something about being on Miracle Mile. And by the way, if you look at their shop, it literally looks like they maybe, took a week to put it together. They just painted the walls, the same floor. It looks good, but again, it's not elaborate in nature. You understand? It's just selling candy. Candy speaks for itself. What I see here is very different, and this is why I was attracted to it when you brought this to me a few months ago, Belkis. I don't think I've ever seen a city build a partnership with Malaga like this, or any city. You understand? Like saying, we're going to build, Coral Gables going to build a relationship with Paris. Yes, we do have sister cities, but this is something tangible. Like shows a commitment, and it's very impressive. Especially when you're talking about Picasso. I'm an art fanatic. When you look at a work like Guernica, and you stand there in the museum and you look at Picasso's work, whether it's the Blue Period or whether it's the Cubism, you're talking about a person who has transcended culture, not just art. This is a person that had an impact across all of culture, whether it's design, whether it's furniture, whether it's clothing design, whether it's art, food. He's had an impact on everything. One of the most prolific artists in history, across all landscapes, sculpture, painting, ceramics, conceptual work. He was across all spectrums, the entire spectrum, excuse me. So you have the Instagram moment. You have, which I think is more important than anything, is really the relationship with Malaga that you're building now. The idea that Malaga now will showcase Coral Gables and we will showcase Malaga. If you've had the privilege of going to Spain, which I've been blessed to, again, it's the homeland. It's the motherland, like they say, for everyone who speaks Spanish, for everybody who was born in Latin America or has some sort of heritage. My parents are Cuban. My grandfather was born in Spain. So, to me, what you're seeing here right now is an opportunity to bring people to Coral Gables, to enlighten our community a little bit more about who we are. I want people to know about Malaga, but I want people to know who we are. How did we get here? How did my parents end up in Cuba? My grandfather was from Spain. How did we end up? We just didn't land on Cuba. We came from abroad, and that's the way it was in most cases. So I really see it as an educational opportunity. I see it as an Instagram moment. I see it as an economic driver, and I'm also excited about Basel. You have over 50,000 people that come to Art Basel from abroad. If we showcase this work, while I don't want to use the word street art or graffiti, it's art. But if you showcase this work and you showcase the magnitude of this work, I think it's an opportunity to draw people to the city and say, hey, we got to come and check this out. It's not just your standard work. So yes, there's an opportunity to tweak. I'm always very careful when I see things like this and leave the artwork up to the artists. I love the fact that we're showcasing George Merrick. I'm a huge George Merrick fan. I think it's an opportunity to put him front and center next to the greatest artists our time. So moving forward, I want to thank our friends from the Spanish consulate. I want to thank our staff. This has been a long process. Thank you. Thank you for your commitment. I want to thank the mayor of Málaga, the council. Por favor, dile las gracias por sus esfuerzos y que los esperamos aquí en Coral Gables. It's truly a privilege, and I hope my colleagues will support this. And moving forward, we can all come together on this item, which is a great item to come together on.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
It's not a public comment item.
I don't know. You never know. Okay. I need support from the commission on this.
I think you can tell from the public comment, our public comments, that the majority is in favor.
Okay, I need a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All right,
So it's a motion to give direction to staff to proceed?
to proceed?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Filling the words in.
We have a motion and a second?
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you for your patience. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Como
so
siempre,
much.
gracias.
We mean to start very quickly.
I know. We're excited. We're excited. And Belkis,
Thank you.
you hit
It's
it out of the
amazing.
park. Thank you. Thank you, Belkis.
Thank you all.
All right, we have our final time certain before lunch, which is item H4, and I appreciate our friends from Gensler for their patience. Thank you so much. Item H4.
H4 is a resolution of the City Commission providing direction to the city manager regarding design options for the mobility hub.
Good afternoon.
Thank you
I
for
was going
being
to say
here.
Mr. Mayor, but he's speaking right now. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor,
Thank you.
Commissioners, of course, the City Manager. Happy to be back and presenting some options to you.
I appreciate that.
So I don't know who has the presentation that they could put up on the screen.
Clark, do you have the power?
They should have it available.
Thank you. Then I can just click it. Yeah, this is forward, backwards. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
When you're showing the presentation, can you let me know where Andalusia is? When you're showing the rendering.
Sure, yes, of course.
I was looking at it last night and I'm like, oh.
You were wondering
I
which
was
one
like
is
turning
Andalusia?
around.
Andalusia?
Yeah.
Republics is, he had
No,
used.
the mobility hub, so I wanted to know what section of the building was actually facing Andalusia. Rendering, it doesn't show the active playhouse or anything.
The ramp side faces Miracle Mile, and the entrance and exit side faces Andalusia.
That's right.
That's the simple explanation.
Yep.
So you pull in the building and you make a left to go up the ramp, okay? So that you have enough queuing before you get to the ramp, so you don't have a backlog onto Andalusia. Be able to keep people moving as opposed to causing a traffic jam like we now have on Andalusia.
Exactly.
So very well thought out there.
Yep.
Is there any way to put a rendering of like the Actors Playhouse in front of those just to see how it matches?
A rendering of the Actors Playhouse?
Yeah.
We don't have it in this particular presentation, but absolutely you can.
Like I
we
wanna
can
see
have
like
renderings.
the harmony that it causes like as a backdrop.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, can we do something very quickly?
Yes.
Wait for this to upload?
Yes.
Can we just take another item that'll be quick?
Okay.
Item F22.
Sorry.
No, I just want to take advantage of the fact that we can take. So first off, I want to thank our Commissioner for District 6, Natalie Orbis, who couldn't be here with us today, but she sent her incredibly capable staff member who's here. So I'd like for you to introduce yourself. Item F22.
Sure.
Which, by the way, is Commissioner Lara's item.
Yes, it is.
And we'll just.
So I'll read it into the record,
Yes.
Mayor. So F22 is a resolution of the City Commission supporting the co-designation of that portion of State Road 959 Southwest 57th Avenue from Southwest 8th Street to Southwest 24th Street as Wayne Russell and Jimmy Fabricatory Way.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Okay.
Minor details. He thought he had time for the restroom, huh?
Don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry.
Sorry about that. My bad.
It's okay. He's here.
I thought we were on H4.
We're downloading.
Very good. Which one are we on now, Mr. Mayor? I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. F22.
Very good.
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City officials. My name is Angelo Ramusco. I work for County Commissioner Natalie Orvis. I'm a commissioner for her, and I'm here to express her full support on this item. If you allow me, I would like to read the Commissioner Milian Orvis' letter of support, so it will be short. Dear Mayor Lago, I had the honor of sponsoring legislation approved by Miami-Dade County Commission on July 16, 2025, urging the Florida legislature to co-designate this State Road 959 Southwest 57th Avenue from Southwest 8th Street to Southwest 21st Street as Wayne Russell and Jamie Fabricatory Way. This effort came directly from hearing our community and their desire to recognize two men whose impact has defined this area. I'm asking the city of Coral Gables to join us in support of this effort. This designation is about more than a roadway. For over 40 years, Wayne Russell and James Fabricatory have made Duffy's Tavern a true community landmark. It is a place where families come together, friends and neighbors, to celebrate milestones, share memories, and come together as one community. Their hard work, hospitality, and commitment to neighborhood spirit deserve lasting recognition. By supporting this designation, the City of Coral Gables will help ensure their contributions are remembered and honored for generations to come. Thank you, Mayor Lago. Thank you, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, for your consideration and support to this item. Respectfully, Natalie Orvis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but the credit doesn't go to me. The credit goes to Commissioner Lara. Mr. Lara, your item.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you very much, and to the Commissioner for her words. It's very difficult to echo it and expand on it in any way. But the truth of the matter is, for all of us who have been living in Coral Gables, visiting Coral Gables over the last 40 years, it goes back to, my high school days, right? To go to Duffy's and really feel like when you would go there, it's like going home. In fact, Jimmy and Wayne will greet you saying, "Welcome home." And it was a fabric, and continues to be, fortunately, a fabric of the community. And those two gentlemen really imbue and embody what makes the city unique and what people will remember time and time again. So I had the pleasure of speaking with them about this. I spoke with Wayne yesterday. I told him there's no way we can guarantee a time certain that maybe this presentation will be taking place. But I said you can always follow along on Zoom.
Sure.
But in any event, I trust that my colleagues will provide us support in this resolution to join in with the City of West Miami as well.
If you move it, I'll second.
Vice Mayor?
I was going to say, through the mayor, I want to just thank you again for bringing us this way. And I would think that the sponsor of the item would be the individual to move it, and I'd be happy to second as well.
Okay, so I so move.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment? All right, perfect.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
My intent was to second it, but that doesn't work. Yes.
Mayor Lago.
I did second it, but guess what? I still support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's all good.
Good man.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please send our best to the Commissioner, and we're blessed. We're blessed to have her helping and serving this community. Mr. Clerk, how are we doing with the upload?
I have it available whenever you're ready.
All right, let's go. Perfect. H4, back at it. And then we're going to hear one more item after this, and we'll go to lunch, okay?
Okay, let's try this again. Again, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I wanted to start the presentation by just a very quick evaluation of Mediterranean style of architecture for a parking structure. So again, you're all very familiar with the Mediterranean Revival style, the arched openings, the low-pitched clay tile roofs, stucco wall finishes, ironwork, carved details, and really the necessity to have depth so that you can read all of the three-dimensional design components. As you know, this site is actually very limited. So the entire facade is pushed flat to the extents of the site to have an efficient parking structure. Mediterranean Revival really depends on the depth to create like a layered massing that is typical. The arcades and the terraces. Unfortunately, because of this site, we're not able to do that. Everything is flush and flat, which begins to create a lack of authenticity when you're trying to create a Mediterranean Revival style. There's also efficiency and sustainability that's going to be a big part of this. So, as you know, the style adaptation of a Mediterranean Revival for a parking structure could lead to reduced airflow and daylight for obvious reasons. There's higher operating costs because of that, greater energy use that is associated with that, and it's really inconsistent with the city's sustainability goals. So we're really thinking about the function of the structure over just a style and a facade. So again, the Mediterranean Revival relies on enclosure and heaviness and depth, and garage really requires openness and airflow for performance. So applying these historical styles creates a form and function mismatch. The other thing is really safety and visibility. So the deep recesses limit light going deep into the parking structure itself. And what we're trying to do is really create a structure that supports daylight and transparency, visibility, which also creates a sense of safety for the public. Merrick's vision really was about a cohesive city that was still diverse. So it embraced variation through themed villages. So you have the Chinese, the Dutch, the South African, the French. I just heard talk about an Italian. So it really talks to this idea of diversity within Merrick's vision as well. So he really promoted placemaking and adapted to the setting and the climate. Just as an example, obviously, the newest garage is more minimalist, modern design. It complements the architectural language of Coral Gables while still maintaining a clean and contemporary aesthetic. It also allows for the natural light to come through, which obviously improves safety, and also allowing for efficient and effective ventilation for the mechanical systems themselves. So we brought this up as just a recent example of one of the latest garages that have been built in Menorca. So in conclusion, the idea is that, it should be authenticity over imitation. Again, parking structures, because of their function, demand openness and light and safety. Again, Merrick's true legacy is really about variety. And our approach is honoring Coral Gables through a contextual, functional, and timeless design that goes beyond the historical style. So let us get into that. And I don't know if I need to go through this. If everyone is aware of the difference between the parking structure and what a mobility hub is, I don't need to dwell on it. So we'll go through that and get straight to the facade. So our approach here was really looking at the options that go beyond the style to capture the soul of Coral Gables. And our thought was, okay, what is the soul of Coral Gables? And it's really about the context of the lush tree canopies that you see, the texture of the native coral stones that you see around. And that really reflects the city's deep bond, from our perspective, with nature and place. And if we can combine that with an architectural expression, then I think we've really hit something that goes beyond just an imitation of style. So let's start with our first option. The first concept is called vertical canopy. It draws this idea from the beautiful vertical palms that you see on Miracle Mile itself. It's kind of echoing the local tree forms themselves. We still wanted to incorporate biophilia by having the cascading greens on the facade of the project as well. And then, all the way on the right, it's really about the dappled light and the evening glow as the light goes through these vertical fins. So we started with an exploration of just looking at what that could look like conceptually. So these images are not specific to this project. They're just looking at what happens when you take this idea of the vertical fins and apply it to a parking structure and mix a little bit of biophilia in there. This is actually how it could be when we're looking at the building itself. So you had asked about where is Andalusia. So the longer facade that you're seeing there is kind of that corner. So the Cheesecake Factory is right in front of us, just to put it in context. So what this is showing is really a vertical striation with different depths that, as you come closer to the building, allow the light to trickle through, but still hide the cars, so that obviously we don't want to see the cars through that. There's a boxed out area where, if you remember in the original design, we had a placeholder for a piece of art and sculpture that could still be there. You're seeing that the staircase, which is an exit stair, is also open and bright, again, for safety reasons, but also for architectural reasons. If we now move to the view from Miracle Mile, you're beginning to see the openings that were designed originally for the project incorporated into this design. So you have the biophilia directly on the facade in two locations. So one location you see directly on the corner. We have that opening area that expresses the ramp for just a little bit. The green that you see behind it is an existing wall. That's another location we felt would be really unique and interesting for mural art to happen. So again, all of these facades, especially facing Miracle Mile, are all about the art, which is facing that ramp, the biophilia, and also this beautiful rhythm that we've created on the facade with just these simple vertical slats. And this is just a close-up of what that could be as an art piece. This is also another view, again, on Andalusia, kind of right where the cars are going to be coming in and out of the project itself. This, again, shows it in a little bit more context because now we're closer to the building itself. You are able to see that what we did with the facade is actually raise up that facade as it comes to the corner, so that as you're walking towards the building, the first thing that you actually notice is the biophilia on those slabs. So it really brings nature and grounds it back to the street. You're also seeing the colonnade that we've created that's going to have retail at that ground floor, so it's going to activate that street instead of just being dead parking spaces. And of course, this is that cut through that we have that allows the building to really funnel people all the way through into the Miracle Mile itself. And of course, the activation of art, this beautiful express staircase that takes you up into the second floor, the plaza space, and also the retail that's going to be there at that ground floor. So that was option one. Option two, we're calling Carved by Nature. This one is really taking the idea of the voids that you see when you're looking through the very, very dense tree structures and conceptualizing it into an abstract shape. So for us, this was reminiscent of either kind of the tree canopies as the light goes through it, what type of pattern you get, or the abstraction of coral rock patterns. So it's really connecting to very specific points of nature within Coral Gables itself. These are just kind of very quick studies of what it could be as an abstract shape and form. And then this is what it would actually look like on the building. So one thing to note, to help break down the scale, what we did is we chose two tones of metal panel so that instead of being a kind of very long, relentless facade, we were able to break it down into smaller pieces to help with the scale of the building itself. So you see that the top square portion is a lighter color, so this would be an off-white. The bottom portion would be a little bit more of a champagne color. So it's not too harsh of a contrast, but it's just kind of a very simple way of helping break down the scale. So again, you're able to see this beautiful filigree pattern that you could imagine, especially at night, would really become an artwork itself on the facade. This becomes the entire facade facing the Miracle Mile, again, incorporation of biophilia on the facade, and this beautiful veil that we've created hiding the cars behind it. This one shows kind of an approach of, I know that Vice Mayor Anderson was concerned about the ramp, and so the idea of having an extended guardrail with biophilia fronting the facade itself would allow for that safety as people are driving up, because I remember this was an issue in the beginning. This is another close-up of the entry as well. So again, you're able to see this beautiful filigree pattern that's reminiscent of the tree canopies, that's reminiscent of coral rock, and an abundant amount of biophilia, so that as you're walking towards this parking structure, it really connects you back to nature. Thirdly, we have one that we're calling deco-tropical. So the idea here was, could we take some of the geometric abstract forms of the deco building next to us and bring that into the parking structure itself? Again, not in a literal way, in an abstract way, and still include the biophilia within that. And these are some kind of investigations that we had done, and then ultimately kind of looking at these very rounded shapes that really refer back to Art Deco in terms of the way the lines move, that streamline action that you see there. But again, it also looks like almost overscaled tree fronds or leaf patterns that you see on the facade. Still, the idea is that we would have areas where we would have sculptures on the project itself. Biophilia would still be very abundant within the openings here. Again, this is that main entrance right off of Andalusia. And you can see that the perforations are there. It's harder to see in the images that are farther away, but you can see that all of these are perforated panels to allow light to still come through the project. So this is a design comparison for you so that you can see all three options at the same time. So the first one, the vertical canopy, the second one, carved by nature, the third one, Deco Tropical. And this is from all the views. This is Miracle Mile, again, all three concepts. And this is at that main entry off of Andalusia itself with the three concepts. Yeah. So this is what we have for you. I tried to make it brief, by the way.
So first and foremost, thank you for that. You did an amazing job. I think these designs are beautiful. There's a little bit of an echo, Mr. Cruz. An echo?
There is an echo. You get to hear yourself twice.
All right. I think the time has come to make a decision. It's all good.
So,
Is that better? Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. I think it's time that we start moving forward. We have to make a decision. Yes. You look at the current state of the parking garages on Andalusia. You know, we've hit a crossroad here. And bless you. And I think what we're facing here right now, and we have to be honest with ourselves, is that how do you make a parking garage Mediterranean? The example is, look at the Aragon parking garage. I've had conversations with Willie Romeo, who was the architect of that project, and he told me, Vince, this is what they told me I had to do. I had no other choice. But this is not Mediterranean. Putting some tiles, small windows, and a precast, that's not Mediterranean. What you have there right now, if you're in that facility, and I'll leave it up to my parking director, who has a lot more experience than I do, you have, in my opinion, and I park there once in a while to charge my electric car on the second floor, it's dark, it's not welcoming, and you're not gonna get that Mediterranean feel. It's just virtually impossible because the Mediterranean feel has small windows. So I think we have to be honest with ourselves and have a real conversation and say, we've been talking about this for years, we gotta move forward. Portions of the facade of the building have fallen, okay? Nobody wants to park there. As a result, it's an antiquated structure that's not built for today's cars. So what I'd like to see is for my colleagues either make a decision today and then have a real conversation about G4 and recommend the manager start addressing G4 in one form or another. I know that's outside of your scope, but something that I think we need to have a conversation here and start giving the manager, you know, the runway to have that conversation. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
So before we start talking more about Mediterranean, I want to point out a couple of things. I think all of us, or maybe just a couple of us, got an email this morning about noise, and that particular one happened to be a generator. I've also gotten complaints about noise and the fans from Mediterranean-style garages. It's horrible when you go in the garage. It's an annoyance when you're outside the garage. Then you have a bearing go, and it's really got over the top. So if you haven't experienced it, go take a trip down to Trader Joe's. There is not adequate ventilation, even with the additional fans running. So making a Mediterranean garage is not necessarily the best thing to do, especially on a site that's so small, depth-wise, that you can't effectively do it. They're dark, you can't see through them, and you end up with what, because I worked a long time on the Mediterranean ordinance trying to improve the architecture, you end up with that wallpaper Mediterranean that is not Mediterranean at all. I had made suggestion for Art Deco in that block because you have several other existing pieces of architecture that are Art Deco. You have the Miracle Theater. You have what is now Supercuts, used to be Supercuts and now is Starbucks, that have that language of Art Deco. And then on the opposite corner where the Cheesecake Factory is, you have also a rounded type of architecture there. Couple comments. I mean, there's always room for massaging something once we have an overall choice on which one we want. I lean toward the one in the middle.
Yeah. I like carved. Carved is beautiful. Option 2.
So yeah, I lean there. Other than plastic plants, I don't know what's going to grow on those ramps. So I think from a practicality point, we got to look at not only is it going to grow there, plus the reality is it's not going to get light half the year. Because the sun is on the south, it's not going to get sun on the north, and it's going to get burned. The plants have to adjust. So might need to look to tweak a few things here. So the other thing that I had...
And can I add something to that, Vice Mayor? Mayor? Mm-hmm. Just to her point, which I wrote down here when I give my comments, is let's look at Pam. Let's look at where Pam, beautiful design, but where maybe they didn't think about certain things, or maintenance is an issue. The trees have been an issue. The maintenance of the trees.
You're talking about the hanging...
Yeah. But because she mentioned that right now, it's a very good point that she mentioned. That you drive by it, it's such a masterpiece, and the trees are dead, it doesn't look so good.
Yes.
So one of the things I had talked about with our very qualified landscape director is the ability to put some vine in a confined area on the building. One little spot on the east and one spot on the west. Why did I suggest that? Because you get the morning sun, you get the evening sun, and I think there's a way that we can kind of tame it. I call it wisteria. She knows what the heck it's called in South Florida language. There's a vine, and it's been put on some of the buildings in one of the parking garages in South Miami.
Yes.
And it's got a woody stem, and it could utilize what you've already designed and grow up it. How high it's going to grow, your expert is over there. So she can give you some guidance there. The other thing that I spoke to the manager about was the fact that, some of these dead corners we can make into a productive area.
Yes.
And a time to think about it is now, because you may need to adjust the floor plate a little bit, make a hole in it to allow some more height.
Yep.
Climbing gym, there's a market for it. Top rope requires a certain amount of height. I Googled it as to whether or not there's a market for it. The closest thing we have is a bouldering gym, which provides no top rope capability. It's only about a 20-foot height. You need about 50, I think, feet, 50 to 60 feet. You guys are the architects. You can think about this.
Sure.
And then it would also create revenue. Because I really just don't think people are going to sit out there in chairs at level, whatever it is, to, unless there's something. I mean, is there going to be a juice bar or something where they can sit out there and enjoy a cool beverage on that level? So those are some of the things I want you to think about. And instead of biophilia on the ramps, let's look at another way that we can give that feeling to folks that they have security. And perhaps the art needs to go on more on the exterior, so that it's not blocked by whatever that security feature is, that feeling that you're not going to be falling off the ramp.
Right.
So I think you've made a tremendous improvement, and I'm looking forward to the next step of this.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Yeah. So number one, I see that you put a lot of thought and work into this, and I'm very appreciative of that, and I want to thank you for that. Honestly, when it comes to the mobility hub, I was very closed, and coming into this meeting, I want to be more open-minded and see the options. I see you worked hard on this. There's two designs that I think we can work with, but I would like to see what the Actors Playhouse looks like in front of it. The other thing is I feel like some of those designs, it's like I'm going to Lincoln Road, and it's like something I'll see in Lincoln Road. Not to say, beautiful, but just not here, especially in front of some places that look historical. One of my questions is, why so tall? If I can imagine something in back of the Actors Playhouse, that's like what you're showing me, I would imagine it at a lower scale. Why did we choose to go so tall in that area?
I can explain that. In order to hit the parking requirements for the city, which was in the end 626 cars, I believe, because of how thin the actual site is, we had to go vertical so that we could actually be able to fit 626 cars on that site. So it's only driven by the parking requirement number. It's driven by nothing else. So it's a very functional reason, and it's a very, very efficient.
So it's the number
site.
that the city gave you that we needed as far as available parking, basically.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And Monica, is there any flexibility on that?
Through the mayor?
Yes. I'm sorry.
If I may say, Mayor, what we're doing is we are using Parking Garage 1 as a mobility hub for future micro and mobility needs. Besides having a park on the roof, it also takes care of garage number 4. So we have a combined garage number 1 and garage number 4. So that's one of the issues that we had. So that's why we came up with 626.
So that is, and if I may, again, this is nothing new. This has been discussed for 10 years. You have 2 parking garages that are antiquated, that need to be replaced. So either you build 2 parking garages, or you build one, you sell the other land, you put that money into this building, and you pay down the debt, and you have a parking garage that is producing positive income. This is something that's been talked about, that has been written about. The Herald's written about it, community newspapers written about it, Miami Today's written about it. This is nothing new.
So, Mayor, I'll just add that I did, and it's up on the website, publish a memo.
Yep.
A portion of which was also published in the Miami Herald, that did the parking calculations, supported by the city's documentation and the city's parking studies. Historically, we needed this parking, and we've been kicking this can down the road for how long? I don't know. I've
10
lost
years.
track.
Wait, so through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes, we have both parking garages are operational obsolete. Parking garage 4 doesn't have an elevator to the 2nd or 3rd floor. We can see what's happening in parking garage 1. The facade's coming off. So the idea was to merge parking garage 1 and 4, and then do something different on certainly maybe a P3 or something different on the site of garage 4, which is the one right across from Publix. The vice mayor actually brought up a very good point concerning noise. The fact that a Mediterranean garage has small windows, it makes it very dark and uninviting. It also provides forced ventilation, so you have to have that noise, because if you have to get rid of the carbon monoxide, and you have to either have it sufficiently open or you have to force it out. And so one of the things about the Mediterranean concept is, I believe one of the reasons why the Biltmore is so beautiful, it doesn't have a parking garage pedestal. It's got a garage on the west. So the idea was to combine garage one, and also actually in the future, as our mobility needs change, we have the Menorca garage, which is a very important garage because it's part of our EOC, of our Emergency Operations Center, It's been hardened and it's been designed to store vehicles in case of a storm. So, and then the mobility hub would be the central hub for all mobility, all future mobility needs, making in the future as mobility changes, maybe the other garages become obsolete, and we create a Coral Gables parking authority, and at that point we keep these two garages, and everything else turns into mixed-use buildings, and which in effect bring more people into the downtown.
Yes, sir.
Okay, through the mayor,
Yeah.
okay. I don't feel that a building that scale, and I understand the explanation the city manager is giving is really compatible with the neighborhood, honestly speaking. I think it's just, it's beautiful, but at the same time, I feel that we would have scaled it down a little bit. It would form some harmony, especially in a street that's very important to us, with the backdrop of the Actors Playhouse. I don't know what the estimated price of that project is today. I know 3 years ago it was like $64 million. I'm very curious about that now. And I think that this is a very large investment, so this needs to go to the public. This needs some public input after we have like maybe choose 1 or 2 designs. This needs public input. And if I were to choose one of those designs, closer would probably be Carved by Nature or the vertical canopy, but I cannot imagine what it looks like as a backdrop, and I think that's one of the most important things to me.
So the code, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, the code currently allows 190.
190.5, Mayor.
190.5. So this is within the code, and at the end of the day, it's nothing that this commission did. We need parking in the downtown. There is no other way to make this building smaller unless you remove floors of parking, which at the end of the day, in my opinion, is not in the best interest of the city, because you're investing in your downtown. Your downtown represents 27% of your tax base. You need to provide parking for your downtown. So we can get caught up in the story that we've been caught up and politicize this, but at the end of the day, our downtown is 27% of our tax base. You have to provide the necessary parking for our downtown. Whether you like the design or you don't like the design, it's a different story. But the infrastructure, the structure itself is a necessity. What I would like to see is I'd like to see us provide the manager with guidance to move forward on G4, P3 partnership, 99-year lease, first sale, use the funds from that sale and have it directly injected into G1. Just gonna give a number. If it's $25 million sale, you have to go out to market. By the way, as you know, and I know because we're in the industry, I'm gonna give an example. Phillips Park came in over $1.2 million cheaper than the budget that we had estimated. Why? Because as I told several people, and they mocked me and laughed at me here, winter's coming, winter's here. Prices have gone down significantly. Our tax base has gone from 12% increase to 11% to 8% to this year 5%. So when you look at the construction, and you can talk about it, how competitive is the market right now?
It's very competitive.
Very competitive. So winter's here. So what ends up happening is that when there's competition, you have to lower your prices. Phillips Park today is a prime example of that. It is 25% cheaper than we thought it was going to be. Correct?
Mayor, we assumed 5.1 million, came in at 3.9 million.
3.9. The numbers don't lie. They're there. So if it's 64 million or it's 60 million or it's 67 million, we'll find out when we move forward. But if you're going to protect your business community, which is subsidizing the residential neighborhoods to the tune of 27%, you have to provide parking. We don't live in a community where people have flying cars or the infrastructure necessary like New York does, like Chicago does, where they have actual, subway that can take you from point A to point B. So in this community, due to the weather, due to the lack of infrastructure, people drive their cars. So we can continue to go back and forth in politics and theater and the whole thing about the building's too big and, you know, this and that. But at the end of the day, this is a reality. We have to make decisions. Just like the windows of the city, of City Hall, are a reality. No more political theater. Let's move on. Things that need to be addressed.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions for the
Yes.
manager. The building's not 190.5 feet, but put it on the record.
No,
and
it's under 150.
150.
It's under 150. And the other question is, would it not cost more to build two separate parking garages than just build one?
Yes, much more.
Much more.
Okay.
Much more. So let's leave this up to the professionals and let's leave the politics out of it because you end up costing the city tons of money. Okay? We got to make a decision. We got to make a decision. This has to come to it. So this is my advice. My advice is we give the manager, we like two, for example. I think carved looks very nice. It's a beautiful design. And I also like option 3. All right? We tell the manager, let's move forward with whatever it is, the consensus is here. We move forward with that. And we tell the manager to start negotiating G4. Because I do not want to take out a $50, $60 million bond. I wanted to cut that in half by hopefully selling G4 or doing a P3 partnership in that project. Which is, by the way, nothing new. It's been discussed for over a decade. Okay? Do my colleagues have anything else they'd like to say?
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Yes. So I know that making 2 garages would be a little more expensive, but from the sentiment of residents, that height in that garage is not something I can budge for. I am budging for a mobility hub, something I was very closed on, okay? But right now, I will not support any of these if the scale is that high. If we want to go ahead and provide enough parking between the 2 garages and phase it out or put a plan to make this happen, I'm all for that, but not in the back of Miracle Mile. I cannot for any point accept that or approve it or vote on it.
Can we do, how about this? Can we design the parking garage underground, 10 stories?
Absolutely not, no.
No, we can't?
No.
Can we do it like some sort of portal where you drive your car into and you go into like a nebulous state that no one sees the parking garage? Just give me ideas. How do we resolve this? You gotta be better. I mean, Gensler's world class, but you gotta do better than this. This is all you brought to the table today. That's it? You can't do anything else? Help me fix this problem. How do we fix this?
So given the requirements that we have and the laws of physics, this is what we can do in order to fit 626 cars on that particular site. There's nowhere else we can deal with the specific requirements of what we're being asked to design.
So I'm gonna move forward on a few items that I want to put on the record, Mr. Manager, and I hope that my colleagues will agree, tweak, change. Let's put this out there. Number 1, I want to make sure there's a shade study done. I think it's important so we get a better understanding.
Just a question, is it self-shading or are you interested in getting the shade study of what facades get?
Yeah.
Sunlight specifically for landscape?
Both.
Or what shade is being given by the structure to the surrounding area?
Both.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I would like, and the manager, this is through the manager, okay? Because I know that's gonna be one of the conversations that they mentioned. Even though we're not going 190, we're going under 150, which is, again, allowed by the code. I want to make sure, like the Vice Mayor said, address the issue of the foliage is important. Using Pam as an example, Paris Art Museum. I want to see an action plan for G4, which should include paying down the construction of G1. Whoever buys or partners up with the city at G4 has to build G1, which will do it extremely more economical than the public sector will. Curate G4 in a fashion that is residential. I want to make sure that G4 is residential so that we have life in the downtown, so that people come after work, live, work, and play, they stay, they go to the restaurants on Miracle Mile and Andalusia. I want to continue to build on our downtown. And the final portion is, I'd like to see, maybe instead of an art sculpture, I know I'm way ahead of myself, but just putting it out there now, I'd like to see maybe a beautiful bronze wall mural on the first floor. I think it's something that will be on the wall, it will be out of the way, and I think you could entertain an artist, which I think would be amazing, by the name of Hernan Bass, who does these beautiful landscape scenes out of bronze. He's a Miami artist, and I think he would be a beautiful artist to be considered. Again, I leave that up to staff, but just throwing it out there. So those are a few things, and I'm a fan of option number 2. Madam Vice Mayor?
And I would, taking into account the comments I've already made, I'm a fan of option number 2. I concur with the other points that you made on G4, because we do need to address both issues. It is, I think, the most balanced approach to dealing with a number of issues, and I'd rather build one garage, as I had written in my memo, rather than filling up all the activated areas of our city with parking garages. And I think that's the best approach that we can do. I think it's the best budgetary decision that we can do, because we're not in the business of construction, and having a private entity do this P3 type of partnership will deliver to our residents at the best price an efficient garage that is beautiful. I'm the one that brought you the pictures of the Miracle Theater and the supercuts to influence your decision on the architecture and inform it. I can visualize it, but just because it's something that I can do, probably because I did art extensively when I was young. So I think it will complement and it won't overpower, like a facade that is Mediterranean, faux Mediterranean, I would call, in clash with the Miracle Theater itself. So thank you for the efforts, and I look forward to seeing additional tweaks on the building.
And I think that a point that the Vice Mayor made needs to be really memorialized, and that is the exterior will be softened significantly instead of having a slab of concrete that runs the length of the project. And also the colors on number 2 and number 2 especially were a lot softer.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was a very beautiful approach.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to put on the record what I understood, and I'm wowed right now because I didn't even know this was the thoughts behind what was happening. So we want to sell the other garage, right? To then sell it to someone who will make a development there, most likely residential, and to be able to cover for that parking that we're going to lose, we're going to put those 2 garages into one garage that will fit 626 cars. That's the reason that we're making it so tall. Instead of dividing both garages within the 2 parkings, which would be easier for people to park closer to different businesses. I didn't know that was the plan. I didn't know the plan was to go ahead and sell the other garage, to go ahead and more development, to go ahead and put another building, probably as tall as the mobility hub. I will not vote for this. Absolutely not.
Well, let me provide you with a little clarity, because I understand that you're seeing this for the first time. I'm dumbfounded that you're seeing this for the first time, because I know you just moved into the city of Coral Gables 4 years ago. But let's be,
I've lived here over a decade.
But let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with ourselves. Commissioner, let's be honest with ourselves. There has been multiple iterations of projects where G4 was redeveloped into a multifamily site. The last one was Alan Moore's and Related's project that came to this commission, which I voted against. This is nothing new. That site was always going to be residential. My issue was the 6.0 FAR that was being proposed. We have the Vice Mayor, Bill Kurdak, that can provide a lesson here because he was well aware of what happened. This is nothing new. This is what it was. I voted no because of the magnitude and the size of that project. That site allows you 190 feet. This parking garage is 150. I've always wanted residential. If you talk to anybody that owns property in the downtown, they say that they need more activation. They need more people living in the downtown. So when 5 o'clock comes and the business closed, people don't leave town and it becomes a ghost town. Ask anybody that knows about real estate and they'll tell you, you want to live, work, and play. So it's not about development. Project's going to be built no matter what. It's about putting pieces together in the right areas that will make our city sustainable. Now, if you're gonna get rid of one parking garage, that's how you got to the number of 600 plus. It's always been like that. I can't do the research for you. The research is all over the internet. It's in many articles. The Herald's written articles about it. Community newspapers written articles about it. This is the second or third time today where you haven't heard or seen something, and it's incumbent on you on doing your homework and seeing what's going on in the city. And I'm sorry to put it to you that way because those are the facts. We have to stop kicking the can down the curb. We have to do something with these parking garages, just like we have to do something with these windows. So we have to move forward. You can be in opposition, and it's perfectly fine, and I welcome that, again, but at the end of the day, something has to be done. I've given him a little bit of my input. The vice mayor has. Commissioner Castro is opposed. She says she's seen this for the first time ever. Commissioner Lara, would you like to provide a little bit of guidance and see what you think of the project so that the manager knows how to move forward?
Yeah, so I agree that we need to be moving forward. It's been too long in a stalled out mode. I think that your presentation was spectacular. Everybody has an opinion as to which one they like, so let's just focus on that for 1 second. I really like number one, but I don't think necessarily that number one would be as complimentary, if number one was all by itself somewhere or in the renderings, but it probably isn't as complimentary as number two is. I really wasn't my cup of tea, number three. But it is, it's a shame when you drive into the city and you have these two garages that are so dilapidated that it's worse than that. They instill sometimes fear, so I'm a father of 3 daughters. My wife, nobody wants to go into that garage and they're afraid of its safety, right? So clearly the need is there. It's overdue. And I understand the plan, and the plan makes sense to me. I feel that the city needs it now, but I also believe that the city will grow into it in time, right? I've been thinking about and meeting with different residents as well as business owners about how we can start jump-starting economic activity in our downtown, because I'm also appalled by the number of vacancies that I'm seeing spring up. Miracle Mile and around the area, Giralda even, I have had members of the chamber send me photos at 6:55 p.m. of an empty Giralda, right? So I think the mayor's point is well taken. If it's only going to be driven by businesses being built or office spaces being built, they vacate at the end of the closing day, and that doesn't help businesses like restaurants, for example, that need to be open not just on Friday nights and Saturday nights, but they need to be all week long. So having more residential, if it's smart, if it's appropriate, if it's driven by the market and it's in conformity with the vision of what's best for the residents and the vision of Merrick, it makes sense to me. But we can suffer continued paralysis through overanalysis, or we can make a decision to go forward today. I'm ready to go forward today.
All right, Mr. Manager, what do we need to give you the guidance necessary to move forward?
Mayor, it would be good if we pick one of the solutions,
okay,
and allow us to move forward with design, and then I would like to be able to work on something on Garage 4.
Okay.
Some type of P3 on Garage 4, so I can bring that alternative. We always have the alternative of building it ourselves, but we also have a very good opportunity now to look at a potential P3 using Garage 4 and potentially having a construction savings.
Through the mayor,
Yes.
are we planning on doing this without any public input or reaching out to the community? We're gonna here choose a design and not let the community even have a conversation?
Commissioner,
It's a question.
it was just an election. The election was very clear in the outcome. They chose 3 people by a significant margin, and the decision was made. We have to stop kicking the can down the curb. We have to stop doing things based on group think. The commission has to take bold steps. We have to do things that are productive. I know that this will now make it tomorrow on Politico Cortadito and the magazine and Felix Pardo's magazine or whatever it's called, the Gazette. It'll be all on tomorrow, I know. Who knows what they'll say? They'll say that I'm building it, that I'm the owner, they're gonna sell it to me, it's fine. My point is this. My point is, we have to move forward. This idea where, we have to have every single piece of input. We've been talking about a garage, and I would love to have the vice mayor up here because he has so much more experience. And Chip, we've been talking about a garage for 20 years, possibly. It's gotta get done, just like the windows here in City Hall. So at the end of the day, I know we wanna do massive outreach and get everybody's input, I understand. But we have to move forward. We have to.
Yeah, through the mayor, really quick, through the mayor. This is a project that's over $60 million. It is a significant investment to the city. So for us to just bypass voters, not voters, but residents and input, it's a very big deal. It's a very big deal. Here, let's just choose a design. We're gonna pay over $60 million, but yeah, let's make, because there was an election, I'm sorry. We cannot let voters.
I'd like to respond, Madam Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
Before you came to Coral Gables, I had the privilege of working on a project that is called our public safety building. That was, how much was that building?
$63 million.
$63 million. That building was a massive investment, probably the largest investment in the city's last 25 years, would you say?
Yes, at least.
25
at least, Mayor.
We did not go out for public input. We did not discuss the design. At the end of the day, we did what was right, and everybody was happy. When you add the parking garage adjacent to it, how much is the parking garage?
Parking garage was 18 million.
18 million. So you're talking about $81 million, okay? So that is a massive investment that we did. This commission is been placed in this position to lead. Every person that you speak to that owns property in the downtown will tell you that these parking garages have to be revamped. It is time. It is time. We have to make the necessary investment. I've already been through one failed P3 that was a debacle. And now we're here in a position where we can finally address this issue and bring real parking solutions to the downtown that will last for the next 15 to 20 years. We have to stop kicking the can down the curb. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'm going to add to that. We had public input.
We did.
We had public meetings, and unanimously and overwhelmingly, the request was for an Art Deco building with some plants on it. We've delivered, and you delivered beautifully. As far as public comments coming in to me as well, while we're real time here, is applause for option 2. My secondary choice was going to be option 1. But my primary choice was going to be option 2 because taking in context the block that it's in.
Right.
Okay? There's always going to be differences of opinion, whether it's a Picasso or a different piece of art. It's because we are different. Every single one of us are different. But that doesn't mean that we're going to continue to allow the disgrace that is our parking garage, number 1, to just sit there. I had the opportunity to knock a lot of doors as well as Commissioner Lara and the mayor recently. We need to move forward on this. People do not want to park in these old garages. We have shoring poles in them. We cannot continue to kick this can down the road.
All right, so we've been pretty clear. I think we stand with option 2. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner Lara?
I'm for number 2.
Okay, and then we've discussed that we have to find a revenue stream to address this issue. I would like to take out as little debt as possible, but I'm okay taking debt on this issue because there's a revenue stream attached to it, which is parking. I think that we need to find an answer for the debt, and it'll be a combination of going out for a bond issuance and also G4. And I leave that up to your discretion to come back to the commission. But I think it's time to move forward. This building, again, for the record, before the blogs come out and say it's a massive building, you could build 190 feet here. You're talking about a building that's under 150 feet. Okay? I want to commend you and your team, along with the parking director, the city manager, Matt, everyone for being here. Thank you for doing a wonderful job. This has been a long haul. Okay? I appreciate Genzer being a partner and really working on this. Madam Director, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Monica Beltran, Parking, Sustainability, and Mobility Director, which is great, right? That symbiotic relationship between mobility and parking. I thank you very much for the opportunity. I understand the concerns. I am the liaison for the Parking Advisory Board. I understand the concern, but all I could do is I could tell you that parking is a quality of life, business, and work need, okay? So we need to meld all of this together. The proximity of these garages, not very practical to have 2 garages in such close proximity, one block after the other.
Can you do me a favor, just for the record, just for the blog so they can hear you? Can you repeat that as a parking expert?
The proximity of the garages or the quality of life, work, and business?
No. Building 2 parking garages next to each other.
The proximity is not practical. However, okay, to be fair, I understand because I hear it every day. I heard it yesterday. A resident come and yell at me about not more lots here. I get it, but it's not practical. And so what I would urge as a parking, I'm not a parking professional for some reason, I'm a parking aficionada, that,
It's a good thing.
go figure, right? I mean, why? Parking can be beautiful, believe it, and the parking industry can be beautiful, but it can also be practical. So I would urge that in this process, that at the very least, we keep in mind circulation, so that once inside the building, you feel comfortable moving. That's very important. So parking has to be functional, but parking can be beautiful. You can drive many places and see these beautiful parking garages. In fact, I think in Miami Beach at one point, the problem we had was that people didn't know that it was a parking garage because it had all those plants outside, right? So we can make it, and the other thing is, I urge the city and that we take into consideration the transition so that we have a multi-pronged approach to where we accommodate parkers during this whole process. And that would have to be in that process of going from G4 to G1 only, for the garages, as you know. Mobility is very important. Charging is very important. Alternatives are very important. The garage is beautifully located close to our very, very successful trolley route. And so all I could say is that sometimes we give up some things in the desire to solve others. It's a compromise, and that we should keep beauty and functionality and practicality when we transition very much in place. I do know that, and I hear it, that there's a lot of concern about big buildings, but you can make circulation within very functional so that you can feel a little more comfortable.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor. Just to add to that and clarify, one of the great issues about the mobility hub is its usability. High ceilings, very open, high security. All these issues have been addressed. In addition to that, we understand that we can't really tear down Garage 4 until we build Garage 1.
Of course.
So all those issues have been taken care of from a user perspective. So we've addressed all these issues before. What we need to do now is just move forward and decide what we're going to do. And so if we like garage number 2, we will come back at next commission meeting with there will be some additional costs to finalize this design, and then of course the ability to work on a P3 for garage 4.
Okay. Do you need a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
We're gonna have public comment.
Second.
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor, sorry, Mayor. The motion, is it with respect to design 2?
Yes. Mr. Clerk, public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
First speaker is Ms. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. There's an old saying about a penny that keeps coming up or turning up or whatever the case it is. Some people like to change history. We can say anything we want today and quote history, but let me tell you, it won't take long for me to do the research and prove some people wrong. The previous election, we keep saying this election was it, we have the power, they voted for us to do whatever we want. No, that's not the case. Actually, the previous election, the big issue was the mobility hub. Hello? We keep saying the people want the mobility hub. No, the people did not want the mobility hub. This is the reason it's been taking this long, because we keep coming back with something that the people do not want. Period, the end. That's the bottom line. We are doing, I hear you, and this is like listening to a developer. We get small lot because we cannot fit everything we want in the small lot. We have to no, we do not want that height in that downtown, and I'm glad that Commissioner Lara at least had some common sense and said, look at the vacancies. We're worried about this. Downtown is providing 27% of the income. Hello, go and count empty stores all over the place, but some of you cannot count. Why are we talking about a parking garage? I remember the first time we talked about this, people soon would not be driving. Pretty soon, parking garages will not be needed, according to Peter Iglesias. I'm gonna go look for the minutes. That's why we had to have a building that we could transform into something else. Oh, now we're talking about we need parking cars. Wow, we forgot already. Once again, we are living under a condition that this is not Coral Gables. The issue here is, and I'm sorry, when are we going to talk to the people? When are we going to ask our residents if they're good with this? If they're good with this, wonderful. But you can't say, well, you know, we have to move on, so we're going to make the decision. And by the way, not everybody's happy with the police and fire building. Not everybody's happy with all the repairs that have to be done already. Not everybody's happy with the building that could not be fixed, and now we have a beautiful building there, even though we couldn't fix it, even though it was sold for nothing, and now the other people got it, and they were able to do it. Listen, history cannot be rewritten unless you live in a communist country, and the way it's going, maybe...
Ms. Cruz, please finish your sentence. Your time has elapsed.
Jackson Holmes.
So, thank you
Mr.
for your
Holmes?
comments, Mayor.
Mr. Holmes, please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Thank you. Jackson Rip Holmes. I live at 35 Sidonia here in Coral Gables. I own property abutting this garage, and that's why I've championed it along with Mayor Lago, along with City Manager Iglesias for how many years, as long as we've been talking about it. And but I do have a caution. And I think that Commissioner Castro is pretty smart because I don't like the idea of pairing this with selling off garage floor. If that's the deal, I don't think we should do it. Now, I do think we need to do this garage. I want to acknowledge, I don't know the finances here. I had the idea maybe you were going to do the parking lots over on the other side, you know, with Gables LLC, whatever it is, and use that money. But the idea that we're going to sell off the bigger garage in order to shrink to the small, I mean, I just don't, here's the thing. In this conversation today, City Manager Iglesias, you made mention of Miracle Mile going mid-rise. And the problem I see, Mayor, and you've struggled with this, you heroically resisted the Alan Morris stuff because you said we can do it better. We don't need to cave in to developers. But the thing is, here's the future I see. And I'm glad that Mr. Lara is new to this because he's pretty open, is the future I see is the developers, we go to a mid-rise Miracle Mile, and then the developers poach what little I have behind my little store, and they take it away. They say, we are the 800-pound gorillas, and we're taking the public's parking because we're the developers. That's what they tried to do down the street at Galliano and Miracle Mile. They tried to poach and not even live up to the parking code. So I've kind of said a lot of different things here. If I were you all, I would say let's go forward with this beautiful mobility hub. And I commend Shamim for having redesigned it to make it much more palatable to some of the people who were worried about a garish-looking garage. It's a safe garage. And let's work on the finance. I would not. If I was voting today and they said you got to sell off garage for it, no. Even though I love this garage, we need the garage.
Thank you.
Patrick Ilavaca.
Yes, sir. Yes, we definitely need garage. I like number 2, even though it doesn't really look like Coral Gables to me, but number 2 is the best of the 3. If you guys do decide to change all the other garages, it'd be great to have all the same, since most of Coral Gables does look the same. That'd be kind of cool, plus maybe save in cost in future design. And 3, in order to obtain more revenue for the city, may you consider putting a ecological car wash and have a revenue share so the city can make some money off some car washes. There's not a lot of car washes in Coral Gables. There's a new one over at the Crown Plaza, I believe, and then there's one at Merrick Park. Aside from that, I really don't know. And people like to get their car wash if they're going downtown. They're going to spend some money, spend a little bit more, and the city can make some more. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're going to go to Zoom next. Lisa, the attorney. Asking her to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I was earlier this morning. Regarding the mobility hub, I have an idea how you could reduce the height is by getting rid of the retail floor on the bottom and the park on the top that probably no one will ever use since it's not easily accessible. I can also say that I would never be parking on floors 6, 7, or 8 of a parking garage, no matter how safe you say it might be. Thirdly, I support all the comments that Commissioner Castro has brought up. I think that she's brought up some very important points that might be sidestepped by people on your commission that have already decided what they want to do. And please, Mayor Lago, I am disappointed in your frequent condescension of her ideas and comments. I also, and I keep up pretty well with the going-ons here in the city, but I also was unaware of your plans to sell off the other garage to finance this one. And I only recently saw anything about the newest designs for the mobility hub based on the agenda that you have for today's meeting. So I think it's very important that you ask the opinion of a lot of people that live here and not just rely on the fact that you all were elected recently by a large margin of votes, but mobility hub was not the biggest issue that I recall in the last election, nor were there any designs or height plans that was discussed during your election campaigns. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we get a last name for Lisa, the attorney?
The attorney.
The attorney.
Attorney. Okay, I want to respond.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry?
That's it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll close that. Number one, the issue is a P3 partnership opportunity. We've got to find some sort of revenue. That's the same thing that was proposed the previous go around, but the FAR was way more than I was willing to accept. That's why I voted no on that project. At the end of the day, we have to find revenue. We just can't continue to give away money every single day. So moving forward, it's either gonna have to be a P3 partnership or the lot's gonna have to be sold. That's what's gonna have to happen to be able to pay down the debt and be able to assume as little debt as possible for Garage 1. It's just simple economics. It's the truth and it's what has to be done. Moving on, anything else? All right, so you have a motion and a second.
I do, sir.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lair?
Yes. E5.
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting conditional use approval for a building site determination pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section, excuse me, Section 14-202.6, Building Site Determination, and Section 14-203, Conditional Uses, to separate one existing building site into two single-family building sites on property zone single-family residential district, legally described as half of Lot 9, all of Lots 10 and 11, and the west 25 feet of Lot 12, Block 223, revised plat, Coral Gables, Rivera Section, Part 13, 1154 Alfonso Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida. One building site consisting of the east 50 feet of Lot 9 and all of Lot 10, west parcel, and the other one building site consisting of all of Lot 11 and the west 25 feet of Lot 12, east parcel, including required conditions, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, and an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so Mr. Clerk, please swear in all individuals who will be providing testimony today.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Freezing today.
Thank you.
I'm shaking.
Right, if I can ask for the PowerPoint to be set up, there we go, perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. Laura Russo with offices at 2334 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I am here this afternoon representing Alvaro Gasolo and Jillian Gallero Gasolo, his wife, who own and reside at the property in question, 1154 Alfonso Avenue. Alvaro and Jillian have lived at this particular property for 26 years, have raised their family there, and have been Gables residents for 35 years. We are here this afternoon requesting a lot separation or a separation of building sites. The slide you have before you is the existing property, which is Alfonso Avenue is located just south of Hardy Road. This is on the west side of Maynada and on the south side of Alfonso with the Mahi Waterway behind it. The property size is rather large. It's one of the largest in the entire area at 36,000 square feet, measuring 225 feet wide by 160 feet deep. Well, we're missing. Let's see. Now let's go back. Okay, so we're missing a slide. There was a slide there that was showing you the back of the waterway. I don't know what happened. We are proposing to separate the property into the two sites. One site to consist of 20,000 square feet, which is the west parcel, and one site to consist of 16,000 square feet, the east parcel. Just to give you an idea, the immediate neighborhood, not within the 1,000 linear feet, but even a smaller area than that, the average size lot is 12,300 square feet. If you go out to the full 1,000, the average lot size is 12,685 square feet. And the average frontage in this neighborhood is 92 square feet. I'm sorry, 92 linear feet. This is the, you can barely see it, but there's the certification in the 1,000 linear feet. So the zoning code currently would allow the existing home to be demolished and an 11,950 square foot resident to be built at this property. That would be sort of an idea of what it would look like. It would be overwhelming. It would be 3 or 4 times the size of all the neighboring properties. So we're having a little difficulty with this PowerPoint. But this slide shows you an actual existing home that is 10,475 feet, located on a 37,000 square foot lot, and it's located on Sunrise, on the waterway on Edgewater Drive. Now, in that particular location, the house is appropriate because there are lots of equal sizes all around it. To put that house, again, we're having all sorts of issues here. So to put the house that large in a neighborhood where the properties are substantially smaller is what creates what I call the Ramada Inn effect, which we've seen around Coral Gables. And let's see if we can see. Well, all right, we had a slide that showed, okay, we are really having difficulties here. So we had a slide that showed a property on South Alhambra. Some of you may remember when Anthony Abraham used to do the Christmas lights on, okay. So across the street was a property of about 30,000 square feet that wanted to be subdivided into 2 building sites. It was turned down. So there is a house there that's about 10,000 square feet, and the largest house next to it and all surrounding it are at about 3,400 square feet. So it's 3 times the size, and it's not appropriate. So what we are proposing here is a house of 5,625 feet on the west parcel and a house of 5,948 feet on the east parcel. Added together, both of these properties are less than what you could build if you tore down the one house. So it's less than. So the applicant's property, so those of you that know the procedure, in order to do this, you have to propose the architecture, the style, the design of the house that you want. Jillian and Alvaro proposed 2 homes, and they appeared before the Board of Architects numerous times in order to get all the details, and one house has a particular Florida vernacular feel, and the project received approval on July 17th, 2025. So this is the western parcel, which is where the existing house is. And originally the idea that Jillian and her husband had was just to remove the easternmost portion of her house and to remodel. But when the architects started looking at the house, which was originally built in 1949, and it was doubled in size in 1985, they discovered the house had 4 slabs, 2 electrical systems, 2 septic systems, 2 plumbing systems, and suggested that instead of trying to take down a portion of a slab and now adding a 5th slab to everything, it made more sense to just demolish the entire house. So this is the rendering of the house in a sort of Florida vernacular style. And this is the view from the waterway. The new house, which would be on the eastern parcel, and we're missing a slide here. So this gives you more or less, I don't know what happened. We had some sort of deterioration of the PowerPoint here, which is the front part of the new residence and the waterway view, which you can't see. So I'll get into the meat of the presentation. The zoning code requires that in order to meet the requirements for a lot separation, that the lots you are proposing have to be equal to or larger than the majority of the neighborhood. We comply with this by showing the average was 12,000 and change. Unusual circumstances. There has to be something, 2 different zonings, double facing, a through block, or something that makes it unusual. In this case, we have, in essence, a through block, since a waterway is the equivalent of a street, and it complies with this, along with being the largest property in the area. The property maintains open space, neighborhood compatibility, and visual attractiveness. It exceeds the open space requirements, and you couldn't see that because it was disappeared from the slide, but both properties exceed the 40% requirement for open space, and there are no canopy trees that are being removed on the east parcel. And 2 beautiful Japanese orange blossom trees on the west parcel are going to be moved from the backyard to the front yard. So then the 4th criteria is where you have to satisfy 2 of 3. Then the first one is whether the street or water frontage is equal to or greater than the majority within the 1,000 linear feet, and this property complies. The second criterion we do not meet, and that is whether there would be an existing encroachment. And obviously we have an existing encroachment, the existing house, which would be demolished. And this criterion says that if you demolish, you have to wait 10 years. So we don't meet that criterion. But we do meet the third one. So we do meet 2 out of the 3, which is that the subject property owned by the current owner must be owned by them continuously for a minimum of 10 years. As I stated earlier, Jillian and Alvaro have lived there for 26 years. Let me see if I can show you. They have, Jillian and Alvaro had a neighborhood meeting. Oh, good, this is the most important slide. And they proposed, they showed their neighbors what they were proposing. And what I want to comment in red is the property. And so they have their neighbors to the immediate west, to the immediate east, to the north, and to the south. So you couldn't ask for more support, and people who, were perfectly okay with their names being put on the screen. And some of them would have been here, but as you know, it's hard to predict timing, and with this being the first week of school and some people still on vacation, we weren't able to get any of it, but all of these people submitted letters of support. We presented this proposal to the Planning and Zoning Board and received a 5-to-1 vote of recommending approval. We did have one neighbor who showed up, Ms. Debbie Register, who lives at 1240 Plasencia, and she came to speak in favor of the application. She was very pleased with it. So in conclusion, on behalf of Jillian and Alvaro, I respectfully request that you approve our application. And we're happy to answer any questions, and I apologize for the PowerPoint. We had one, and apparently the one we used at Planning and Zoning disappeared.
Thank you very much. Madam Director, you have a presentation also?
Brief.
Okay. Trying to get to lunch.
I know. I talk really fast, it's okay.
Lunch now.
Yes. So the property at 1154 Alfonso Avenue, as you can see, the location of it is Alfonso, at the end of Hernando on the west side of Mainava. There's an aerial, it's a single-family neighborhood with a Mahi Canal in the rear. So the proposal is to split the property to have 2 building sites, where right now staff has determined there is only one. So as part of that process and the request, they come here before the commission to ask for this subdivision. These are the existing, what they're proposing as far as the building site, 125 feet or 100 feet building frontage. One lot on the west side will be 20,000 square feet. The one on the east side will be 16,000 square feet. They meet all the the building floor area, the height, the setbacks, open space, all that meets code. These are the renderings showing the 2 houses. The top rendering showing the front from Alfonso looking south, so you can see the style of architecture. And on the bottom rendering showing the views from the Mahi Canal. DRC reviewed this of March of this year. They had the Board of Architecture review and approval in July of this year. They had a neighborhood meeting, Planning and Zoning Board and approval earlier this month, and here we are for first reading. Letters were sent to all the property within 1,000 feet. 3 times they were sent to the property owners. The property was posted 3 times, the website posted 3 times, newspaper advertisement, and 2 emails to those who subscribe to our email service. Staff has determined that this is consistent with our comprehensive plan in regards to low density in our single-family neighborhoods. We do recommend approval as it does comply with the code as far as meeting all the criteria. And we have 3 conditions of approval. These are straight from the zoning code, that they cannot have any variances moving forward. The site plans you see today, those elevations are tied to this approval, and a bond may be determined to be appropriate by the building official to remove any nonconformities. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment? Okay, close the public comment. I'd like to first commend the applicant. The 2 sites look beautiful. The architecture is stunning. I think it'll make the neighborhood, it'll comply with the neighborhood. I think people are very excited about it. I actually heard from multiple people who reached out to me saying that they were very excited about this future development project, especially for the neighborhood itself. I think you've done a great job, and I commend you on your future home, by the way. Thank you. Do we have any further comment, or I'll entertain a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Congratulations. Thank you, Laura. Moving on to the final item before we go to lunch, A9. Mr. Vice Mayor, join us. Mr. Commissioner Withers, join us.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Peter, Billy, and Miss City Attorney. Let me tell you, it's been a long time since I've been in this chambers, and I forgot actually how much fun this is.
Oh, boy. Come on back.
Oh, boy. Anyway. That's right. Anyway.
There's an empty seat here. It's been empty for the last 3 meetings. Why don't you join us?
Yeah, listen, one thing for sure, we live in a great city, and, you know, it is an iconic city of Gables, and that's why we're here today. Chip, myself, and our author, Les Staniford, who will talk to you in just a second. As you very well know, Merrick was a sensational founder of our community, a visionary, executed well, finished the Biltmore Hotel in 11 months, you know, fantastic stuff. But in 1928, he was asked to leave the chamber, and he didn't have any more governance after that. And the city of Gables basically thrived after getting through the 29 crash, and thrived in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and so on. And really, nobody has ever told that story. And that's what we've tried to do, is we've tried to tell that story in this book here. Certainly, we talk about Merrick, and we set it up. And again, the author will talk to you briefly about that. But we wanted to tell the story, and it goes until actually a couple months ago. And some of you are actually in the book itself. So that's pretty good stuff. I will tell you that I grew up in a family that, traditional family, that when we, it hit 6 o'clock at night, we would have to be at the dining room table. And of course, we'd say the Lord's Prayer. And we go from that into, my parents would ask us, hey, you know, how was the day at the school? And then we may talk about University of Miami football. But inevitably, it turned to the city of Gables. And so I heard all these stories. I heard about Coco Plum, and I heard about the David Williams breaking the height limitation, and I dealt with all that, the Biltmore Hotel, of course, and I just wanted to make sure that I knew that story, but I wanted to make sure that people of the city of Gables and people that cared about the city of Gables would have that opportunity to hear those same tales. So we put together the book. I went to Commissioner Withers a couple years ago. He was all in. He's a very good friend of mine. We've had a good time with the book, and unfortunately, we picked an extremely good author that Chip will talk a little bit further about. And we just really appreciate you all having the opportunity to talk to us, and it's great to be back in City Hall.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Withers, welcome home.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
city attorney, city clerk, city manager. So I've got to tell you how I got here. Normally, it was my ideas that Bill stole and tried to put out to the city. Right? So this was actually Bill's idea. He offered me absolutely no money, so it was a tough decision. But I thought back, well, why should I do this? Well, I was an exceptional C+ student in grammar and in writing at Coral Gables High School. And that was, I think, from sympathy of the teacher solely, not from my ability. So Rip knew me back in high school. But what's really cool about this book, and there's a lot of stories that aren't written that we didn't include on purpose, but it's totally nonfiction. And there's well enough and well-deserved plenty of history written about George Merrick from the time he had his dream and came to Coral Gables and launched his vision. But after he died, basically with probably less than $25 in his pocket, there's not been a whole lot told about his story and his vision. And the whole City Beautiful movement, which inspired him to move. And so this is not an editorialized book at all. We have throughout the book, and now I'm going to introduce Les Standiford. He'll be up here in a second. I don't know how many of you know Les. Last Train to Paradise, been reprinted 40 times, 25 novels, bestseller, New York Times. 2 movies have been made from his book. So between Bill's C average and my C average, we weren't about to attempt the writing on this thing. After 3 pages of misspelling, and keep in mind, 2 years ago, there was no artificial intelligence or ChatGPT to write books, so we were lost, and there was no way we were going to write this thing. So Les raised his hand and put together just something really cool. But throughout the book, the main theme I think Bill and I were trying to stress the most was, Coral Gables was built on an incredible vision of George Merrick. Planned community. That's why people want to come home when they travel. What is that glue that keeps Coral Gables together? And I think a lot of it was, Merrick's vision, his North Star, that Coral Gables was really the light on the hill. And have we strayed from that? Has the city misstepped along the way in the past 50 to 75 years and not fulfilled Merrick's dream? And so the book is more of a challenge. We do not make a decision on whether we feel it was or it wasn't. So again, it's not politicized, it's not editorialized, but it's just reaching out to everyone in the community, and hopefully they will read it and think about the good things that they know of Coral Gables and what makes Coral Gables so special to them. I can tell you that one theme throughout the book, which was a little surprising to me as a politician for so long, was that whenever there seemed to be major issues out there in Coral Gables, it was the residents and the public that came to the rescue to kind of put it back together. From the Biltmore to the Merrick House, it was always the neighbors, the residents that have this love for Coral Gables that brought it back together. So that's my story, and I'll stick to it. Les, do you want to come up here just for 1 second? So just so you know, that Bill always wears a coat and a tie. Les and I never wear a coat. I don't have a tie. I don't either, but. So why don't you go ahead and fill us in real quick, would you?
Nice to be here, and thank you for inviting us. I can well remember when Bill and Chip came to me with the idea of this book, and this is actually the second book about the city I've written. I worked with the Chamber of Commerce back in the 90s, and we produced a very handsome coffee table book that is now out of print. Sometimes Mitchell Kaplan will have a copy or two over in the bookstore. But in that book, we covered George Merrick's vision and the difficulty in bringing that vision to a reality. When Chip and Bill came to me, I thought, well, what's this new book going to be about, really? I didn't want to do a rehash of something I'd already written, even if it was going to be a little longer. And as we talked and as I thought about it, it's an interesting story. Where Merrick's ideas came from, and an even better story of actually building a city, putting that dream into practice. But something that's better than that is an issue that I don't think George Merrick ever gave one thought to when he was trying to get this project off the ground, and that is that someday people would have to fight to save it. And that's what a large part of this book is about, that unexpected fight to keep this wonderful thing that was built. And you spent, I sat in here for an hour and a half just now. That's really the issue at hand in that parking garage. It's all about to what extent are we going to keep what we have, and to what extent does progress threaten the original dream that made this wonderful place possible? That's what people have been struggling with over the past 60, 70 years, and a lot of battles have been fought in these very, very chambers, and as the guys told you, some of you are in there, in the book, fighting those battles. That's what I found interesting. As a historian, I don't build towers of facts and figures. I try to tell stories and use those facts and figures in support of that story. And to me, this is a very interesting story. And Coral Gables, in fact, probably the largest, most complex planned city that still exists in the United States. And it's an object lesson for people everywhere. A little bit more thought about city planning might mean an increased quality of life for everybody who lives in that city. Anyway, I'm proud to work with these fellows. It was a wonderful time, and thank you for thinking of me in the first place, and thank you for having me here.
So we have some books for you, but just very quickly, I want to set the record straight with Chip, okay? So we battled in here, speaking of battles, on many times. I mean, we were imposing views. But I am so happy to tell you that, I was sort of more conservative on development than he was. So he gets off the dais. And sure enough, about a couple months later, he's faced with a development site and everything. He comes up to me. I should have been more like you when I was on the dais. So that's the true facts of what happened.
Because you took so many bathroom breaks. I would have loved to take just as many as you did, but otherwise. No, you can tell, we've maybe had, I don't know, dozens of meetings, and this has been one of the most enjoyable experiences of my life.
I agree.
Now, the good news is the price of this book is well under your gift reporting, so you don't have to worry about that, okay?
So, Mr. Manager, like we did with Feeding South Florida, could we maybe have a photo of these three gentlemen and put the book on our newsletter?
Of course, Mayor.
Just give it good publicity. Obviously, it's all
That'd be
about
great.
Coral Gables.
So
Take it. I'm going to add it to my newsletter, and I think it'd be a great opportunity to. Yep. I think it's a good opportunity.
So I'm going to add that Mr. Kurdyke also showed up to Camp Mahachi in a suit and tie when we celebrated.
Yes.
90-degree weather. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that being said, we're gonna take a 20-minute break for lunch.
Lunch.
Recording stopped.
Get that hot drink down. No. 20 hours?
Thanks, Vince.
Chip, I owe you a call to continue talking about that, but thank you. I got to represent. First game is Saturday. So, yeah.
where it is. You have to do this today?
Yes.
Oh.
Peter's gonna present, but Alex is gonna come and change the.
I never use this. I guess you press this one, and this is to move it forward, and just move it backward. You just click.
So click.
Yeah, click on this one. When they put it on. Oh, isn't it nice? Click.
Yeah, so.
Click here, move forward, move back.
Yeah, so they'll.
Microphone test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
But this sounds better now, because when I was doing audio checks, it was not coming back in the room. So it's coming back in the room right now. It was not coming back in the
It was
room.
not coming back? Okay, so it's good now.
Audio check, 2,
Test,
3.
1, 2. Microphone check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Audio check, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio check, 2, 3, 4.
don't necessarily want to be reminded of the ultimate sacrifice.
Mr. Manager. All right, Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
let's get started. Item F28, a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to be the title sponsor of the Mark A. Trowbridge Chamber Foundation Centennial Gables Opoly Fundraising Initiative. I'm the sponsor of this item, and I'd like to welcome our friends from the Chamber who are here today, who are going to be presenting us with an interesting opportunity to not only remember Mark Trowbridge, but also to raise some money, which is a good thing.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission.
I'll be listening from the hallway. I got to go grab something.
Oh, okay. So we have to. My name is Addis Carrilla. I'm here in the capacity of Chair of the Coral Gables Chamber. Thank you for having us today to present the Gables Opoly initiative. So with that, I'm going to introduce.
You lost quorum.
Okay, just 1 second. All right. The Vice Mayor will be here any moment. All right, we're back.
All right. So with that, I'm going to introduce Christina Miller, which is our Coral Gables Chamber Foundation President, and she's going to talk a little bit about the initiative. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for meeting with us today. Mayor Lago, thank you for leading this initiative. It was an incredible experience when I sat down and met with Mayor Lago because he talked about how can we support you. So this is definitely a we project, not an I project. So to talk to you a little bit about the Mark A. Trowbridge Chamber Foundation, right now it's the Coral Gables Chamber Foundation, and as we all know, because of his passing, we wanted, in the name of his legacy, to rename the foundation to be the Mark A. Trowbridge Chamber Foundation. So I was going to prepare something today, something very eloquent, but I went back and looked at the video from when he first passed away and you all had the commission meeting. And I thought I'd talk a little bit from the heart. And it really touched me that day when all of you talked about your different experiences with Mark and what he meant to you. So that's exactly what this initiative is about. In 2020, when COVID happened, I am a double cancer survivor. And Mark and I had a lot of time to talk, and we sat down and chatted about him restarting the foundation. And one of the things that he wanted to do was be able to not only help our membership, but help other organizations in the community. So that is exactly what the mission of our organization is. So as you all know, in '23, he fell ill again, and a lot of this had to take a back seat because of his health condition. So last year, we started this up again, and we are now looking for ways to raise funds for the organization, and Gables Opoly is one of those initiatives, and we're naming it the Mark A. Trowbridge Legacy Initiative. So what we were trying to do here is that there is a game, which I'm sure all of you have seen around town. We actually brought two of them if we want to pass them around. And this is Eddie and Marilyn with Bliss Imprints, and they're the ones that are helping us out with this project. So there's currently a Miami Opoly, there's a Cuba Opoly that we all love, and this game is going to be Gables Opoly, central to the Coral Gables community. And when I met with the mayor, I asked him for his support in making sure that the city was the title sponsor on this. And then one of the things that he had recommended was for us to also go to all the legacy properties in the community and speak to them about also being involved. And that would be Venetian Pool, the Biltmore, and those types of legacy organizations that are in this community. But we wanted to give the city the title sponsorship. Obviously, it's Gables Opoly. We wanted the city of Coral Gables to be highlighted on this project. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to raise about $45,000. And what that does is the initial $59,000 that we raise, 30 will go to the foundation, 30 will go to printing costs, and the rest will be a percentage of all the boards that are sold throughout the community. So right now I'm going to pass it over to Eddie, and Eddie's going to explain a little bit about how exactly the different sponsorship levels work. Eddie.
Good afternoon. Hello, and thank you very much for having us. Eddie Martinez from Bliss Imprints at 293 Miracle Mile. And we're really excited about this. If there was anything Mark would want to do, it would be this. It's fun, it's community-driven. It brings small businesses, large businesses, the community, the city, the residents, and everybody involved to celebrate everything living, playing in the Gables, and working in the Gables is all about. There's various different types of sponsorship levels for the community. What we're asking you guys for is the title sponsorship, because obviously the city of Coral Gables presents Gables Opoly would be the ideal title for it. But other parts of the board are for sale also for sponsorship. These are basically generic, so they're just a themed board. What we're proposing would be a Gables Opoly, which would be a business-driven board. So instead of landing on Miracle Mile, you would land on Miracle Mile where there happens to be a, for example, John Martin's logo on it, and something like that. They would pay for sponsorship, which helps us raise money for the foundation. That's the basic gist of it, but of course, everything on the board is for sale, including the jail, which I would love to do something fun, like say, you're not going to jail, but you're going for a staycation at the Biltmore for
Or
a
a
day.
parking ticket.
So you skip a point. Yes, a parking ticket on a chance card, but you have to could call this attorney to help you with that parking ticket. So there's a lot of different sponsorship opportunities that are available for the community, and it's a fun way for the community to interact with the businesses and back and forth all over the place. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So what we're asking the city for is $10,000 for the sponsorship spot. And that would be on the outside of the box, as you can see there, and also in the middle of the board, once the board is developed.
Yeah. So I wanted to bring this, first and foremost, thank you so much to the chamber we've been talking about this for like the last 2 months, and I wanted to bring it before the commission to get commission buy-in. Because one of the special things about Mark that I remember the most, he was always selling Coral Gables. He was selling our brand. Who are we? What do we stand for? And what makes us different than everybody else? So I thought it would be a great opportunity for us the city to take a lead on this. I'm going to personally support also by buying a sponsorship, but I thought it would be appropriate for the city to get engaged. I want your input, I want your guidance, and I want you to be excited about this, because at the end of the day, this is something that is just going to be another opportunity to really talk about Coral Gables. And I thought it would be something interesting, for example, like when members of the commission and future members of the commission and mayors have a conversation with heads of state, or for example, when Belkis and I worked on interviewing for Apple, for FIFA, for Ryder. These are companies where we sat in front of a board and we had a conversation about why they should pick Coral Gables. We could potentially use this as a tool. I mean, it's just a simple token, like we call in Cuban, un detalle, a detail, just a simple detail that you give to somebody instead of giving a little glass, which is nice, like a glass globe or anything like that. You can give a simple detail. You can give the globe too, but you can also give this very nice detail. And it's something fun that sets us apart from other cities. And when you're trying to bring large corporations or you're trying to entice an entity or someone to partake or join or be involved in the city, I think it's just another nice detail, another selling tool. Yeah, Madam Vice Mayor?
No, I was going to say that I love this idea. I think it's a ton of fun. I obviously am very supportive of all things having to do with Mark Trowbridge, to maintain Mark Trowbridge's legacy, and certainly for the Coral Gables Foundation. The Chamber Foundation is an amazing organization. I'm going to join you as well, Mayor, and I'm going to find out how I can sponsor it personally as well. So we're going to kick it off with a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And same here as well. I think this is an exciting project. I mean, I think it's a no-brainer that we have to be this title sponsor on this and get it lifted off the ground. I mean, it is our city, and Mark was such a special person to every single one of us. So it does sell our city. This is great. Yeah. Was it Mark's idea to do this?
No, it was
I'm
actually
actually
Eddie's.
very disappointed I didn't present it to him before he passed, to be honest with you, because he would have been all over this completely. So yeah, it was, we put it together. We work with the company that puts these together. They have this whole fundraising program. Like, well, this is like the perfect ideal situation to bring it to the Gables. So that's what we want to do.
It's absolutely perfect.
Actually, it would be great. I know the mayor and all of you have close relationships with the Biltmore and the Lowe's, the hotels. It would be great to sell them at the gift shop because the kids, when they're on vacation, they get to play Monopoly. Can you hear me? Oh,
that's a very good idea.
Oh yeah. No, so I think it's great to sell. I'm a resident of Coral Gables, and I love this city. I always tell all of you how much I love it, and I think it's a great idea to showcase, and they can take it back home, and it's like, what is this? Oh, this is where I visited Coral Gables. So I think it's a very fun, creative, and amazing way to get our name out and our community out. So,
excellent.
Through the mayor, where it says go to jail, you could probably be like go to court enforcement.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
We welcome any
Right now,
ideas.
it's the Coral Gables Museum, so
it's true too.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. So I think we got some good consensus here. If I can get a motion to have the manager work with the chamber to put this together. We have a motion?
Second.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes, as long as we have Bliss as one of the spots that you land on the board, then it's yes.
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes, we have to have City Hall in there somewhere. Though.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It will be front and center.
Okay.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
Glad
all
that we
so
were able
much.
to make
We
this happen.
appreciate it.
And we'll continue to spread the word. Okay.
Thank you
Looking
so
forward
much.
to raising
Thank
a lot of money for this great charity.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to ordinances on second reading. We have a few minutes before my 4 o'clock time certain. E1. Madam City Attorney, have there been any changes at all? There has?
Yeah, and I'll read it into the record, Mayor. It's an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 6, Waterway Advisory Board, to revise the membership of the Waterway Advisory Board and the qualifications of Waterway Advisory Board members, providing for severability, repeater codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, all. Deputy City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton. Just very quickly, there's been one change since first reading. There's been an addition of a 9th board member who will be a city resident, just to bring the board with odd numbers and add for that additional representation of a city resident.
Okay.
That's it. That's the only change.
Mayor, through the mayor, that was a very brilliant point that our city clerk had brought to my attention, and therefore will be well-rounded. And I will go ahead and move this. I'm going to also be asking right after this, because the University of Miami named their selection on who they want on this board. I'll be also asking for that person to be nominated too.
Okay.
I didn't have time to get it in on a consent agenda though.
Do you want to do it now?
The person that they've chosen is Jennifer Lane, Executive Director of Environmental Health and Safety at the University of Miami.
How do you feel about that? You're fine?
I'm perfect with it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Well vetted.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. Moving on to item E2.
We need to do a second vote for the appointee.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
E2?
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 62, entitled Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 7, Special Events and Parades, to clarify and improve the city's existing scheme for the regulation and permitting of special events and parades held in public places in the city, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Has there been any changes?
There's been one small change, Mayor. Since first reading, the ordinance has been revised to allow for surety bonds or an irrevocable line of credit in lieu of a security deposit at the city manager and staff's discretion.
Can I have a motion?
Move it. Second.
Second. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any comments from the commission?
No.
All right, Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 9, Art in Public Places, to amend certain provisions related to the art in public places process, including timing of payments, limits on art consultant fees, scope of fee waiver opportunities, and creating provision for regulation of private art that's highly visible from the public right-of-way, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, codification, enforceability, and providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney, have we had any changes?
We've had a few changes, Mayor. I'll just highlight a few of them and the highlights of the changes generally. Since it came to you on first reading, it has gone to Planning and Zoning Board as well as the Arts Advisory Panel and the Cultural Development Board, all of whom were in favor of these changes. As you know, the main changes have to do with the timing of the payments. The Art and Public Places fee is now due prior to TCC or TCO, so Certificate of Completion or Temporary Certificate of Occupancy, rather than a permitting. There's a cap on the valuation. There's a cap on consultant fees and certain other fees when you're looking at valuation of that art. And then it creates a process with the Board of Architects for that regulation of private art that's highly visible from the public right-of-way on certain commercial properties.
Yes, so I made these requests and these changes to ensure that the most money goes into the art and is not gobbled up by consultants. That's number one. And number two, the cost of money, if you're required to make these purchases a year in advance, a lot of that is funded through debt, so there's a significant cost. So I think it's appropriate to have it at the TCO, which at the end of the day makes it even more flexible. There's no real difference. At the end of the day, they cannot open the project until the artwork has been provided. So can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to items on first reading, E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 86 of the City Code entitled Waterways, creating Section 86-62 entitled Coral Gables Overnight Anchoring Limitation Area and providing for repeater provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. City Attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. This item creates, basically gives us another arrow in our quiver to deal with any sort of issues that we have on the waterway. It allows us to address both overnight anchoring and derelict vessels. So in essence, any time you have a vessel that's been stationed there, anchored for more than 30 days in a 6-month period, there'll be a process, a warning process, then an actual notice process, then they'll basically face fines, and then they could face even towing and removal. There's also an appeal process. Basically, it's just another tool for our Coral Gables Police Department and the Code Enforcement Department to use. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
So to my colleagues, I have to give all the credit to Miami Beach Commissioner David Suarez, who worked hard on this issue to resolve it in his city and sponsored the legislation, or I should say lobbied for the legislation that occurred in the state legislature this past year that provided this additional power for our cities. And he reached out to us because once they start enforcing it in Miami Beach, things tend to move into other municipalities, and graciously he shared with us the hard work that he's done, and that's the genesis of this item. So I'm looking forward to your support, and I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. So moving on, Madam City Attorney, we have item E6. I know that this is, the sponsor is not here. What options do we have at our disposal?
So, Mr. Clerk, I'm not aware that the sponsor, when he advised that he wasn't going to be attending, that he asked that it be pulled.
That is correct.
And it is on first reading. I think it would be perfectly okay for this commission to proceed. It is on first reading, and then we can obviously consider on second reading at the subsequent meeting.
Sounds good to me. Can I have a motion?
Sorry, let me read it. Sorry,
Yeah.
sir. An ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 2, Zoning District, Section 2-101, Single Family Residential District, and Section 2-102, Multifamily 1 Duplex District, and Article 16, Definitions, to provide exception to the separation of accessory structures from the main structure under certain requirements, and provide for open-air accessory structures with ground area coverage requirements, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. There are some exhibits provided in your packet that should kind of diagram how this works. Basically, we're not increasing the lot area coverage of a building for single family or duplex. We're just allowing, if it is attached, it can be open air.
Yep. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Can I have a second? Second. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll close the public comment. Any further comment from the commission?
Other than it just makes sense, it actually preserves more green space and provides a more cohesive project. So,
All right, thank you very much.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right, I'd like to hear the following items together. Well, I'm sorry, we have a time certain 4 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, before you move forward to the time certain, you mind taking the consent agenda?
I thought I did. I did?
No.
All right.
No, you didn't.
May I have a motion?
Move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
We have a time certain 4 o'clock. It is item G3.
G3 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the concept and commissioning of a work of public art by Michelle O'Connor in conjunction with the Aurelian Development Project at 912 East Ponce de Leon Boulevard in fulfillment of the Art in Public Places requirement for public art and private development.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator for the City of Coral Gables. I'm going to quickly hand it over to the developer representative with the Impura Group. Jose Mata and Kenneth Dupre are here on their behalf. And then I believe we do have the artist on Zoom. We'll check in with the city clerk in a moment, Michelle O'Connor. And so we have a PowerPoint presentation. They will begin, and then I will come back up and talk about how it's meeting the requirements for the code.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jose Mata. I reside in 363 Aragon Avenue. Along with me, I have my colleagues Kenneth Dupre and Dimitri Hake, and we are here on behalf of Impura Group. We are a Swiss-based firm that began operations in the United States about 4 years ago, and since then we have taken on 2 projects in Brickell, and now we're moving on to our 3rd in South Florida, which is most importantly our very first in Coral Gables. However, nobody from our team are strangers to Coral Gables, and we've worked on previous developments here, including the plaza in which Kenneth was part and involved in commissioning the art. Right now, we're taking on a project that is also known as the Regency, and this project has a long history dating back all the way to 2017 that was tried to be developed by other developers, but it fell through multiple times. But now we had our eyes on it since 2023, and it's finally coming to life. Our project will be called the Aurelian, and our inspiration came from Aurelius that radiates golden elegance and shining brightly in the heart of Coral Gables, meaning gilded, and it's basically going to be luxury apartments that come into character with the city. And because this is our first project in Coral Gables, we want to leave a cultural contribution that extends beyond the building itself. So we request the Art in Public Places waiver to propose an install work of public art, something lasting, memorable, and in harmony with the series' character. Therefore, we have engaged pre-approved artist by the City of Coral Gables, Michelle O'Connor, which I'm sure most of you know. She has many wonderful works of art, including the most memorable one in the
Miami International Airport.
Miami International Airport, that I think is one of the most viewed public displays in the world, because there's over 50 million travelers that look at her art. And without further ado, we have her on Zoom, and maybe she can explain a little bit about her work.
I always enjoy when I go to the plaza and I see young children playing on the sculpture on the tree. It's pretty memorable, you know, and especially just the beauty alone of the sculpture, and that it's functional is something a little bit different than most art in public places installations.
With the permission of the city manager, I'm going to just help them a little bit through their presentation. Thank you. So this is the site location. You want to talk about the
So yeah,
location?
the site location, as you can see, is in Ponce de Leon, Calabria, East Ponce. And we're going to do luxury apartment complexes in this area. And this is some renderings that we have prepared for the apartment complex itself. And as you can see,
sorry.
No, yeah, you can keep going.
I went the other way, sorry about that.
As you can see, in that rotunda is where we want to install a memorable piece of art, which Michelle has come up with some ideas that match with the Aurelian, and she's gonna call her work of art the Auralia. So to match it, and she wants to keep it Floridian or South Florida, if you would, matching with gold and with our concept.
So if we can, Michelle, if we can invite you onto the Zoom and you can speak through the presentation.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see the mayor and the council perform their function for the city, and I've enjoyed watching the past little bit. And it's a wonderful place, Coral Gables. I have probably a longer history there than most of you, as I've born and raised. I think you know I'm a Miami native, and Coral Gables was always part of our greater life. And right now I pulled out a book of poetry from your founding father, which I'll treat you to at the end of the presentation. One of his beautiful poems that ironically references the vision that the Aurelian people who want to bring this luxury building have expressed to me. I think they'll be surprised as well. So when I received the call from them and responded, I thought about the city of trees and the beautiful trees in Coral Gables, which is something that Miami Beach has always looked to define the leafy dome and the canopy for a city. And certainly your designation as City of Trees is well earned and shared by all of South Florida. And I did a figure. Let's see who has their finger on this pulse here. The next one is, let's see how to do this.
Yeah, we have
Oh, can
some,
you move
Michelle,
it?
we actually have the
Yeah.
presentation here, so we have some of the images of
Good.
your past work, and then we'll get to the
Great.
piece itself.
Well, here is one that now, let's go. So you know me from Miami Airport, maybe if you've flown American Airlines. And then moving forward, there's some details, but all of that is locally sourced, which is the same as the project I'm conceiving for Aurelian right now. So let's keep going. Now this is in Doral, and this was created as a landmark for a new community, and it's made really inspired by local bark that I picked up around the area and blown up and used them as imaginary forces, which is really how the history of architecture is formed. There's a wonderful book by James Reichert called On Adam's House in Paradise. And this is just what he's speaking about. And we even put some plantings in and referenced Eden. Next. Now this is a piece that will be a sister to the Aurelian sculpture called Aurelia. And it's made of palm. This is in Valletta in Malta. And this was commissioned. They had a pedestal in the main square. They had nothing for it. They commissioned a work of art. This is their local palm. They had a very unique palm because they're so isolated on that rock far away. You know, seeds come, but like Darwin's finches, it evolved differently on the island. So in green really fits the nature of the city. You can see one of their windows there on the city hall. Next slide. And then because you know my airport work and you know the bench at Plaza Coral Gables, this piece is, figurative work is something I've done for 60 years. There's always been a thread of that coming through the practice. This piece is in Connecticut and it watches the sunset, and but its root structure takes a language from you know where, South Florida, but don't tell them that. Next. And these are figurative works that were in the Botanical Garden in Atlanta. And so just to give you a sense that there have been many and they have found wonderful homes. And they're based, this one is also based on tree structure and bark. Next. One of them found a home outside of Boston and it was very cold, but there was nothing I could do about the weather once I sold the piece. Next. And then this was the first time I played with the idea of integrating human form with the palm form, which I loved so much growing up. And I did once make a skirt out of palm for a costume party. So it's not the first time I had come to this conclusion about how this sculpture would be. I called it Guardian. It's in a private collection in Midland, Michigan. Next. And then I'm working, this was another one. I'm here in the Foundry, and this is in a private building that has a public courtyard on Central Park South. The building is 40 Central Park South, and it goes back to 58th Street. And in the courtyard where people could look down from their apartments and their hotel rooms, they would look into the piece as well. So it's not even three-dimensional, it's really four-dimensional. This was a big challenge, this piece, but they love it. Next. And so when I spoke with Jose and Kenneth about this building and I saw their aspiration, the first thing I thought about when I saw the rotunda was Rome and my favorite building there, which is the Temple of Vesta. And then all of the gods and goddesses that reign supreme in Rome, we love walking there among their wonderful life of, I won't call it fantasy, because who knows, but the fantastic at least. So this piece would be seen from the street, and she would be very happy, I think, surrounded by this, I'm going to say, classical structure that has always contained a work of art, a piece of sculpture. It has a great tradition. So the streetscape, and then finally, I think there's the placement there. And there's a wonderful nest of palms that are planned for the landscaping that are in the plans of the developer. So, and it's now The Coming of Tropical Night by George Merrick, if I can hold your attention 2 more minutes. And it is the end of the day, so here. The life that is day is dying away, fading, receding, as the tropical ocean sleepily ebbs in sensuous motion. That's certainly our sculpture. With swift moving brush in colors of fire, the spirits of nature, the great Western canvas, transform, touch softly, and subtly inspire. Great torrents and rivers, mountains of gold with molten floods streaming, swift changing visions transcendently hued, born of a touch to pass at their flush. I think he was a better real estate developer than poet, but nice to have found this book at the last minute this afternoon in my Florida library, where it has a place of honor next to Vivian Larimer Yesler's Poinciana poems. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, this is the budget that was put together for it and a close-up also of what the piece may have texture-wise. So this is in compliance with Section 9-103 of the Art and Public Places Code, and the fund requirements, waivers, and exemption. The applicant is requesting a waiver of the Art and Public Places fee by acquiring or commissioning artwork. In this case, it would be the commissioning of a unique singular work of art. As the city attorney said, it was approved by the Arts Advisory Panel, who recommended approval to the Cultural Development Board on August 6th, and the Cultural Development Board is moving with a recommendation to the City Commission. They made that on August 19th. This is, they're taking 1% of the project's total art and public places fee. The cost of the proposed project is about $300,000 for the artwork solely, plus there will be additional expenses towards the foundation and other related expenses. This is, it will probably end up being above what their fee is, so the developer would be putting in additional fees beyond their required amount. The funds for the artwork are not to replace the expenses toward lighting and other infrastructure or hardscaping that would otherwise be designed and applied, and the artwork and all related expenses will be the responsibility of the developer, with any difference in cost to be paid into the art fund, although we don't anticipate that happening in this case. When I'm done, I'm going to ask Jose just to talk a little bit more about some of the changes, or Michelle, that they've have made to what you've seen in the rendering in response to comments that they did receive from both the panel and the board. The developer is required to provide for the perpetual maintenance of the artwork in accordance with the Art and Public Places funding goals and implementation guidelines, which will be memorialized in a covenant to run with the land. And coordination of maintenance will be the responsibility of the developer and is not related to the Art and Public Places fee. Thank you. So can you just talk a little bit about some of the modifications that were in response to comments?
Yes, so when we went to the Arts Advisory Board, they recommended a few changes that we needed to incorporate, one of them being the pavers of the rotunda to make it more inviting and make it play with the art, as well as a pedestal that is more in line with the city of Coral Gables. Also, at night, they also recommended that we put lighting, and we agreed to all of this. So that is some of the changes that Michelle will add towards her artwork. So it's not only going to be the sculpture, but the entire area on its own.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. Any further comment from the commission?
Through the mayor, this is an empty lot right now, right?
Yes.
This is actually the lot I walk my dog in. But we're gonna enjoy the artwork.
That's awesome.
So this is across my building where I live. Besides that, we're good.
Thank God we got that out of the way now.
Yes,
That was,
so it has to look great.
that was
Well,
great.
there's still going to be some grass there.
Yeah. Okay. Brief, Commissioner Lara.
I just want to say that I really was impressed with the Aurelian artwork that's being produced. It is gorgeous, as are all the other pieces that were shown as part of the presentation. And I wanted just to recognize Ms. Donner for being a fellow Michigan Wolverine, and that she's doing us all very, very proud. I'm actually representing today with my water mug, and looking forward to this project coming to fruition.
Go blue.
Go blue.
Go blue.
An amazing artist. We're blessed to continue to expand on the portfolio of artworks that we have here. This is just going to continue to push what we do here in the city, and we're going to have some major additions over the next 2 to 3 years once these projects come online. So it's going to be something special.
I concur.
Anything else?
Amazing art.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
I think we're scheduling a
Thank
meeting
you.
for this week, right? Okay, looking forward to it. Item F18. Madam City Attorney.
F18 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if this charter should be amended to change the city's general election from April of odd-numbered years to coincide with the general election held in November of even-numbered years, and adjusting the associated qualification of runoff dates, and changing all subsequent elections, providing for a mail ballot election, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So as you all know, there's been a lot of discussion regarding election dates, and there has been some litigation recently, none of which is final. We're still awaiting final decisions on a petition for rehearing at the 3rd DCA. But in the meantime, we come to you before with an item sponsored by the Mayor, which calls for a special mail ballot election to be held April 21st, 2026. It sends to the voters of Coral Gables the same changes that were adopted in the ordinance, that is namely moving the elections from April of odd-numbered years to November of even-numbered years, beginning in November 2026, changing the associated qualifying dates to match those provided for in state statute, and changing the runoff from 2 weeks after the general election to 4 weeks after the general election. So those are the three main changes. If we move forward with this question, we will obviously address the previously adopted ordinance prior to consideration of this question by the voters. And just, for the record, to be clear, this calls for a mail ballot to be held in April 21st, 2026. We've already had conversations with the supervisor of elections. We need to formally request that date. So of course it's contingent on that approval, but I understand that that should not be a difficult ask. So happy to answer any specific questions, happy to read the question if you would like, but the exact ballot question language and title are included here, as are the strike-throughs that are proposed for the charter.
Will you please read the ballot language?
Of course. So the question, as proposed, the title is amending the charter to change city's election and associated dates to coincide with national elections. And the question itself is, shall the city charter be amended to change the month and day when the city of Coral Gables holds its general elections from April of each odd year to the date of the national election in November of each even year, commencing in 2026, resulting in a 4-month reduction of current elected officials' terms and adjusting associated qualifying and runoff dates with the intention of increasing voter turnout and decreasing election costs.
Thank you. So, may I entertain a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to move it.
No, we're gonna have comment. We're gonna have comment after.
Yeah, I also, because this is something that we've been trying to work on for years, I'd also like to be a co-sponsor.
Of course.
And ask, that while we're doing this, that we don't, this is gonna be the meeting where we don't kick the can down the road anymore. We've been waiting to get out there, the Inspector General issue. I'd ask that be included.
That's a great idea.
And also the 4/5 vote on the reserves.
Perfect.
I think both of those items the electorate would like to speak on sooner rather than later to be able to resolve some of these problems.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Perfect. I'll second. Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the.
We will, Mr. Mayor.
We'll close the public comment. Go ahead, sir.
Got under the wire. Barely.
Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for the leeway. So you all heard me worry publicly about my financial survival when we were talking about the mobility hub that City Manager Iglesias has said he foresees a future with mixed-use buildings on Miracle Mile. Those of you who don't know it, this is my only major source of income. And if Miracle Mile goes mixed use, let's just say 7-story buildings, guess who dies financially? Me. So I don't think that's a great future for me. And basically then getting back to these election issues, I want these matters to be, I want our elections to be fair elections. Therefore, I want them to be in April, as I guess have always been, when poor candidates have a chance to beat the developer finance candidates. So I urge you to vote no here.
Thank you, sir.
But it's only for survival.
Okay, I get it. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we move forward, I also have one member of the public requesting to speak on Zoom. Is Benton's nay?
Can we close the public comment after? Thank you. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I would like to first of all thank Commissioner Castro for her efforts to have a referendum so that there will be a decision by the residents on moving the election date. I do agree that it would be better to keep our election in April. And although I can see the financial benefits to adding it to the federal elections on the in November of the even years, because of the way that people, I guess, do or don't get involved in elections in this city, and I don't think we're that much different from other cities. I think that it really is important to keep it in April so that the residents and, resident groups have a chance to decide which candidates we want to support and make an impact in that regard. And yes, if our election, if the Gables election takes place in November with the general election, when the ballot's already several pages long, many people will not even get to it. And I think the only Coral Gables candidates who will be at all known to most people will only be the very, very wealthy who could afford television ads to compete with the onslaught of ads that we all endure in October and leading up to a November election. So I think it's important that we do have a referendum, calling on getting the residents to vote on this change. But I just wanted to state that I think it's not a good idea to change this for the city of Coral Gables.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So I've put this item on the agenda, and it's pretty simple, and I appreciate the Vice Mayor's recommendations, and I'm actually going to add more recommendations to that for my colleagues to consider. I think we should have the Charter Review Committee meet every 10 years, which is on the ballot already, also on this April election. I also think that authorizing the Inspector General, which, as you remember, all of you remember, my colleagues on the commission said we're on a cesspool of corruption, but they would not, under any circumstances, hire an Inspector General at that moment. And I said, let's start with my office. I said it costs too much money, but I think you cannot put a price on corruption, stamping out corruption. So that is the most important item that we can have in the April election immediately. That's why I think that outside of the elections, which are critically important, I think that the most important one, by far, even more important than the elections, is getting the Inspector General here immediately. That's number two. Salary increases required by referendum. Move that to April also. I think that people should be the ultimate arbiter. I don't believe that Ariel Fernandez and Melissa Castro should be the ones that decide whether they get 101% raise arbitrarily by putting it and hiding it in the budget and then forcing Vice Mayor Anderson and myself to vote against the budget based on that one item. And then later saying, hey, he doesn't support police and fire because he didn't vote for the budget. Catch-22, correct? That's been used against me. So I think we should move that one also. Reserve policy amendment requires a referendum. That should also be moved to April. Right now, you can dip into the reserves by just having 3 votes. Commissioner Fernandez advocated, it's on the public record, to be able to use reserves for projects. I'm wholly opposed to that. The reserves are what has gotten us to a AAA bonded rated city, and I think it what has protected us in reference to our last hurricane, which resulted in a depletion of that reserve. But it set us apart from every other city because we were ready to address issues. I also believe that we should include in April prohibiting changing the election day via ordinance. That one should also be included in April. I think it should always go to the voters, as a prime example. And allow appointing commissioner to remove board member. Right now, we have this funky provision in our charter, which does not allow commissioners or mayors or vice mayors to be able to remove their own board members if they are trumped by the commission. I believe that the commissioner that appoints a board member should be able to remove that board appointment, whether or not you have the support of the commission. It's your board appointment. So those items should be all moved, in my opinion, to April, and we should make it a robust mail ballot. So let's discuss this. Why are we doing this? 28 out of 34 municipalities already have November elections. The last one to do it was South Miami. It works. It saves the city money, significant money, and could have 3, 4, maybe even 5 times more participation. Certain people in this room will tell you, they want quality voters, not quantity. That's a dog whistle for control. I want more voters. Every vote counts. Don't believe that type of rhetoric. Another thing that is critically important, the mail ballot hasn't been done before. Another lie. Village of Pinecrest has done it. Town of Cutler Bay has done it. City of Miami Beach has done it. Doral has done it. It's been done by major municipalities. It works. Doesn't mean that it works in your favor, but it works. And unlike what was done here during Amos Rojas, when we went in favor of attempting to do the annexation, this time the city will coordinate with staff in an effort to educate and send out as much information to make sure that all the voters are aware of what they're voting for. On the annexation process, they completely and utterly abandoned any outreach. They did not send any emails to the residents. They did not send anything in the mail. They did not put anything on the TV channel. It was an effort to not put any information out there, not educate, and not push the vote out. Even with that, we still got over 40%, which I couldn't believe. So with that being said, I think it's a great opportunity. And most importantly, it gets done in April. And guess what? We can have an election in November. I met with Alina Garcia. The cost is $80,000, which, by the way, when you think about it, if we have an election in April, the subsequent April, you're going to spend over $200,000 on that election. So you still have a delta of over $120,000. And by the way, unlike the city of Miami, which extended their terms by 1 year, I'm proposing to shave 5 months from my term, which I think is appropriate. And that shows true discipline and not a self-serving interest. I do not want to have elections in April. I will put my record and what I have done in this community in November in front of all the voters. I think that is the appropriate way to lead. You lead from the front. You don't lead in April where you're trying to get less voter turnout so you can control and manipulate the voter turnout. Madam Vice Mayor.
So, very good points. And with that, I'd like to amend the motion to include the charter amendment process every 10 years, salary increases by referendum, and prohibiting changing of elections without it going before the voters, and the provision you mentioned regarding board members. The appointing commissioner should be able to remove board members. And I just wanted to add a couple comments because there's been some information, or I should say comments made that, and it's, I think, confusing for folks when you say, well, you're not going to reach the end of the ballot. There are certain things that people don't vote on because they're just not familiar, like judicial candidates. I've received the calls on behalf of friends that don't know which judge to vote for, so a lot of them will skip over it. I usually refer people to the Miami-Dade County Bar site that provides excellent advice. but they'll reach the other questions, that they understand. 3 more bubbles is not going to be very difficult for this community. They came out, they were in this past election. No one had difficulty with the questions. Everybody comes out in November. They don't have difficulty with the questions in this jurisdiction. We are blessed with very highly educated individuals that live in our city. So therefore this notion that people in our community cannot discern the difference between issues is just a non-starter. People came out this past time because they wanted the elections moved, because they supported the candidates that wanted the elections moved. They supported the candidates that didn't believe that salary increases should be done by the commission for the commission.
That's a great point.
And without any input from the voters. They believed that we needed an inspector general because the city of Doral had this matter come before them, and they came out fully in favor of it. And there's been other locations as well, and I know the mayor knows them off the top of their head, but let's let the voters decide. And that's what this is about. I don't think I have anything more to add. Do you have something to add?
I do.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I would add, I echo what the mayor and the vice mayor have said, and to kind of put it in context for me. So I'm hearing for the first time what I think is a fantastic idea of adding additional items to this, assuming the commission votes for this April mail-in election, because, I've heard, wow, we're going to do a special election for one question in April, but now we're going to be taking care of, if this carries, all kinds of important issues. And we're going to do it so that you drive even more interest and hopefully even more participation in the mail-in ballot process, because we've put such critical items for a referendum that were already scheduled, but we're just doing it in the most expeditious way.
Great point.
And for those who say, it should always be in April because that's how we vote here in Coral Gables. Well, if we carry this, the mail-in will be in April. Right, so we're not even throwing a weird month, like we're not doing something, let's say in January. Okay, it's going to be in April, and I agree that every vote counts.
That's good. That's good.
Every vote counts, and there's nothing prohibiting somebody who would want to vote in April from voting in November. So there's no impediment, but we see that there's some inexplicable or obvious, take your choice, reason why we have over 80% turnout in November. And a rather paltry less than 20% in April. I think I would characterize it a little bit differently, Vice Mayor. I think it's insulting to say that the electorate doesn't have the bandwidth or the interest or the capacity to vote for their commissioners or for the special items that affect their everyday living here in Coral Gables when it's put to an election. So I think this has been a fantastic turn of events to hear that through a collaborative process, this particular item is now going to be more robust, draw more attention, and I'm highly supportive of it as a result.
Thank you.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Number one, let's not confuse the people. Let me go ahead and clarify what this item is about. This is not about a November or an April election. This is about when the ballot is going to go out. The mail-in ballot is going to go out. And the proposal here in this resolution is for April 21st, 2026. This is not about choosing April or November right now. This is about the date that there's going to be a referendum. Just to clarify that, not to confuse anybody who's viewing this. Now, Billy, I have a presentation ready. Would you do me the favor to please put it on? Beautiful. To not confuse people and make sure that everybody's on the same page, because everybody's talking different things that has nothing to do with this resolution. Item F18, special election for April 21st, 2026. What's being decided? The mayor has proposed a costly, unconventional, all-mail special election to ask residents if they want to move our elections to November. Commissioner Castro, me, has proposed a ballot question in April 2027 during our already scheduled municipal elections at no additional cost to taxpayers. Okay, facts residents should know. For nearly 100 years, Coral Gables has held municipal elections in April of odd-number years, separate from partisan races so residents can focus on local issues. That's what's important in Coral Gables. We pride ourselves in April as we have for the past 100 years. So let's get to the juicy part here now, cost to taxpayers. By adding the questions to our actual election, it's going to cost us $0 because it's already on our scheduled election. To add the 2 questions on the November election, it's going to cost us $18,000. Now, for this standalone special election, it's going to cost us $80,000, just as the mayor said. Now, if the whole intent here is to save money, why are we paying $80,000? Why are we spending $80,000 if there's already another alternative to spend $0? Well, before I tell you why, let's go to the next slide. Mail-in only elections for voters. Let's go. I think there's 2 Republicans here on the table, but Trump himself has called all mail-in elections a disaster and an invitation for cheating. And I think most of the commission here has been well aware of what's happening with this. Donald Trump and many Republicans have consistently opposed expanding vote by mail, arguing it increases risk of fraud, ballot harvesting, and undermines election integrity. However, you guys are already here going to vote to, do a mail-in for the whole electorate. Conclusion. Nationally, Republicans and President Trump have fought against all mail-in election because they are expensive, less secure, risk diffranchising voters. Yet here in Coral Gables, Mayor Lago is pushing a costly mail-only election that directly contradicts those Republican principles. And you ask yourself, why?
Are you done?
Wait, no, I'm not done, but it's not coming off. You could go ahead and remove it now.
No, I don't want to remove it. Can we bring it back?
Okay.
I'd like to mention some comments on that if we can. Can we go back a few slides,
Yes.
Mr. Clerk?
Let me go ahead and finish, and then I'll give you the floor if you want. You have this little thing too. The reason that the mayor wants to change the election is because he wants us out of office 5 months before. That's basically it. He wants me and Ariel out as soon as possible. It is not okay just because you have a personal vendetta against me. I don't know for what reason, really, for you to have to put this burden on the taxpayers. So that's it. I will not be voting on this. This is not fiscally responsible. The best way is in April. And if you want to move the elections to November, I'm okay with it. If people are voting for November, let's move them to November. But do it the right way. Don't do it just because you want to get me out of office. You told that to Kirk Menendez. You said it to several people. In fact, I have you on video.
So,
I have you on video. Okay.
Commissioner Castro, when you're done, I'll go through the mayor.
I want to respond. I just wanted to.
Here you go.
This is the perfect slide that I want. All right. So I want to be very clear so that Melissa Castro understands me. Okay? I'm going to use her own slide.
Go for it.
She wants to have elections April 2027, so she could have another election where there's less people voting. The gentleman standing up here, if you read Aesop's today, there's a video of him saying that in the election 2 years ago, when Ariel Fernandez and Melissa Castro won, Ariel Fernandez asked him to not run against me for mayor so I wouldn't be on the ballot. That was on Aesop's Gables today. What they want to do is they want to have another election on April 2027, less voter turnout. Because people will not, you get maybe 10, 15, 20% versus a national election, which gets a massive turnout. Because people turn out for the governor, they turn out for the president. So the goal is, of course it costs $0 because you're already spending $200,000 for that election, which you wouldn't have to spend if you did it in November. So what you would like to do is, let's move elections to November after people vote in favor of it in April, because I polled it and over 70% of people are in favor. And as we walk door to door, everybody asks the same thing. Why are we not doing elections in November? So she could buy another 4 years in office. If you can win in November, then you deserve to be in public office. But at the end of the day, you do it now in April, a mail-in ballot, costs $80,000, which is still less than the $200,000 you're gonna spend in April. You save the city $120,000. And you have the election in November. And I will shave 5 months off my term. But let's go back, because I'm happy Melissa's so interested now in fiscal.
Please address me formally.
I'm so happy that she's in favor now of being fiscally responsible. I put forth a memo that I made it a public record, and everyone here should have gotten a copy. She has encumbered the city with her votes to the tune of $27 million over the next 10 years. When you mention about fiscal responsibility, the number one cardinal sin that you cannot commit is raise your salary. Thank you to the leadership of the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Lara, we repealed that, along with an increase in personal expense accounts and car allowances. So please, don't talk to me about fiscal responsibility when you jeopardize a city and you bring in an incompetent individual to run the city like Amos Rojas, and you hire him based on his LinkedIn profile. You don't run a $300 million city with over 1,000 employees based on that. You also don't do a $20 million COLA. You also don't break procurement standards and give out a $40,000 check to the theater. You don't hire in 1 year the amount of people you hire that's gonna cost the city over $10 million, or $11 million over 10 years. This is on your record, it's not on my record. This is your record. So when you wanna claim fiscal responsibility, the memo is a public record. We worked on it for over 3 weeks. I presented it earlier today. Having elections, a mail-in ballot in April, allows residents to address all these concerns, saves the city $120,000, and ensures that we have a November election within months. That's the right thing to do. The voters should make the decision. And this is a trigger, Madam City Attorney, that if today or tomorrow, I think it was the last day or two prior to the Supreme Court having to make a decision whether we're gonna pick up the City of Miami case or not, correct?
You're saying that you would like this to be triggered by that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we should be hearing any moment whether they pick up that appeal or not.
So the
right?
response by the appellee to the City of Miami's motion is due today. And so I'm assuming there will be a reply by Miami, and then I don't know when we would expect the decision.
So obviously, if they pick it up, we'll hold.
Well, this is on a petition for rehearing.
Yeah.
So it's still before the Third District Court of
Well, my
Appeals.
point is that we have this ready to go, and we move forward in April, and we use this opportunity to also do all the different charter review committee, authorizing inspector general, salary increases, reserve policy amendment, prohibiting changes to election date unless via ordinance, and allow appointing commissioners to remove board members. It's pretty simple, straight up, and it's transparent.
If I can, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I understand the amendment to the motion. I would just like to note we will likely need to return with those official ballot questions. There are some timing requirements we have to fulfill, so if that's the direction of the commission, we will return likely in early January with those formal questions again, setting that special election for those additional questions.
So, in closing, don't make this about being fiscally responsible. By having this in April, you're gonna save $120,000 and having the following election in April. It's just simple math.
So, to the mayor, I was going to go through the math as well, but before I do that, I'd like to note that our governor spoke about our Department of Elections, and our mail-in ballot system is secure and trustworthy, and every state is different, I understand, and there may be some states out there that don't have a good and robust mail-in ballot system that is trustworthy, but the state of Florida does. So no additional cost is, as shown on the first slide, was incorrect, because there is additional cost. You have the cost of the April election to deal with. You have the additional cost to put it on in November for these questions. So subtract the $18,000 to put it on November. The additional there is no additional cost in this ballot, and the net cost will only be $62,000.
Yep.
So, and in the meantime, we'll be able to have a decision on the Inspector General. And the way the question is framed, it is not a costly item and is as as needed. We'll have more discussion about the language later. I'm totally in favor of this. Thank you again, Mayor, for bringing this. I've been working on hoping to have this done 2 years ago. It wasn't about shaving anybody's term. It was about shaving my term as well. We all have to take a cut. You know, we made the decision to do the right thing. We made the decision to reduce our terms in order to bring to the voters the opportunity to make the choice. So if you would like to speak, I will
yield.
Pass the ball. I will yield the floor to the esteemed Commissioner Lara.
Councilor Laura.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Briefly, I will not repeat ad nauseum what I and all of us who ran this past the issues of the profound and tangible benefits of moving the elections to November. But I will say that since I've been absolutely loud and clear, I want the elections to be held in November, right? That's not, and I want it as fast as practical. So, you know, there's an old saying, justice delayed, justice denied. Well, I believe delaying the decision on whether or not the voters want this to go to November is denying opportunity for people to vote. So I don't see it as a cost analysis, because as it's shown, it's actually, we can save money if we do it the way that's been proposed by the mayor. And we increase the number of people who will be voting on this issue by virtue of the mail-in. Stephanie, this is different than other kinds of proposed mail-in, right? This is not if you've only registered for mail-in. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
Correct. My understanding, and the clerk has been speaking with the supervisor of elections as well, is that this is a mail ballot only election. So ballots would be sent out approximately 4 weeks before the deadline of April 21st to everyone who has registered by the day prior to the sending out of the ballots, to everyone who has a registered address. If the address, if the person is no longer there, you cannot forward those mail ballots. They don't go on elsewhere. And then they are returned via mail by that date, either via USPS, or they can be dropped off in person at the Doral headquarters. So there are not drop boxes or early voting sites, but there is the opportunity to mail and drop off at election headquarters.
So everybody who's registered to
Every
vote
registered voter
gets
will
this.
receive a mail-in ballot.
Right. I'll just finish by saying one thing. That's just a commentary, Commissioner Castro, that, you know, in your presentation, you raised the issue of a benefit is it reduces partisanship if you do this in April, the way it's been done, versus if you move it to November. You raised the reference to the President Trump. You alluded to two colleagues of yours on the commission as being registered Republicans. I would ask that you do not introduce partisanship onto this dais or into its deliberative process, because I don't want that. This is a nonpartisan body. We do what's in the best interest of Coral Gables, not for red or for blue, but for the residents of Coral Gables.
Through the mayor, and that's exactly what I want to avoid, 100%. That's why I put that up there. I really never touched those subjects, but moving forward, I'll take that into consideration. I'm never really going to mention that again.
Thank
okay?
you.
When I was referring to the cost, I was referring to the cost of ballot questions, okay? I wasn't referring to elections. Now, if we were to do it in April, it would still cost us less if you're combining $80,000 together then again with a November election. And when I'm talking about fiscal responsibility, I'm just going based off on what you guys campaigned, because you said higher voter turnout and the city will be saving $200,000. So that's what I'm addressing myself to. I'm trying to reach your goal with what you guys have promised. So you promised a savings of $200,000. But then again here, you're not even compromising, you are putting more expenses, which is the $80,000, and then a November election, which is even more than an April election altogether. Okay, so don't try to confuse people. They're not confused. I think people are seeing straight what it is.
Okay, I'd like to answer. And let's go through this one more time for the record, okay? Elections in November do not have an added cost.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, last year when we ran the question for the annexation in the piggyback on the primary election, it cost the city less than $5,000.
Okay, so besides that, let's just get away from that. Let's just get away from that. No, but you're right though. So I don't know why you're laughing, because the bottom line is that it doesn't cost the city anything. So listen, if you have elections, if you no longer have elections in April, you save the city $200,000. Okay? By having this mail-in ballot this next April, it's going to cost the city about $80,000. I had a meeting with the elections department.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt again. I have the estimate from Miami-Dade County elections officially, $77,205.
So I was off by $2,800. Okay,
We're in the ballpark.
we're in the ballpark. If you don't have that election and you continue to have elections, the subsequent April, which would be April of 2027, which is what she wants to do, the election will cost the city $200,000. When you deduct $200,000 from $77,000, you get a delta of $123,000. That is a savings. Because we will not have an election in April of 2027, God willing, because people will say we want to have an election in November. So you have an election, a mail-in ballot election, April 2026, and then you will have an election in November of 2026. So your election in April 2027 that you mentioned there will never happen.
We'll see about
Hold on. And let me finish. And it'll happen, and it'll happen. By the way, it's not just 1 year, it's subsequent years and subsequent years. And it's an annuity that'll keep paying back. So it's not just one time, it's in perpetuity. So you're saving money. That's being fiscally sound, and also not being afraid to go in front of voters and your record. So that, let's not confuse people. Let's stop confusing people and using fuzzy math, okay? Please, the facts are the facts. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. We have also, let me finish. We have a motion and a second on the floor, and we have an amendment, a friendly amendment by the Vice Mayor in regards to the additional referendums.
And we will bring those back at the
Those
appropriate
will all
time.
come back, and especially depending on what the city attorney tells us as a result
Correct.
of today's findings by the state of Florida Supreme Court. Okay?
Through the mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
You said that I would not win an election. To begin with, you don't even know if I'm going to run again. I don't even know if I'm going to run again. Okay, but I could guarantee you one thing: if I'm going to run, I'm going to win. There's no fighting that. So don't be so worried and so preoccupied if you think I cannot win an election. I would never go into something I can't win. Okay.
Okay, well, that being said, I just hope you don't run your poll numbers like I have on 5 times. You're below 15%. You're upside down 2-1. So we have a motion and a second. Let's move on. We have already had public comment. It was closed. You spoke about it. You spoke in public comment. No, it's not. We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank
you very much. All right. So let's move on.
Where are we?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
would you mind doing F29, sir?
F29 it is. Thank you, Belkis. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, excuse me, 5 o'clock. Wow.
Mayor, may I read it into the record?
Of course.
So F29 is a resolution of the City Commission formalizing a permitting assistance program to be administered by the Economic Development Department in coordination with the Development Services Department, providing for concierge permitting assistance, interdepartmental coordination, and technical support as an economic development incentive.
So thank you so much for taking us out of order, Mayor. I'm here with Addis Carrilla, who's the outgoing chair of the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm not sure if maybe Thad Adams is on Zoom. He's the chair of our Economic Development Board, but he's also a member of the Chamber of Commerce.
He is not on Zoom. He stopped by here earlier, but he is.
Okay, thank you. So the Permitting Assistance Program started in 2011 with the Chamber, in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce and with Development Services and the Economic Development Department as an economic development initiative to help businesses get timely permits. This is more than just a customer service tool. It's really a strategic economic development initiative that directly benefits both businesses, the business community, and also the residents. And the reason that it matters is because we all know that the faster that our businesses can open, the faster they can start making money and lower their costs. So we want to streamline this for them. We've been doing this since 2011. It just never has been formalized. We want to continue our business-friendly reputation. We want to make sure that we are currently competing with other cities for new companies, and so we want to make sure that our businesses know and that the city sends out a message that we want business here. And we also want multinationals, headquarters, professional services here. And also, again, we cut down on the wait times that they have to, they get with permitting, and also because we're working with them from the beginning, what we've noticed is that we cut down on their time that they're in permitting. So we have companies like Ryder and like Quest that have gone through the program, and they've opened significant square footage, and they've opened in 3 months, which is great. The reason that we should care about this as a resident is concerned is because permitting, this all generates fees. So there's permitting fees associated with it. There's a business tax license revenue that we also collect from this. So there are a lot of things that reduce the pressure on residents as well. So I don't know if Addis wants to say anything.
I'm just here in support. We love the program. I think it supports our businesses. It encourages them to do business with us when we offer incentives such as this one. So as an advocate as chairperson for the Coral Gables Chamber, we do support this program. I just wish we can offer it to everybody, but we can't. But those that we could, we support it 100%. So I'm here in support of Belkis. She does an amazing job with economic development and with this program, and we're very supportive.
Madam Chair, when is your last day?
I'm sorry, Addis Carrillo.
When is your last day?
Oh, my last day. I have 5 days. I'm sorry.
I thought it was in a month. So first and foremost, I want to say congratulations. You've done an amazing job in a very tough year.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you so
much.
much.
In a very tough year. And I laugh because if I don't laugh, I'm going to cry because then I think about this past year. You deserve to be commended. And I cannot believe that we did not do something appropriate for you today. So that's a shame.
It's okay.
We
Thank
need
you.
to do something in the next commission meeting, because you've done a great job leading this year in a very tough time. I want to also thank Belkis. Belkis brought this to my attention. This is another example of your diligence, hard work, and leadership. I want to commend you, and I told the manager what a great job that you did on this, and I'm proud to sponsor this and continue partnering with the chamber. The lifeblood of the city is our residents, but you have to understand the business community plays such a major role in propping up this city on every front. If it wasn't for our downtown and if it wasn't for the chamber, we'd be in some serious trouble. So I want to congratulate the chamber for the hard work they've been doing, your leadership.
Thank you.
And Belkis, thank you for bringing this forward and working with me to bring it to commission today.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I want to thank you both for doing this. I mean, we've done expediting services for residents. And we have mobile permitting for residents. It's time now that we take care of our business community that struggles with simple things such as signage. And I know that sometimes they reach out to the mayor, sometimes they reach out to me, sometimes they reach out to the other commissioners, and now it's nice to have it formalized. And the city manager is doing a great job of enhancing our building services department to make it much more friendly for everybody, both residents and businesses. So thank you, Mr. Manager, as well. So I'm happy to move this if somebody wants to second it.
Second.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second?
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to F5.
Thank you.
Thank you to Development Services too, I want to say,
Ah,
because
yes.
we can't do it without them.
Yes. So this is an item that I've sponsored, a discussion regarding study opportunities within the city for kayak, canoe, and paddle boarding launch sites, including but not limited to Ruth Bryan Owen Park and Coco Plum Circle. I'd like to bring up some friends of ours who are here. Nestor Menendez and Mr. Swain, who's here with us. These two gentlemen, I've had the pleasure of spending some time with them over the few years, talking about a whole host of issues in regards to environment, water accessibility, clean water. And the other day, we took a tour of the Coco Plum Circle. And we were looking at some interesting opportunities. And I think that until you get on the ground and you really recognize the opportunities that are before us, you're going to have a different perspective, because we drive in our cars or we ride on our bikes and we really don't really get down to the water level. And I was talking with the manager, and the manager always thinks in numbers, and I have a lot of respect for that, because he talks to me about the pitch, and he brings me back to my school days and talks to me about, Vince, you know how hard it's going to be to put a structure down there. It's a great idea, but we got to figure this out. This is an idea that I want to see if we can include in the budget.
Okay.
And what I want to do is I want to see if we can, and I want the manager to help us out with, and see if my colleagues are interested in doing this. Okay, I would be interested in finding for Coco Plum Circle. For the other park, we have already something going on. For Coco Plum Circle, I'd like to figure out a way that we could do something where, I know it's going to be very hard to get in and out because of AD accessibility, and that's something that the vice mayor can run a course on. But I think that is an unpolished gem, that Coco Plum Circle. And I would love to be able to do some sort of study that could show us what type of structure we would need for ingress and egress, and how is that accessible. And I'd like to hear a little bit of your input and guidance in regards to it, because I think that maybe we can find a few dollars in the budget to do a design using one of our in-house consultants, maybe, Mr. Manager, to do something just very preliminary to see if it's even worth chasing, because if it doesn't make sense and people can't get in and out, then we may have to find a different option.
Yeah, I understand. So let me go back to the history of how this kind of got.
Can you give us your full name and everything?
Oh, yeah, John Swain, 4015 University Drive. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to have you. It's almost good evening.
Nestor, go ahead.
Good evening, Nestor Menendez, 6611 Riviera Drive. And I'm gonna defer to Mr. Swain first to talk about RBO Park, and then I'll loop in Coco Plum.
Okay.
I was going to do Ruth Bryan. He was going to do Coco, but he started on Coco Plum.
Whatever you like.
So I'll get started on that. So back maybe 10 years ago, we had a meeting with Bike Walk Carl Gables, Bike 305. I think someone from the city was there. I can't remember for sure. And the Department of Transportation to try to come up with a way to make it safe to cross Lejeune Road at Coco Plum Circle, because it's really dangerous. And at the time, the best thing we could come up with was a pedestrian crosswalk north of Ingram Highway, which is there now, but it doesn't really work. You can ask Nestor, he lives there. Doesn't really work. Anyway, so that kind of like just went to the background. And then when I was on the Waterway Advisory Board, our chairman, Manny, brought up at one meeting, he said, he goes, the area on the Coco Plum Circle is so ugly, isn't there something we can do about it? So I was thinking about the boardwalk that the city of Miami put in at Peacock Park, the boardwalk they put in at Kennedy Park, and I was thinking, it'd be really nice to have a real pretty, like a boardwalk, people could look at the water. It's a really, really pretty place. It's a mess right now, but it's a pretty spot. So I went down there, and I'm wandering around looking at the site, and I realized that while I'm walking around, I just went under Lejeune Road, and I didn't even know it. I crossed Lejeune Road. So I said, it just hit me. That's it, an underpass. We need to have an underpass here. So the Cocoa Plum site is really kind of a two-part site. One is the beautification of the site, put a beautiful boardwalk in there. And then the other one is it would provide a pedestrian, jogger, cycling path that you could go from Ingram Terrace Park over the pedestrian bridge, down underneath Lejeune Road, and then on your way to Sunset and Old Cutler, wherever you wanted to go. So that's the basic idea of the project. So you want to?
Yeah, sure. So just to piggyback off of that, this is what we've been discussing now is a derivation of a project that I had first proposed back when I was originally put on the tab by the vice mayor. And I live a block away from Lejeune Road and right off Riviera on the Cocoa Plum Bridge. And I have young children, and it's difficult for me to enjoy or cross Lejeune Road safely to get to Ingram Park, which is a beautiful park. It's a great addition to the city. I just don't get to enjoy it as much as I'd like to because, as you all know, Lejeune Road is the gateway to the South Gables. It's heavily trafficked, and there is no safe way to cross the street. There's a constant green light coming, going south off of Lejeune, and if that light's red, there's a green light coming off of Ingram Highway or Main Highway, and it's just constant flow of traffic, and you kind of have to play Frogger to get across the road. So while I was on the tab, I discussed it with my fellow tab members. I said there's got to be hopefully a safe way to get a crosswalk across Lejeune, maybe under. And so I started talking to Debbie Swain, and we got involved, and they came up and they said, well, we've been actually talking about this, and we know that they're going to close down the Cocoa Plum Bridge to redo the whole Cocoa Plum Bridge and the circle. And I said, why don't we take advantage of this and see if we can get an ADA pedestrian-friendly crosswalk to go under the bridge and give people access, the residents access to Ingram Park that live across the way. And so in that, we got together, the mayor kindly cut out some time for us in the morning, met up with John and Debbie and myself, and we walked the area, and what we found was it was pretty shocking. It was a beautiful area that was just unkept. There's a lot of people that actually enjoy that area. They sit there, they fish. I know fishing's not really allowed there, but they're not disturbing anybody. I live literally a block away from there, and I have no issues with it. There's a lot of kids down there. We just need to beautify it. Make it accessible. And so what we came up with, which is kind of a compromise in my sense, because I wanted a pedestrian bridge under on the north side of the bridge, but just as well we can get to the south side. There's access, there's public access there's parking, and there's a sufficient grade, I was told today, to make a ADA compliant ramp with maybe one switchback, was it?
Well, I'm not an engineer.
Well,
but the top of Cocoa Plum is 18 feet high, down to sea level. But the walkway or whatever we wind up building wouldn't be sea level. It'd probably be about 4 feet, something like that. So that would be a 14-foot slope, and it's about 200 feet. So that's about 7%.
Which is ADA compliant.
So
Wait, before you assume that something's ADA compliant,
oh, I'm going to say, I'm not an engineer.
I'll speak in a minute.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Sorry,
You said something. And you're a lawyer, so you're going to be stuck with it.
We believe it's ADA compliant.
You think, you hope.
It's ADA compliant. So,
but maybe we need to put a switchback. Maybe we need to put a couple switchbacks.
You have 216 inches of rise. Okay?
Divided by 200.
A rise for any ramp run must be maximum is 30 inches. I'm going to leave this in the very capable hands of
I would do that.
our calculator on the end of the dais here. But then you also have to have the 60-inch area for the wheelchair to be able to turn around.
Yeah, I understand.
But before we even get to that question, you need to ask yourself, are there going to be any amenities and services down there that are going to be available to the able-bodied that are not available to the disabled? You must provide ADA accessibility if you have something different to offer.
At the moment,
Kayak
we
launch.
haven't proposed anything, but it's in its infantile stages. Like the mayor said, we should do a feasibility study and figure out where we're going with it.
Very conceptual, but it's.
So I think just taking a measuring tape and then putting those measurements in the very capable hands of our city manager will be able to get the answer. Now, I have traversed that area. I've carried my bike down. I've gone underneath. I think it's a very cool area. I'm one of those kids that would go out and exploring all kinds of areas, and I haven't changed. As many people have noticed, I haven't changed. So, and I'm not about to change, and I hope I never do change because I love exploring areas and hiking and so forth. And the day that I'm stuck to where I can't get around very much, I'm not going to be a happy camper. So I have explored it. I think it's a fantastic area. Let's assume for a moment that it's not feasible to do a ramp there. And the feasibility is going to be determined by this gentleman down at the end with a simple set of measurements. You can also have, have you thought about doing, like you were going to do at Blue Road, a place where, the kayaks can pause, disembark, and get back on?
Yes.
That's feasible.
Yes, the canoe launch was always part of my conceptual plan.
Not a launch. It's not a launch.
A landing area.
Not a launch. It's where the disabled can also row on up, disembark, I don't know if fishing's allowed there or not. It's a pretty wide section, so it's not that much. Picnic if they want.
Yeah, well, you were down there, so you know, but that's really, you don't realize it when you're driving by, but it's a big piece of property.
It's cool.
It really is, a
It's
long,
really
long
cool.
piece of property. Yeah. And there would be room to do some kind of ADA compliant canoe access. I mean, probably the same thing you're doing at Blue Road Open Space. Whatever you would come up with Blue Road, which has much more limited space than Cocoa Plum does. So
Yes.
whatever we could do there, we could also do at Cocoa Plum.
So let's do this. So let's, Mr. Manager, will you do us a favor? Will you have a meeting next week with these two gentlemen? And I can either attend or the vice mayor can attend. The reason why I say the vice mayor, not over anybody else, is because she's familiar with the area and the ADA requirements. I'd rather have her attend, as a matter of fact.
Can I make a suggestion?
I'm up for suggestions.
When I've told this project to countless numbers of people, so I'm really excited about it. And usually when I give it to them, they're like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then I get them to go down there.
Yeah, I'm
And
with
it's
you.
a completely different thing. They're like, wow, this is great.
It is.
So I would.
I hadn't really realized how interesting it was because I had gone down there, but I hadn't gone underneath the bridge and gone the other side.
Right.
It's accessible from both sides. It's very interesting. So I just want to understand, number one, is it reasonable? And number two, what is the cost? So I would like to do that over the next week, 10 days, 2 weeks, because we're in budget season. I'd like to know if it's going to be, a $25,000 feasibility study, $15,000, $20,000, $40,000, whatever the cost is going to be. I want to bring it before the commission, before our next commission meeting, and say, look, this is what we're looking at. Okay, because this is something we got to budget for.
Perfect.
And we can start planning for. Once I get it into a design, then we're really in good shape. But it's gonna take. We got to get there first. We got to walk. So can we schedule a meeting?
Yes, Mayor. The next commission meeting is 9/10. It's a little tight. Can we do it in the October meeting?
That's fine. But I'd like to have at least a meeting with them in the next week, in the next 10 days.
An interim meeting, yes.
So then we can decide, moving forward, a plan of action, so we can get in the commission for October. Okay.
As you know, Mayor, the problem there is the elevation.
I got it. But we'll have an idea of what the costs are going to be, and maybe the DCM and ACM can kind of already start projecting a little bit of the cost of what it would be to do a feasibility study, maybe a preliminary design before we even engage.
It's a beautiful
spend real
area.
money.
It's a beautiful area.
Okay.
No,
All right.
it is. It's fun. We can just go there with a measuring tape, too. We could probably get the before we spend money in.
The reason I brought that up about show and tell is I was Mr. City Manager. I was going to invite you to personally go, the three of us or the four of us, to actually meet at Coco Plum and visit the site and go through it, and we can tell you all our ideas, and you can tell us if we're crazy or not, or whatever.
With a measuring tape.
So whenever your schedule
Let's
is.
schedule a meeting for next week.
Okay,
In the manager's office. We'll do it early in the morning, 8 o'clock, 15, 20-minute meeting, so we can put a plan of action together.
Okay.
Okay?
excellent.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Could I speak a
Yes.
minute on Ruth Brian Owen Park?
Yes.
Also?
Yes.
So, when I was on the Waterway Board, my focus on the Waterway Board was public access. And there was 4 spots that I saw. Ruth Brian Owen, Blue Road Open Space, the Underline, Riviera and US 1, and Coco Plum. And I'm going to jump to Riviera real quick. When the Underline did their preliminary design for their pedestrian bridge, their infamous pedestrian bridge, they had it right over where the existing makeshift canoe launch is. So I met with the Underline, and I got them to move it to its present location, which is closer to US 1. And then, thanks to Vice Mayor Anderson, she got the county to agree that they would put in a proper canoe launch. Who knows when they're going to get the money to actually do it?
Well, yeah, see that, now you know why I, take a particular position on certain impact fees, because we never see the money again.
Yeah. So hopefully we will get that. So we've got, we're working on 3 out of 4. In 2021, when I brought up the Ruth Brian Owen improvements, I just brought up that one because it's really the easiest of the 4 to get done. There's not a lot to do there.
Okay.
But one thing, that's my personal, my neighborhood park.
Okay.
I'm a fifth of a mile from it. I can see it from my backyard, so I have a vested interest in that park. And Ruth Brian Owen Park was originally part of a hardwood hammock that spanned all the way down past Blue Road. I don't know how far down, but past Blue Road and east all the way towards Coconut Grove. This massive hammock, and it was called the Devil's Den back then. Nobody really wanted to go in it. And when Merrick bought the property, I only brought 2 copies of this. This is what it looked like. This is a photo of Bird Road in the mountain.
No, I love it.
So my hope is that the city, that there's not hardly any place, if anywhere else in the city, that is what it was looked like when Merrick bought it. Everything's been developed.
Not everything.
And this, except for there's this one spot.
And there's one spot next to my house in San Amaro. That is.
Okay, so there's 2.
That's an entire block.
But that block, okay, I know you're talking
Entire block.
about. Yeah, I
of
know you're talking
Pinewood, yeah.
Which I grew up in that. I grew up 40 years ago running around in there.
Yeah, so I would love the city to agree, rather than to develop it, to keep it basically a natural hardwood hammock. And then all you really need to do is like I said back in 2021, put in the canoe launch.
But let's do this. Let's end the meeting with the manager. Let's put together a plan of action for both of these projects, and we'll take a look at it. Okay?
Right. Yep.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you for being so patient.
All right.
All right, I'm going to try to go through these, Madam City Attorney, at least my items very quickly. I want to finish up what I have here on the agenda because we got a long agenda. We could be here till 11 o'clock at night. I don't want to do that to people. Okay? What is the update as quickly as possible on the youth center property?
Yes, Mayor. So I sent you all this morning the response. So as directed by the commission, I sent a request to the association for the documents that the commission asked to be provided by the association. I received a response this morning for counsel for the association, basically asserting that, as a private nonprofit entity, they are not required to provide these documents, but in the spirit of transparency, they were providing certain publicly available records, and those include the association's annual reports filed with the Florida Division of Corporations, the association's IRS forms, 990 IRS filings for the past 5 years, the deed to the Youth Center Association property, the summary final judgment that was entered in October 30th, 1968, and the 3rd District Court of Appeals procurement affirmance of that summary final judgment. That is all they've provided. I've sent that to all of you.
Okay. First and foremost, they missed the deadline. We provided for them, and they have not provided all the documents we requested. This is an entity that is entangled with the city of Coral Gables. At one point, they had lost their 501c3 status. In the 90s, for 5 years, they were defunct. This is something that, again, I have no issues with a reverter clause at all. I have no issues with a reverter clause. That can still be put on the property, but this idea that this project is going to be developed and this entity is going to be the savior. Why wouldn't we develop Phillips Park, for example? It's a large swath of land. Why are we now going to be taking in another massive piece of property, which is 6 acres that I've been working on for 10 years, and we're on the final stages of negotiating that? We're looking to bring that in so it's not developed. So at the end of the day, what I think we should do, and just to go really quickly, I think that we should have our city attorney hire outside counsel to do a real thorough, in-depth review of all the tax documents. I want to see bank account records. They are responsible and should be held to the same standard, just like the case that I forwarded you, Madam City Attorney, which says that they're responsible for the sun. They should be held to the same standards in the sunshine. I want to see votes. I want to see how you selected boards, all those things that occurred over the last 2 decades. Who is responsible? How are elections? Where's the money? How do you spend your money? If you're a 501c3, you have to provide the last 3 years at a minimum. You should be able to provide it in 2 seconds of all your financial information. So I'm asking for the city attorney to bring outside counsel on this issue to provide a comprehensive breakdown of what's happening exactly. Again, I have no issues with a reverter clause, but I do have an issue with there being an entity out there that can't keep their papers in order. And in that case, potentially putting a city treasure like the youth center in jeopardy. Does anybody would anybody join me in that?
No, but through the mayor?
Yep.
I want to just give a little clarity to this. The War Memorial Youth Center is a private entity. The reverter clause was challenged in the 1960s in the district court and the 3rd District Court of Appeals. Both ruled that the reverter clause was valid. The War Memorial Association, the land was purchased, then they built the structure, and they conveyed it to the city for free with the reverter clause to protect the property. Okay, we're getting this for free. Reverter clause states basically that it always has to serve primarily for the youth of the community, and it has to be called the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center. Also, the city must maintain and operate the youth center exclusively. This was a gift to us. All we have to do is maintain it.
Okay.
Mayor, you've been in office for more than 12 years. Why are you bringing this up now? This would be a problem. The only reason this would be a problem on the title is if you're planning to sell it. Or is that what you're trying to do?
Is that a little cortadito?
No,
the
it's
next
a
big
direct
story,
question.
mayor's selling the youth center.
It's a direct question because the reverter clause there is to protect the youth center. But then you want to go into a legal battle again with waste taxpayer money, okay, on a private entity that didn't even have to give you that information, and they were very generous to do so.
Now, nobody knows where that money is. Nobody knows the process of putting together that board. Nobody knows why did the 501c3 lapse? Why were they for 5 years defunct? There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. So again, this is a simple matter. You asked me, I've been in office for 12 years. Yes, I have been in office for 12 years. It's never been an issue because I didn't know it was an issue. When I see something like this that needs clarity and address, at the end of the day, my job is to make sure that no property that the city owns has any clout on title. And at the end of the day, this has to be corrected. Just like we corrected today at the elections, which will happen in April, and that will be addressed. So, Madam City Attorney, the commissioner says a lot of things that I was not aware of in her explanation now. So I'd like to know, were you aware of everything she just said?
Mayor, generally, as you know, Mayor, we have discussed that the youth center was originally operated at the site where currently the Publix is located.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking,
Yes.
were you aware of the litigation that took place before?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, and your opinion is?
So that was the city brought that action to get a
Okay.
declaratory judgment.
Yeah.
And the trial court found that the reverter was valid and binding.
Okay. Perfect.
That was affirmed by the third DCA it's what's called the procuratorial affirmance without an
So
opinion.
with that being said, they should have no issues in having their documents reviewed. At the end of the day, if they're associated with a city, you should be transparent and provide all these documents. I don't know why you're so, what is there to hide? Why do you have to be so anti-transparency, so anti a process that people can view the documents of an organization that is entangled with our jewel, the youth center? The problem is, I think there's a conflict of interest.
With who?
Kirk Menendez was a commissioner and tried to pass a $150 million bond while he was the chair of this board. That to me is a direct conflict of interest. And thank God that I stopped that $150 million bond, because there would be more debt on the city, kind of like your COLA, which was a $20 million debt on the city. So $2 million a year for the next 10 years. So my point is that if there is no issues, if all the paperwork is in order, why wouldn't you just submit the paperwork? If you're such a steward of one of the city's most important assets, just give me the documents. Give them to the city attorney. We gave you a deadline and you gave us a few documents, but give us all the documents. I want to see 10 years of bank records. I want to understand, let me ask you a question. You think it's appropriate that a person who's a chairman, you think it's appropriate that a person who's a chairman of a board that is in charge of a reverter clause for the youth center puts his wife, his son, and his daughter on that board? I think that's nepotism, and in my opinion, is a huge conflict. And that person at that time is also a commissioner in the city of Coral Gables. I'm sorry, that doesn't pass muster with me. And you don't need to be an attorney to realize that.
Yeah, through the mayor.
So I'm not done yet. So
Oh, you asked me a question.
No, but I know the answer. You find an excuse for anything. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'm going to go, I agree that we need the records. I also agree that we need to preserve the history. There's a rich history there of individuals that started not only the youth center, but really post-war era, World War II, wanted to commemorate and preserve the memory of those who served in the wars. And that's why it was called the War Memorial Youth Center, and that organization was formed. The individuals that formed it long before Commissioner Menendez were around, and their history needs to be preserved and told. I happen to be via Zoom at a Rotary Club meeting this past week and got to hear a rather eloquent presentation that was put on. And I do think that those records need to be preserved, that this city needs to be able to tell this story. Okay, one of the comments that was made by Commissioner Menendez, who did the presentation at that time, is, the city of Coral Gables never tells this story. Well, help us. Provide us the records. Let us preserve the history so that for the next 100 years, the story of those individuals that bought the original property where the Publix now sits, next to the A&P, gets to be told for future generations. And we get to honor their legacy and what they did back then in the 1940s and 50s and 60s, before a lot of us were born. So I would like to add to that request for the full record on what was done.
So, 1 second. So you asked me, why do we have to hire an attorney? You asked nicely once, and they don't respond. You give them a 30-day deadline, and they don't respond. It's kind of like my lawsuit with Actualidad Radio. They slander you. They say a lie about you. And what you do, you have to hire an attorney to get an apology letter. Not only do you get an apology letter, you also get a huge payday and also get Mr. Tejeda fired from the radio station. So I hate to do it, but there's no other choice, but you have no other choice but to hire an attorney to get compliance. Because at the end of the day, they'll stall and stall and stall. If you don't have anything to hide, then just give me the documents that I'm requesting. It's in the best interest of the city to make sure that we memorialize those documents and that we have a proper transition. Or is Kirk planning on being there posthumous? You know, at the end of the day, is he going to be like a mummy? Is he going to be there just forever, a part of that board? So we can do better.
Through the mayor?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. At the end of the day, this commission can ask or request anything they want to. But the reality here is that nobody is above the law, right? And that is a private entity. And they are in the right to decline or to give it to you. And it seems to me right now like we're going to try to waste more taxpayer funds just because of a personal issue you have with Kirk Menendez. I think we need to focus on city business and conduct ourselves accordingly.
Commissioner, to answer you, I am conducting city business, like the mobility hub, like moving elections, like getting an inspector general, which you vote against, all of that. I am conducting city business, voters' business, what they elected me for. But at the end of the day, Kirk Menendez should comply. So, Commissioner, do you have anything you'd like to add?
You know, the only thing I want to add, because I find this all more unnecessarily distracting than it should be, because I agree with Jane Muir that, the War Memorial Youth Association is a private Florida not-profit corporation. But there has been concerns raised both on this commission and from residents concerning the management, the stewardship, and ultimately the transparency of the way that it's been run. So I find it distressing that Ms. Muir says that in the spirit of transparency, I'm quoting from her letter that she sent to the city attorney, that in the spirit of transparency and cooperation, she'll provide what's already available via public filing. That to me is confounding, because if you're going to quote being transparent and cooperative, you just turn over the documents that are requested, which are neither intrusive nor burdensome. They are documents that would be readily available, archived, accessible, and they should be curated, because if the place is being run properly, managed correctly, and handled by professionals, that would take you all of less than an hour to compile, assemble, and send it back to the city attorney. So I find it all kind of unnecessary, really, I hope. But it's certainly not transparent or cooperative, the way that we got a response on the very last minute from when the documents have been requested. It raises, I think, more questions than it answers. It invites negative light where maybe, hopefully, there shouldn't be no negative light, but they're sort of calling the question. I mean, does anybody on the well, Commissioner Castro, do you think it's burdensome or somehow improper to request clarity and transparency on these issues as framed and sent out by the city attorney?
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that at this point that doesn't matter. They're a private entity, and they are in their all decision to decide if they want to give us something or not. At the end of the day, it's not even, my opinion really doesn't count. We have to go based on the law.
Okay, so but through the mayor.
Yeah, but if I may, again, you just answered my point. You made my point for me. It's a 501c3 entity. It's enjoying that status. So at the end of the day, if that's dissolved and you're associated with the city, look, I'll put it to you this simple. Let me ask you a question. Do you think, hypothetically, would you remove or modify the reverter and give that reverter, if the city violates a reverter, would you be opposed to that property going to a judicial receivership?
You know,
I'm asking you a question. Would you be opposed to that? Because I think the best thing in my opinion is get rid of the reverter and apply it in a way that if the city does break its promise, which I find it hard to believe that the city would break its promise, the mere fact that you state that I want to sell the youth center or develop the youth center is just the typical, gotcha kind of politics that has taken over here over the last 2 years, and thank God there was a change. You know very well that's not going to happen. Very, very well.
How? How?
How? We haven't done any other property.
Listen to what you
Haven't
did
done it.
today with the other garage, which I was like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you want to build something here too. At the end of the day, the reverted clause was here to protect the youth center. That is it.
From what?
They were, from us not using it as it's supposed to be used, period. That's the only reason.
So you truthfully think that someone is going to go out there and sell the youth center?
Absolutely, or use part of the parking, or do something else that is not for the youth. There's a lot of things that you can do, especially coming from a person that's very into development. I'm sorry, but let's not bicker. It's not good for anyone. City Attorney, do you recommend us legally engaging this, or what is your recommendation?
It's really up to, it's the will of the commission. Whatever the
think it would be
commission decides
successful?
is it wants to do, we will take that direction.
Okay, do you think we're going to be wasting money challenging this, or do you think it will be successful?
I don't know, Commissioner. I don't know if they're going to, if they comply right away. That could just be a very easy ask. So
Okay, but what he was asking is for us to go and remove this reverted clause, correct?
That's not what I said.
Okay, so correct me. What did you say?
So first and foremost, what I'm asking is to hire an attorney to get all the documents that this 501c3, which was again dissolved because it fell out of its 501c3 and now jumped back in, to provide all that documentation to the city. They do not want to provide it. It's simple. It's not that difficult. They should be transparent. They should send us all their documents, their bank statements, everything that has to do with the entity, their meeting minutes. I want to see everything. They are not outside of the sunshine. Per the Winter Haven case, they have to comply with the Sunshine Law. So it's simple. Wait, hold on. I'm not done yet. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion. My motion is, and I pass the gavel to the Vice Mayor, and that is that we have our city attorney hire outside counsel to meet with Kirk Menendez's lawyers to receive all the pertinent information in regards to this entity, from bank statements to their 501c3 status, to their recordings, to all pertinent information that has to deal with that entity.
Are you done?
I'm waiting for a second.
For discussion.
Yeah, of course.
Second, may I make a comment?
100%. You
So,
can make an amendment, you can make a comment.
I'm also looking at this letter, and I'm also would like the city attorney to focus on what I'm just cursory looking at here. So I have the utmost respect for Jane Muir, very, very competent attorney. I've known her for decades. And I think that she chooses her words very carefully. So in her response, she says that the documents that she does provide reflect the association's continued compliance with its obligations as a non-profit entity under state and federal law. That's because it may be a 501c now, and she refers to it as its continued compliance with its obligations, probably as of the date of this letter. But it doesn't tell you a thing about why it did or did not lapse and go into for-profit status. That is one of my concerns about how this entity with such control over this land has managed itself during this time and what the consequences could be if not handled correctly. Also, while they provide the IRS forms and annual reports, they provide us with no statement of accounts to show what the comings and the goings and the deposits and the withdrawals have been over the years. I say this not out of morbid curiosity, but while Commissioner Menendez was a commissioner, he attended a town hall and held up a document in front of the residents that appeared at that town hall to say, the money's there. There's nothing to see. Move along. So the door was not only creaked open, it was like kicked open, inviting the scrutiny, because that leaves you with even more questions, right, than not. And when you ask plainly, I'd like to have the bank records, a respectful decline is still I'm not going to give it to you. So I think there's actually much more there, and it's something that should be pursued at perhaps the next level, since a simple ask has been thrown back.
The goal is to protect the entity. Madam Vice Mayor.
So
You're running the, I made the motion, by the way, you're running the.
I know. I let him, and we're in discussion right now. So I also have questions, because there was a point where the entity lapsed and it was renewed and it slightly changed names, and did the reverter become null and void at that point? Are we talking about something that's not? So there's a lot of questions out there.
By the way, Madam Vice Mayor, it lapsed for 5 years.
Yeah, no, that's exactly my point.
Not 5 days, not 5 weeks, 5 years.
So corporations, once they die,
they die.
That's a dead person. So once the person dies and has the reverter, it's not like you can resuscitate them and they come back to life again.
Through the mayor, and on that point, hypothetical, we're just talking, right? So if the entity that should be in position as the proper receiver of the reverter, if triggered, no longer exists, then the entity that remains, as any corporation, if it dissolves or it involuntarily, or it dissolves or winds down improperly, at some point it may revert even to an individual. We don't know who that individual may be. So who the officers are, who the ultimate,
how they're elected,
right?
What's the process?
But I'm saying, like, ultimately, who may control the fate of that land is unknown today.
Yeah, but the liability then, the liability to people
It's incumbent on us.
like the city of Coral Gables.
Yeah.
I mean, the wind down process requires notice to everybody that has an interest in something. And the city made significant investment in the land. None of that notice procedure happened. So when you're in violation, I mean, what's the answer to this legal question? I don't have the answer here as we sit today.
So with all the questions that remain unanswered, I would just say, it seems rhetorical to me, that there should be, on this dais, no opposition to asking the questions and pursuing it reasonably. Because if there is a reasonable opposition to pursuing the information, a reasonable opposition, I'd like to hear it from anybody on the commission.
Through the chair. City Attorney, are they in their legal right to decline this information?
So I think that there's something more that we can look at here, because to the extent that there has been at some points during the relationship some agreement with this organization between the city and them, there might be situations in which we could seek to see if they might have been subject to public records, different aspects of the records requests.
How are they subject to public records as a private entity is my question.
So to the extent that they were at some point in the relationship, perhaps not currently, but at some point in the relationship with the city, in privity with the city per an agreement or providing certain services to the city, we have to look at all of that and see if there's some aspects under which they might be subject to
Is that
public
something
records.
you can look into yourself, your office could?
We can certainly do that.
Okay. I don't think that we need to get outside counsel right now until at least the city attorney's office figures out if that's the case.
So, if Matt, through the chair,
Yes.
a few things. Number one, in the 1993 resolution, which I hope that you read, Commissioner, the entity and the youth center set the policy together moving forward for the youth center. So they're intertwined. The key here is we need to know if the reverter was extinguished or if it still survives to this day. This entity was dissolved for 5 years. And I understand that you want to help out Commissioner Menendez, but at the end of the day, we're going to move with outside counsel because our city attorney has extensive work on their hands, and I need to get this answered immediately. Because let me tell you why. This is a $200 million piece of property that I need to protect, and you should do the same. Because at the end of the day, I put it on the record here before you feed it to Politico Cortadito tonight. I do not want to develop that property. I do not want to sell that property. I want to protect that property. And like Commissioner Lara said, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we protect this property at all costs. especially when you're spending tens of millions of dollars of hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and you don't know where you stand with this entity.
Or who could make a claim on it. Now, there was also an association, neighborhood association, that was part of that agreement that no longer exists. So how does that impact it as well? That was a critical piece of it.
Through the chair?
Yes.
So I would just caution, because I don't know whether or not any further questions from the dais directed to the city attorney, since we're now even contemplating hiring outside counsel, puts you in an uncomfortable position to reveal attorney-client privilege or mental or legal theories. The questions that the Commissioner Castro has been asking would be kind of the same questions I'd be asking if I was Jane Muir or any counsel they want to subsequently hire. So I would just caution everybody that these conversations, perhaps if they delve into that area, should be held and not at the public dais.
If I may, through the chair, that was good. That was good.
Well stated. Well stated. So
Well
anyway,
stated.
all right.
So we have a, Madam Chair?
Yeah,
We
no,
have a motion, a second?
we have a motion and a second. Let's call it.
Ma'am, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Is this an item we have public comment on?
If you're going to take action.
Yeah, okay. Let's call the
First
public
speaker
comment.
is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This whole conversation has been fascinating. Now I hear that a 501(c) is covered by the Sunshine Law. Oof, everybody who has a 501(c), all the service clubs, everybody is, somebody needs to check records here. Okay. I have several issues. I don't think the issue is whether the property will be sold, because if I remember correctly, the reason why the neighborhood next to the charter school brought the issue to the city was because the city was asked to allow private school, a charter school, to use the youth center field. And according to the rules, whatever the agreement was, they could not do that. And that's why I believe the issue came up, if I remember correctly what I heard. Okay, number one, two, what fascinates me is that Kirk Menendez was a wonderful person when he agreed with the mayor. Kirk Menendez could walk on water. There was no issues with him. And all of a sudden, guess what? He's a criminal. And we're going to have to check everything he's done. You know what? There's a whole bunch of people sitting here that we would like to know where their money comes from. And that should be public record, where the $600,000 mortgage came from. We all wonder, but we're not clear on that. We're not transparent on that. Funny. I wanted to speak before, and I was kept from doing it, even though you added some new stuff, because we're talking about money, finances. You know what? The way we violate the finances issue is we reclassify employees so we can give them a higher job, a higher salary, and be good, because we're only paying a salary. And that's not just one employee, several employees that get reclassified as needed. We change the requirements for them to have that position because, you know, we want to do it. It's not my money, it's the city's money, we can do it. We have done so many things, and we only concentrated what's convenient to concentrate. I heard very clearly when the salaries were increased that the mayor and the vice mayor were going to donate the money. People have been asking, show me where you donated. Oh, no, we don't have to show you that. Transparency.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is going to be Maite Haley on Zoom. Ms. Hallie, if you could please unmute.
Thank you for listening to my comments. Maite Halley, 1245 Milan Avenue. I've been awaiting this discussion because the youth center is important to me, to my family, to those of us that have raised families who have gone to the youth center. And I've been listening to this discussion and sort of had to smile to myself here because what I hear from the dais is people turning themselves around into pretzels, coming up with legal theories and possibilities of how the issues that the commission has with the foundation are related to the reverter clause. The reverter clause is nothing more than a deed restriction. It's not a cloud on the title. And that deed restriction puts the fate of the youth center completely, clearly, and unrelated to anybody else on the commission's hands. And I trust this commission. I know you all personally. I trust this commission not to sell it to developers. Absolutely. But you are the protectors of the future of this, and you have no control over what a possible future commission can do. The reverter clause simply states that if it's not used for the youth of Coral Gables, it goes back to this foundation. Now, I don't know the ins and outs and the legalities of all this foundation, but to me, it seems pretty simple. It's a private entity, and the city, it'd be like asking me for all my income tax returns because you don't like how I'm handling my finances. You have no right to do that. There's no legal standing for it. And I think our esteemed city attorney knows where this is going to end up. So you guys want to waste our taxpayer money, that's fine. But remember, at the end of the day, if you do your job as commissioners and you protect this fabulous asset for the future of our city, then the fate of it is in your hands and it's all done. And it's very simple. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you.
That's it, ma'am.
All right.
So, City Clerk, I think
Clerk?
we're ready for a vote.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. For the record, the end goal is to protect the asset, which is the youth center. We should all be on the same page for that. Moving forward, F2, Mr. Diaz, can you give me an update in 45 seconds? How are we doing with the sidewalk project?
So we don't have to do a whole presentation, but we got you a slide.
Done.
If you don't mind.
I want to be considerate, everybody.
Yes.
This is going to be a great project. By the way, congratulations to both of you and to your staff and to the manager, the DCM. Thank you to the DCM for meeting me there. Thank you for you meeting me there. The Alhambra sidewalks are underway. The drainage project is underway. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful project.
No.
And the next one, we finished Blue Road. The park looks great. University sidewalks are great. I'm just looking for two projects: Doctors Hospital and Granada sidewalks.
So we have 3 separate projects along Granada, all of which are being funded through, currently available through grants or funding through the county's
Mobility impact fees.
mobility impact fees.
I love it.
Now, there are dates associated with the availability of those funds. So I think this is the most important map. And phase 1, it's the circle itself. We
Okay.
actually have, my apologies, I'm gonna let you listen. There you go.
Take control.
The expert here.
Control.
Yeah. As long as you know who to delegate to.
Take control. So,
Melissa Desai is Public Works Director for Transportation. So the first phase of these 3 projects would be the portion of Granada sidewalks from Bird Road to Ponce. That, subject to availability of funds, because we still have to submit a justification analysis to Miami-Dade County, we would be starting design in the fall, and construction would be approved for the following year.
And that's when the funding will be made available to us by the county. So they're gonna make available design funding now this fall and construction next year in 2026.
okay.
So that's the portion south of Bird.
Perfect.
And then phase 2 would be the DeSoto Fountain improvement. That one we received LAP funding for. We got $1 million for construction. Design would basically be starting in the fall, subject to approval from Miami-Dade County for a traffic study. As soon as we get that approval, we can start design, and then we would have construction in early 2027.
Perfect.
And then phase 3 would be the section of sidewalks on both sides of the road from Granada, on Granada, from DeSoto to Bird Road. That would be the last phase. That one we did receive funding from FDOT. That one is a transportation alternatives grant. Okay. And initially, the funding was approved for, it was summer 2027.
For design.
For design. And then construction would be fall 2029. We've been in talks with DOT. They're looking to see if they can move the funds up so that we can start design next July. And it's not finalized yet, but it looks like they're going to approve that. So that's several slides.
And
Which one do you want?
Well, so the DeSoto Fountain, we have $1 million for construction that we're getting through the grant.
The other one, this is the first one.
The
for this
phase
year.
1, we're getting, how much are we getting, like fees?
That one we're getting paid
The full
complete,
amount.
the full amount.
Almost $2 million.
We're getting design and construction for that one.
And then the other one, we're getting another $1 million, correct? $950,000.
In federal
on
funds.
The last, but unfortunately, we're attached to the schedules when they're gonna make those funds available to us.
Okay, perfect. Right?
Through the mayor?
Yeah, of course.
Mayor, we will try to accelerate that through the state and county and to see if we can accelerate those dates. Don't know if we're going to be able to, but we will try.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Mayor, while the team is still up there, do you want to take F14?
Yes.
Which is the FDOT letter that this team worked with me on.
Okay.
So, let's see. Letter went out on August 21st to FDOT Secretary Iglesias, addressing various items in our city and outside of our city dealing with the underlying. We had a meeting with Senator Garcia, our esteemed transportation engineer, Ms. Melissa De Zayas. Let's see who else was there. The underline folks were there. The underline was there.
They were there, Meg Daly.
And so we covered intersections all the way under the underline from the 17th Avenue all the way down. And we incorporated also our additional requests on Granada, Bird Road, et cetera. So you want to give a brief explanation of the asks that we did on behalf of Coral Gables?
So one of the asks that we did was an intersection improvement on Granada Boulevard and Bird Road, seeing as we're going to be constructing sidewalks on the north approach and on the south approach. We reached out to DOT. We did a walkthrough. DOT did decide to move forward with what's called a push-button project. So right now they're at 60% plans. They're looking to install high-emphasis crosswalks and push-button signals and detectors at the intersection of Granada and Bird. So that will also be an additional phase, but DOT is taking care of that for the Granada sidewalks. DOT is also looking into installing sidewalks along the south side of Bird Road from Red Road to Riviera Drive. And we also asked them to include some audible push buttons on Lejeune at several different intersections as part of this upcoming design project that they have coming up in the fall. And we also asked them to look into maybe doing a study at the intersection of University and Lejeune.
Okay, so just a practical standpoint, if you have the sidewalks on the south side of Bird Road, you now can get all the way to University, cross over to use the pedestrian walk bridge on the north side. Unfortunately, we don't have a bridge on the south side. Be able to come across, come back at Granada, and be able to get the high school kids over to the high school on a sidewalk, as opposed to trying to, traverse an area that's impossible to traverse right now with no sidewalk at all. over a bridge. So this is going to be huge, you know, because we put in the University Drive sidewalks. We're going to have now the Granada sidewalks. My hope is next to finish the Riviera sidewalks, and eventually we'll get to the sidewalks from Byrd down to the university on Alhambra. So the connectivity with the underline will be enhanced. Now, the intersection improvements all the way through the underline will make it so much safer for folks to be able to walk, bike, and safely get across US 1. It'll also help the children to be able to get over to Carver Elementary School and the junior high. So piece by piece, we're building it out. There's still more to do after this, but we do have the support for it, and the letter is attached to the agenda if any of you want to read the details. And I did get a response already from the secretary that they are going to be reviewing it and responding.
Perfect. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item F4.
That's yours, Commissioner.
Okay. Yes, item S4 is an update on the Employer Morale Committee survey. It was some commission meetings ago that we were talking about the satisfaction of employees, and we did talk about a survey that we were going to send out. It wasn't in combination with another survey that we were doing. We specifically wanted to know about morale. So I want to know where we are in the process of that, and if we're not, I would love to see how I can help with that, especially when the questions are being generated, or which one we would
Certainly.
use.
So good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Raquel Javierieta, HR Director. So we have partnered with FIU's Industrial Psychology Master's Program, and we're going to launch an engagement survey in January. This might be something different than what you're looking for, right? An engagement survey looks really in depth to a whole bunch of factors that drive an employee's engagement to ensure that they're motivated, they're likely to stay, and how content they are working for the city. So that's something that we've engaged FIU, and we're going to do starting in January.
That's where I actually have my graduate degree from, and that's industrial, exactly my field. But yeah, I think that the survey is going to be more of a general survey, and I'm really concerned with morale. I don't know if maybe they can help us, because they'll have a lot of resources for us to besides that, to target actual morale, because what they're going to be asking is about their directors and a whole bunch of other questions that could be interpreted in another way.
Right, so in this engagement survey, what we're going to look for, there's 7 key drivers of engagement, which is the purpose, job, team, supervisor, recognition, growth, and wellness. And as a result of that, then we'll get to understand the employees' intent to stay, their pride and their motivation that are all tied to efficiency, productivity, customer satisfaction. So that we're doing that in January.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item S7. Living seawalls.
Okay, that is a video, and I'm going to give you guys, give you all a choice. Do you want to look at the video now, or do you want to look at it when I have the legislation drafted next time? I just have it as a discussion item. The video is a Channel 10 presentation, so it's probably going to take a good solid 10 minutes.
I think we'll be more engaged in a shorter meeting.
Commissioner Lara, flip the coin.
The Vice Mayor's choice surprised me.
Okay, I'll surprise you. It's 10 minutes after 6. I'm going to defer the video. You can look at it in the meantime. It's really cool, and it costs less than standard seawalls. So I'll bring I didn't plan on bringing the legislation to next time. At the time I put this on, the agenda was light. So I thought I'd put it on as a discussion item. But you do have a memo for me this morning with the link. So we'll defer that, and there is an item on permitting fees.
Okay, perfect.
City Manager, you know which item that is?
Yes, I just gave it to the mayor.
F13.
F13, we'll defer that as well.
We're deferring F13. And also the manager says to defer H3. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to confirm, we deferred F7, F13, and H3?
Yes. I want to defer F11, but it should take 2 seconds, and we gotta move quickly on that to,
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
That's much faster than my video.
you want to do F8?
The F8 needs to be done.
Okay, go.
Okay, do we have staff available on F8?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Yes, she is.
So,
Vice Mayor, through the mayor.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, we have already contracted those studies to be done. We had North Ponce, and we added the Flagler District. They should be starting soon, and we're going to see if we can get it done as within 6 months.
okay. So, I know Ms. Paraness was out on maternity leave, okay? And staff is working diligently to get the materials to the consultant so the North Ponce Historic Preservation Study can be done more quickly than originally planned. And I think the end goal is to try to be done, we're hoping but for the end of the year, but 6 months,
Yes.
I think is the best feasible date.
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor, the director is still on maternity leave. She's working remotely now, so we will try to do it as quickly as possible. 6 months will be less than the period that they initially asked for, and we'll see if we can get it done as quickly as possible.
I appreciate you
Good evening,
working on
all.
this.
Could you hear me?
Now we can, but I think we already solved
Peter.
it.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi. You could hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening. This is Anna Pernas, the Historic and Cultural Arts Director. Thank you again for accommodating me on Zoom. But just to confirm, we do have a kickoff meeting with the consultant tomorrow. The PSA and agreement have all been executed, and we're already collecting materials that the consultant has requested to get to them through our archivist and our historic preservation coordinator. So we should be on track.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's it. Perfect. We're done on that.
All right, moving on to F9.
Thank you.
F9,
Thank you.
there's one photo to show, and a picture's worth 1,000 words. So, City Clerk, the autonomous robots swallowing the sidewalk.
I call it Wally.
There's lots of different names.
I've been
A
waiting
lot
for
of-
this one. I've been waiting for this big time, all day.
Yes,
I
yes.
have.
There you go. I was getting ready to cross Lejeune Road, and the poor pedestrian ended up where?
On the grass.
Yeah, because you call him Wally. That one began with the letter A. I can't remember the name of it now, but I was just like astonished that and this is a message and a picture for you to keep in your mind, that when we're designing projects, this is why we need wider sidewalks. Okay? This is why. So we don't want the pedestrians being kicked off the sidewalk, or the disabled, or the strollers, or the scooters, or the bicyclists. So that's it.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
To the vice mayor. What'll happen, I don't know, so that's why I'm asking, if you did have a powered wheelchair heading one direction and then Wally there going the other direction, what happens?
It would be a standoff because Wally doesn't have the wherewithal to know how to do anything but stop. And the other thing we need to look at is, where these babies should be parking. Because they're parking right now in crosswalk areas, just waiting for an order. So I'm going to ask staff to look at this issue, and maybe we need to make those corrals like we did for the little scooters and have them placed in a certain area out of the walk path, not occupying the crosswalk area, because there was one on the corner of Ponce and Coral Way just sitting there blinking for endlessly. Okay?
Briefly, through the mayor. So to the chief or anyone else that can answer. No, chief, you needn't walk all the way up here. I was just wondering, have you heard anybody complaining from accidents, scooters running into bicycle? Like, is there any sort of criminal complaint or complaints to the police in general about these robots or whatever we call them?
No, I mean, we've had no accidents. I mean, that, interestingly enough, because it's automated, I don't know.
Right.
Unless we hired like C-3PO to walk on the streets and police it, I really don't know how else we would be able to deal with R2-D2, so.
I think they're fairly new in the city.
Yes.
I was just like, wow, look at this thing.
It
Let me
ran away from
challenge
me.
you.
I was walking down the street and it
Ran
kind
away.
of turned, yeah, it went away. They were parked over by the station, so.
So, yeah, I think we need to make
We'll
corrals.
have to have a conversation. I will check with the Florida police chiefs also and see what other kind of issues
We may
have.
have another conversation.
Whether we can keep them off certain parts immediately to get them, kind of like they do with the bird scooters, in certain places that they can't operate and make them go the long way around. So
Yeah, they're
that might be a
arresting.
safety consideration we can do.
Don't move.
Don't move?
Yeah.
Don't move.
Madam Vice Mayor, anything else?
Freeze.
No, that's it.
All right.
Through the mayor,
Yes.
I'm hearing that these Wallies they have little people driving each of these. Is this accurate?
Drive, small people what?
No, not the small people inside. That we have like there's computers in the background and somebody's in the background driving these.
There might very well be, like I said, I went near one and it went the other way, so I haven't had a chance to see it. I mean,
We got scared of you, that's why.
Madam City Attorney?
Yes, so Mayor and Commissioner, per the statute, they're required to have a human being operating them, obviously remotely, if they're going to operate on the sidewalks or cross a crosswalk, et cetera.
So, I mean, we'll look into it, Commissioners and Mayor, with, through the manager, we will look at it with other kind of statutes or things, the enforcement measures we would take.
So while you're looking at that, sidewalks that are this narrow,
right?
Okay, can you look into whether or not there's some best practices we can say that you can't operate on a sidewalk that's close to a major street like this? You have to go on another street with a bigger sidewalk and then not shove the pedestrians off the sidewalk? Because you come in, I stood in front of this thing to see what it was going to do, and it just stood there. So if I had a wheelchair and I needed to go,
Apparently, you're much better looking than I am, because when I looked at it, it turned around and went the other way. I mean, I was interested to see it the other day.
but look at yourself. I mean, in the
Well, I
mirror,
know.
I mean,
It's hard to believe my wife looks at me every day, so.
Chiefs.
I'll get
Can we talk about F10 really quick?
Yes, as soon as the HR director gets in here, because I'm not doing this one by myself.
F10, as quickly as possible.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
So I'll give
I
you
put
the.
this on the record very simply, just to make sure that people understand where we are. Commissioner Castro put out a social media stating that I made a comment about this is too rich for my blood. Yes. The deal that we gave to the fire union, many of you were in the room. Staff said, do not vote for this, it is too rich. That's the comment. I did not make that comment about the police union agreement, which I voted in favor of, correct, Mr.?
Yes, sir.
I voted in favor of. So again, this is just the typical misleading effort by the blogs and my colleague to the right in an effort to try to throw me under the bus and say that I'm not pro-police. I have an issue with the fire department on multiple different reasons. I think that, number one, we pay way too much on the union contracts, way too much, hurting the city. Staff recommended against voting in favor of that union contract. The previous commission voted in favor of it. I think it was myself and the vice mayor also voted against it. And I also, have had multiple issues with the union president who has gone out of his way to not only hurt me personally, but also my family. So he's an individual who lacks respect and wants to do whatever he can to get his message across, and I won't be intimidated by him or the county union mob boss, Billy McAllister. So at the end of the day, I want to put it on the record. I voted in favor of the police union contract. Well deserved. It was not too rich for my blood. We had a situation that we needed to address, and I'm happy that through the leadership of yourself, the city manager, city attorney, we were able to address that issue. In regards to the fire union, I stand in my position. That is not a good contract for the city. We overpaid. Ma'am?
So I do have a quick presentation, but I don't think we need one oh, there it is. But in terms of police officer numbers, so we started the calendar year with 37 vacancies. We had 4 separations during that time, but we were able to hire 27. So we currently, as of today, have 15 vacancies, and we anticipate hiring 10 more by the end of December. So we hope to have 5 vacancies by year end. That is 27 officers. Even if we don't hire any other officer this calendar year, would be the most police officers that we have hired in 1 year.
And if I may, I just want to add one thing for the record. The vice mayor and myself were the only elected officials here who voted to increase the head count of the police department.
Yes, sir.
Chief, when was the last time that actually occurred? Not hiring people, but actually increasing headcount. We increased it by 15 people.
At that level?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever, in my 38 years of being here, we've never done that. I think the last time we had an increase, city manager was Salerno, and he added like 1 or 2 bodies. But that's the biggest part. And that, in response to that, as you recall, it was the fire chief and myself that were asking for more bodies because of the upward vertical horizon patrolling. We are still doing the downtown district, even though we don't have the bodies to do that as such. Major Bobowitz oversees that. We've incorporated, the drone patrols and everything else, but we are patrolling the downtown. Officer Lago's here, who's down there regularly, so we're staying on top of it with the overtime on some of the salary savings, so it hasn't impacted the budget. But again, if I could take a moment of personal privilege, the relationship between the police department background investigators, recruiters, and HR has been unbelievable. I would have never thought that I'd be able to sit here today and say by the end of the year, we will have 30 new police officers within the city of Coral Gables, regardless of how we got there. And that has a lot to say with Raquel's people. It is a team effort. The background investigators, we bring in detectives, the same ones we honor in the morning are actually doing backgrounds, and communications section, which the manager in his first stint we looked at. We made really radical changes, and we are now we're working on our accreditation for communication, has professionalized that, and we are looking at, I think, 2 vacancies in communications, and we're starting to see the family atmosphere where certain communications people are taking the jump, if you will, to becoming police officers. I think, the narrative from before, people leaving, those are issues that will come up. As you know, the HR director and the manager, we have our first session coming up, or the team has their first session coming up with the FOP for negotiations. Any kind of separations now are retirements or disciplinary in nature. That could be, and I mean, that's just the part of doing business. So I can't say enough about our people and our partnership because it is amazing to have, 300 total employees and hire 10% of that in a year. And that's just the sworn positions, not the communications, has been unbelievable in my mind.
How are we in regards to crime? Just briefly, our numbers.
They continue to track down. I mean, at last time I've actually looked at them, it's down 14%. As all of you saw the other day, those individuals that ran from the police, that had the intentional ramming of cars, we got that as an armed subject call. After the arrests, again in the Grove, the coordination by Chief Hanlon, again Gordon Dickinson, to catch those individuals with the dogs, the canines, drones, and the helicopter. And we cleared several other cases also victimizing people in Pinecrest in the county. This is what comes through, and we continue to drive it down. You've heard stories, the crime suppression team, which we started putting together, is something that is focused here on these issues. Again, I know that the residents feel better when they see us, and we are out there with this commission's approval. We're going to have radios, which we've already gotten, by the way. 300 of those are going out, so we're going to know where every officer is standing, let alone where they're at. And the technology continues to go. So we're continuing to drive down crime, and we'll give you a report up through the manager next time around.
Thank you very much.
Through the mayor, just one quick question. So I don't know which of the two of you asked, but by the way, I'm not surprised at all. The HR has done so well. I've only been here just a little over 100 days, and it's been absolutely stellar, both the police, actually all the departments in the city. So if you did get to 5 vacancies, right, is that actually at that point, you have more police officers than you would have before you increased the number of police officers a couple years ago, right?
Correct.
So like the 5 down is actually a net gain
Of 10.
from 10.
So right now, if we use the pre numbers,
Yeah,
three fiscal years ago, we're at even. We're at 0 vacancies. So the 15 current vacancies we have are the 15 additional positions that were added, 5 for each of the last 3 years.
I think Mayor remembers the last time we were honestly, and the Attorney General was here at the time, when we were the only department at 0 vacancies. I think it lasted about 3 weeks. But, I mean, it happens. Again, as we've had many discussions, and I know it's been said, this is the transfer portal in policing. People are going to go for whatever it is, and we're going to continue as we see it. You know, we were affected by a lot of other things, but I think it's essential. My biggest concern now for the department is with 19 people in the academy that we have right now, I have to make sure, and we have talked about this, and the manager and I have talked, and HR have talked about this, is the training of those individuals and the supervisors is going to be imperative 5-10 years from now. And we can't lose sight of, I need that senior leadership to continue to train these individuals. The vicarious liability the city attorney can tell you about is they're responsible for these officers right out of the street. We can't have those mistakes that we've seen other places in the country have. So we're focusing on that, you know, to keep that crime down and our people safe.
Thank you very much.
Very proud of it.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I find it astonishing, actually, that the mayor once again is trying to rewrite history. But Billy, can you do me a favor and can you put up the first graphic that I gave you? It's a line graph. We could work with this one first. I just chose different cities so that we get an idea of where our police force is compared to other ones. And I didn't even put the county there because it's so much more. At this point, we cannot even compete with the county. Okay, so I was trying to be very fair when I was choosing cities. And as you can see, Coral Gables comes down, is almost one of the last ones. Year 1, year 10, maximum. Actually, for year 1, after the contract that we gave that was too rich, we actually closed a gap and there was improvement. Can you go ahead and take me to the line graph? So this line graph right here, the blue line is the city of Coral Gables. As you can see, after the contract that we gave that I thought was, at least we were trying to close the gap, we are going to be doing better in recruiting new officers. Why? Because we're closer to what other municipalities are offering. We're competitive. That's something that I've been fighting for. Now, the problem here comes when we get to year 10 and to the maximum amount you can get as an officer. And that's where we need to work. However you guys decide to work, it's fine, but the problem here is going to be to retain the officers that we are now getting, because we're doing good now in year 1. But then to keep them, that's gonna be the issue. So I know we're gonna be going into negotiations. However you guys accomplish it, Chief, I trust your guidance, but these are things we need to work on. Retention, long-term retention, because it's a serious issue.
Let me respond.
Actually, before you respond, I also have a video that you alluded to. So go ahead and put it, too rich for my blood. Are you ready, Billy?
Yes, ma'am.
But this is too rich for my blood.
As you just heard, the mayor said, these contracts are too rich for my blood. And he claims that I'm fiscally irresponsible. But the facts tell a different story. Last April, Coral Gables had 40 police officer vacancies. Today, that number is down to 17. Progress that only happened because we fought for fair contracts. And here's what he calls too rich. This chart shows salary growth across nearby cities. Coral Gables officers don't even come close to catching up. So when the mayor says these contracts are too rich for my blood, remember this: our officers are still not compensated competitively compared to neighboring cities, and we are still struggling with vacancies. The real irresponsibility is ignoring public safety and driving our officers away.
Too rich for my blood. Too rich for my blood. Too rich for my blood.
Okay.
That's the video you're alluding to, right?
So let me respond. Let me respond. Okay. But we gotta be honest with ourselves here. I mean, this is probably one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life. You have literally 5 minutes before every issue that you state in that ridiculous social media ad is refuted. Is it the lowest crime we've had in the last 10 years?
It continues to track down, yes, sir.
So
It is
you
lower.
can't, you have the chief telling you that. Okay, number one. Number two, did I vote in favor of the last police union contract?
Yes, sir.
What you do there is you conflate the police and fire union together. Let me make it simpler for you. You try to confuse people by stating that it's these contracts, plural. I mean, you got to get a handle of that. I mean, it's not going to serve you well. I did not vote for the fire union contract. I know you will do whatever the fire union tells you. I get it. I understand that. It's not going to help you in the next election. The fire union, the fire department is 100% capacity. Yes or no?
We currently have 3 vacancies for retirements, but we are processing.
How many, when you opened up the positions that were available, how many people applied?
So we just opened it up. We opened it up for close to 3 weeks, and within the first 24 hours, we received 100 applications. We capped it at 250 applications, and we were able to receive those applications in less than 3 weeks.
Did staff recommend voting in favor of the last fire union contract?
At the time, staff felt that it was a little on the rich side.
Good. I'm happy you use the word rich. Let's go back to it's hilarious. Let's go back to the commissioner's graph, please. That shows first year, 10 year, and I think it was 15 year.
No, it's max.
Whatever it was. Let's go back to that, Billy. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Quick question, Raquel. I think the number was $69,000 start, correct?
Correct.
Does that include the bonus pay?
That does not include, we offer a $10,000.
Okay, hold on a second. See, this is what happens when you do things just like what you did on Instagram. You try to mislead people. You try to act like as if I'm casting a huge net and saying police. I'm not saying police. That's firefighters. If you add the $10,000 bonus on top of the $69,000, we're above Miami Beach. Okay? And you don't want to mention that because that would ruin your whole exercise of making people, again, more and more confused. This is not going to help you. This will be all shown in the public eye because you continue to make every single statement you just said right now has been refuted with facts by staff. We have the best public service. I love our police. I voted for their contract. You said it was too rich for my blood. That is not the case.
No, you
I was
said
talking.
it.
I was talking about the firefighters. So please stop and at least have a little sense of responsibility and respect. And I admit when I said that I did not vote for the firefighters, but don't embarrass yourself when I refute every single comment in front. Okay?
Respectfully, I don't know how else to say this to you, but you are a liar. And I don't know how else to put it in a better way. Liar. And keep on lying. Everybody's seeing it.
So I don't know where you were, Commissioner Castro, or what you were doing in that particular meeting, but you apparently weren't listening very well. Because I was there, and the issue was the fire union contract. Because not only did it, I was in that meeting, and you wanted to give the representatives whatever they wanted, even if it was over and above what staff recommended. And there were long-term consequences to giving these types of raises.
Are we talking about the shade meeting? Is that what you're talking about? What meeting are you talking about?
Oh, we were in a shade meeting. We were in other meetings afterwards. And yes, I did vote against that particular one. And I also as part of a normal process, consulted with and received advice from some of our former commissioners that served and looked at the compounding factor on the monies that were built into the contract. And yes, it was too rich for my blood, too, to give that kind of an increase to the firefighters going forward because the compounding factor is tremendous. So, Mayor and I voted for the police contract. Okay, so I don't know where you were, but I heard it, but you apparently didn't.
So before we move on, I just want to address one issue.
Quickly through the
Yeah,
mayor.
of course.
Okay. Under no circumstances would I believe it's appropriate for a commissioner to call another commissioner repeatedly a liar. Somebody can be, just a moment, please. I'm almost done. So just a sec. You could say somebody misstated the facts. You could say somebody recalled incorrectly. They could say, I think you may have misspoken. But in this dais, there's no room for accusing somebody over and over again of being a liar for emphasis. And then on top of that, you just dropped the mic and you didn't say what was the incorrect fact or why somebody is a liar in your view. In any event, I'd like to raise the bar, and I challenge you to join me in bringing back some decorum, some civility, and respect to the dais, because you're bringing it down, Commissioner. I know you don't want to be down there. I know you want better. I know you can do better. Please.
So, in closing of the item, I didn't respond to her calling me. I didn't respond to her calling me a liar, because when you have the police chief and Raquel, who's the head of human resources and is the person that handles the negotiations, refuting every single statement that is made on that Instagram, I don't have to refute it. It refutes itself. You have two professionals in front of you who are the most knowledgeable people here stating the facts. Where are we with crime? What was staff's opinion in regards to the union contract? It was too rich for our blood. How are we in regards to hiring? Where are we in regards to salaries for first-year police officers? That graph is misleading. It doesn't include the $10,000. You guys did the work for me. But again, this will be all cut and paste like social media and be used to the benefit to try again, as they've done for the last 12 years, to try to tarnish my reputation. But at the end of the day, it doesn't work because people see through the antics and the circus. So I just want to say thank you for being here. The intent of putting this up was to bring some peace of mind to our residents so that they understand the great work that the police officers are doing and how we're looking forward to going into contract negotiations in a positive way, just like we did last time, where we gave a record-breaking contract to the union, correct, Chief?
It's the largest contract to the FOP that I've ever seen in my 30 years.
And for the record, did I vote for that contract? Again. So I want to thank both of you for your hard work along with the manager. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mayor, through the manager, is it possible for you can take H12? Because right now I'm about to lose all the motorcycles.
H12, let's go.
And the motormen are going to have to walk.
Done. And I want to get everybody out of here quick.
I know.
Too. I know.
This is our usual lease. It's a reoccurring lease from procurement that we do for our motorcycles. We don't purchase them. We after we rent them. So we've actually cut this number down from years past, only because we're using the downtown unit ninjas. So instead of what we've had currently, we're down to 11. But the ability to increase that number within this contract and the procurement code is allowed if necessary.
I'll move it.
Second.
And I'll just read it quickly into the record, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yep.
H12 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Police Department to enter into a lease agreement of 11 2025 FLHP Harley-Davidson motorcycles from Peterson's Harley-Davidson and Miami LLC for a 3-year period in an estimated amount of $346,500 as a sole source procurement pursuant to Section 2-689 of the Procurement Code.
We have a motion and a second. We have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief.
Quick question, if I can,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, to the chief. Very, very briefly, can you give us a quick update, if there's one to get, about horse patrol or additional horse? Is there something quick we can say?
It's been harder hiring horses than it has been officers, to be honest with you. You know, Commissioner, you all, they laughed at me when I brought back the horse patrol, and it was so, yes, so first of all, the horse patrol has been funded through the LETF accounts, and we put that in, and we continue to do that. We have finally found 2 horses that have passed the physical in North Carolina.
Good stuff.
Wait, just a moment. I'm sorry.
In North Carolina,
But
yes.
were there some that didn't pass the physical?
Yes, I had 3 horses that didn't pass the physical. As you see, Major Boblitz has been to North Carolina twice. Commissioners, so yes, this body has approved. We have 3 stalls at Tropical Park. We have an MOU with county parks, as well as working with the sheriff's office. We have found 2 of the 3. They will be, and part of that, we're going to close that deal and have them brought down to us. There is a transition period of making sure, so we're working with Davie Police, who are like the horse police. They will transition with the riders there for a little bit, and then they will come out there. Part of our agreement, obviously with the county, is that we will also be patrolling Matheson Hammock, Chapman Field. I know our residents have issues on the dog park, which is on the west side of Old Cutler, Matheson, so we'll be in there as well as some time out in Tropical Park. But yes, we will be introducing you to the new horses. I don't suggest we do a ribbon cutting for the stalls because it just doesn't smell good. So
Thank you for the update.
All right.
thank you.
All right, so moving on, F-17. So resolution that I'm sponsoring to extend our signature hurricane protection program, which is original for windows, but now it's for roofing. We've had a tough time, see if we can get people to take advantage of this program, and people who meet the financial threshold so they can save on their permit fees in regards to windows and roofing.
Great idea, I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, moving on to the next item. F-23.
F-23 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to include a new legislative priority to encourage the state of Florida to increase the current property tax exemptions for residents with qualifying disabilities and for the establishment of new property tax exemptions for individuals diagnosed with Alzheimer's and for low-income caregivers.
I'm gonna pull my version up here, but I did ask our esteemed finance director to give us some numbers to look at as to what this particular item would be. In general, this is a legislative item which we're going to ask for additional homestead exemption for caregivers, for individuals with disabilities, individuals with Alzheimer's, and in addition add to that the blind categories and increasing them to $50,000 all across the board. I'm missing one. But anyway, I did have some of the numbers run, and Paula did give us the courtesy of running some of the numbers, assuming that we are currently 734 individuals that have widow, veteran, blind, or disabled exemptions. That number will be increased. This is helping the individuals that need it the most. When I was knocking door to door, I know that we all went on Country Club Prado and saw an individual that's 85 years old taking care of a 110-year-old.
I know the house.
Yeah, you know exactly the house. And based upon the numbers, if we increase homestead exemption on school taxes, on county taxes, and on our taxes, the dollar amount that we'll be able to put back in the pockets, a conservative estimate is $819.10. That's $819.10 per individual who's struggling right now to make ends meet, So this is why I've brought this proposal, because we're helping decrease the taxes on those who need it the most. Carol, do you have something to add to that?
No, I think you said it perfectly. I think there's a current exemption for $5,000 for the totally and permanently disabled and the blind. And I think the vice mayor would like to increase that an additional $45,000 up to $50,000.
Yeah.
Or that's what we would like to propose to the state legislature.
Right, that's what we would like for the state legislature. It's typical that the top homestead exemption is 50,000. If they want to go north of that, we obviously don't object to that. But I think that $5,000 for someone who's blind is really just insufficient. And there's zero right now available for caregivers who are struggling taking care of individuals with disabilities and having a lot of out-of-pocket costs that are difficult to deal with. So.
You want to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Vote.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Let's do the Gs. Moving to G1.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission confirming the appointments of Reverend Arnold Perry and Luis Quevedo, both nominated by Commission as a whole to serve as members of the Police Officers Retirement Trust Fund Board of Trustees for a 2-year term that began on June 1st, 2025 and continues through May 31st, 2027.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
G2.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission confirming the appointment of Anna Alvarez, nominated by Commission as a whole to serve as a member of the Historic Preservation Board for a 2-year term that began on June 1st, 2025 and continues through May 31st, 2027.
May I have a
I'll move
motion?
it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
H5.
H5 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award Phillips Park renovation to HG Construction Development and Investment, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder in the estimated amount of $3,882,824.84, but not to exceed budgeted funds pursuant to invitation for bids 2025-015 and Section 2-763 of the city's procurement code entitled Contract Award.
I'll move it. Move it.
Good evening, Celeste Walker, Harper,
Oh.
Chief Procurement Officer. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
We're happy.
Yeah, you're so happy. Good, yeah. Under
It's the
budget,
caffeine. I'm sorry.
No issues, no litigation issues, lowest bidder.
Good. And we stay 1.2 million.
Correct.
Which we're able to use for additional scope,
Yes.
like drainage. Do we have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Do we have a vote?
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H6.
H6 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a recommendation of Chief Procurement Officer to award citywide drainage improvements to GPE Engineering and General Contractor Corp. as the primary responsive and responsible bidder and FG Construction LLC as a secondary responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to invitation for bids 2025-026 and Section 2-763 of the city's procurement code entitled Contract Award.
Can I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Where is that? Which one is it? Which one is that? Can I, Mr. Clerk?
You good? Okay. Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H8.
We didn't do H7. Are we skipping it?
We didn't, I apologize.
No, you just skipped it.
H7, I'm sorry.
H7.
Excuse me.
H7 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award the windows and doors replacement Coral Gables Country Club to Lee Construction Group LLC, the most responsive and responsible bidder in the estimated amount of $615,000 pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and IFB 2025-13.
I'll move it.
Second.
Any litigation? We're good? We're fine?
No litigation? Fine.
Perfect. All right.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H8.
H8 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFP 2025-12 Security Guard Services to FPI Security Services, Inc., the highest ranked responsive and responsible proposer, pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Request for Proposal 2025-012.
Can I have a
Move it.
motion?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner
vote.
Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H9.
H9 is a resolution of the City Commission, a resolution of the City Commission accepting a recommendation to approve a sole source contract with Ocean Impact LLC for replacement of windows and doors at City Hall and Annex Buildings, 405 Biltmore Way, in an estimated amount of $3,473,393.53, or not to exceed the available budget pursuant to Section 2-689 of the Procurement Code titled Sole Source Procurement.
Can I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's have a vote.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H10.
H10 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of Amendment Number 2 to grant agreement number LPA 0269 with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in the amount of $375,000, approving the extension of the tax expiration date for the Coral Gables Citywide Septic to Sewer Conversion Assessment Project from December 31st, 2025 to October 31st, 2026, authorizing city manager to execute the amendment to the agreement with FDEP for said financial assistance.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's get a vote.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H11.
H11 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of Amendment Number 1 to grant agreement number LPA 0498 with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in the amount of $700,000, approving the extension of the expiration date for the Coral Gables Force Main Replacement Program from November 30th, 2025 to November 30th, 2026, and authorizing city manager to execute the amendment to the agreement with FDEP for said financial assistance.
I have a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Can we get a vote?
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H13.
H13 is a resolution of the City Commission amending fiscal year 24-25 amended annual budget to recognize impact fee receipts collected through July 31st, 2025, and to appropriate such funds towards the cost of capital infrastructure projects.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Clerk, any public comment?
No public comment, Mr.
Can we
Mayor.
have a vote?
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H14.
H14 is a resolution of the City Commission renewing the city manager's authority to evaluate site development options regarding surface parking lots owned by the city and Gables Projects LLC that are adjacent to each other and located on the 300 block of Aragon Avenue, and provide recommendations to the City Commission regarding the site's potential for development.
Can I have a motion?
I will need to recuse myself on this one.
I'll move it.
I have comments. No.
Okay. So what are your comments?
The board feels that the commission does not take the board's recommendation seriously. This is age 14, and I took the time to go ahead and hear some of the board members there, and I completely agree with their analysis. One of them said in particular, each of us should go to our commissioners and present the same plan. Some will say yes, some will say no, some are in our pockets, and some are in pockets of others. We have to convince them that what we are presenting is actually from the community, and they are supposed to be representing the community. Everybody is tired of development in that board. They feel that if we give them the parking lots, a big building will go there, and the community doesn't want that. They don't want to go into a garage. The neighbors want to park in the street. This is coming from that board, and it's coming from residents, so I won't be supporting this.
We'll defer the item. H15. No, before we move to H15, we'll move to J1.
J1 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2024-284, and in accordance with Section 2-30 of City Code entitled Regular Meetings, Special Meetings, setting forth revised meeting dates for 2025, more specifically changing the date of the City Commission Special Assessment Hearing and City Commission First Budget Hearing for Friday, September 12, 2025.
Can I have a motion?
Move it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
E7.
E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission repealing ordinance number 2025-08, which moved the date of the city's elections from April of unnumbered years to November of even-numbered years, providing for severability clause, repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Do you guys feel comfortable doing this after there's been a decision from the city of Miami to see if they're going to be heard or not? Or do you want to vote on this now?
I think it's premature.
Okay, so let me go ahead and defer it to the next commission meeting, and I think we'll reach consensus then. Okay?
E8, excuse me.
E8 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code, Chapter 105, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 2, Building Standards, Section 105-28, Construction and Dredging at Night, on weekend days and holidays, and Chapter 34, Nuisances, Article 6, Noise, Section 34-169, and enumerated prohibited acts, to amend City Code to prohibit certain construction prior to 8 a.m. rather than the current prohibition on certain work prior to 7:30 a.m., providing for severability, repealer, codification, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, E8 is the companion item. Can I read that one as well? We can consolidate for purposes of the public hearing.
E8 and which one?
E9.
E9,
It's a companion in the zoning code.
Yep.
that deals with parking. So E9 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Article 3, uses Section 3-411, parking, loading or unloading in residential and neighboring districts of the city's zoning code in order to prohibit parking of vehicles used by licensed contractors in residential areas prior to 8 a.m. on certain days, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. So we can consolidate for purposes of the public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. These items, are sponsored by Commissioner Castro, both of which amend the city code and zoning code prohibitions on starting construction before 7:30 a.m. in residential districts. This was changed that 7:30 a.m. start time to 8 a.m., and this has to do with weekdays. This doesn't affect Saturday or Sunday or holiday prohibitions. And the companion in the zoning code amends a section in the zoning code about the parking of contractor vehicles in residential districts prior to 7:30 a.m. and similarly amends that to 7:30 a.m. So that would mean construction in residential districts would be from 7:30 to 6 p.m., excluding Sundays and holidays and when otherwise prohibited in the code.
There is, the city I had a conversation with Peter and then I didn't see his face.
Well, he grew a beard, you know.
Yes, I had a conversation with Peter, and Peter had a reservation, but it was all squared out. It's in his discretion if he feels it's appropriate to go ahead and have a waiver. So in case of an emergency or to his discretion, if he waives it, he can go ahead and start at 7:30, depending on the circumstance. And I know we reached that agreement, and I think he's comfortable. There he goes. He's comfortable with that now. Billy, I had a letter from, whenever it's public comment for this item, I had a letter from the residents that they wanted you to read on the record. I sent it to you.
What was the date of the letter? For context?
Yesterday, I think. Yesterday, the day before yesterday.
You know, is it the same resident on Santander? Because I spent about an hour plus on the phone with her on Sunday.
Allison Rich, she told me to please read this into the record.
Okay, no, it's fine.
I sent it to Billy. Look and
Just trying to get context, since I did spend a lot of time on the phone with her.
look at your text messages. Oh, you got it. Okay. Besides that, I think the 8 o'clock aligns perfectly with other surrounding municipalities as well.
You want to?
So are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, perfect. I'm voting no on this. I passed the legislation for Saturday construction, which does not allow any exterior construction on Saturdays in residential neighborhoods. If you look at other cities, this is well within what other cities do. This is just passing laws to pass laws. What we need to do is hold contractors and subcontractors accountable, just like when I eliminated all of the Saturday exterior construction. You're not allowed to do it. Roofers know that, painters know that, people who are working on shells. Once you've already limited the exterior work on Saturdays, you've even cut further the ability of contractors to do work. So at the end of the day, there's no need to add more legislation and be more heavy-handed when here in the city, we already hold contractors to the highest standard in Miami-Dade County in regards to how the sites have to be protected, the trees have to be protected. There's no Saturday construction. There's no Sunday construction. So at the end of the day, I just think it's just passing laws to pass laws.
So, for the mayor, I spent about an hour on the phone on a Sunday, and I had a really productive discussion with the neighbor, because we talked about important things such as sidewalks and sidewalk construction. And I think this really gets down to best practices and something that the manager can control, what type of noise occurs within the MOT setup, where people can park, and having a discussion, because it differs from neighborhood to neighborhood. In this particular neighborhood, we have some special circumstances. It's not just because of Ms. Rich. It's because, we've had a number of problems with this contractor. The site has been shut down a number of times due to non-compliance. We have an excellent code enforcement officer there now. She's very vigilant. And I addressed a number of issues with Ms. Rich, who used to live over where the plaza construction was. So there's always going to be this tension between getting the project done versus dragging out longer. So in order to strike that balance, the conversation that we had, and I think that we need to have this also with the contractor, the subcontractor, who's really the person that is defiant and was operating a backhoe, I understand, on Saturday, in the morning, which is clearly not allowed under our code. That her concerns also were too, that yes, construction requires noise, but it doesn't have to be all hours of the day in a particular area where wears on a certain person. She has issues that need to be considered. We can deal with that through the manager's office. If they can shift their construction instead of the entire day right in front of her place and work somewhere else for a while to give her a break so she can have a Zoom call, so she can get some rest because she's going through therapy right now, et cetera, without getting into any personal details. So I think it was a very productive discussion, and I did have that. I relayed all that to the manager, and I talked to the manager about having the MOT modified and for stronger enforcement there because of the number of issues we've had on this particular project.
Okay, through the mayor? Yes?
Go ahead.
Okay. At the end of the day, this is a At the end of the day, this is a residential area. Ms. Rich was not the only one who reached out to me about this noise ordinance. I have support from other residents, not only in that area, but in other areas. As a commission, we're here to support our residents and make sure they have the best quality of life. Let the developers go ahead and help themselves. They have the financial means to go ahead and fight these things. Let's go ahead and represent residents. This is a disturbance. It's half an hour. It's not much to ask for. Lily, if you could please read the letter from the resident that wanted to be read on the record, or residents.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, would you like to take public comment first, or?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay. So I have a member of the public requesting to speak also on this item, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. A half hour doesn't seem like a lot, but to the people, it's a lot. And let me tell you, this business of no Saturday, no Sunday work, except when they get extended hours and they can park anywhere they want to, is an issue. So half an hour, you know what? It's long overdue. There's issues with it. You know what? Let them, they come in at 8 a.m. It's not a big deal, and it's a big deal to the residents. So this is a chance for goodwill to the residents.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
My conversation with the city manager was to work on the MOT with this particular resident and anybody else in that area that had an issue, because we've had a number of issues with this same contractor, not only on this site, but another site. But at the same time, people want their sidewalks done. So they can do quiet work when they arrive, not leave their trucks idling. That was one of the complaints. Not be yelling and talking out there while they're getting set up. But wait for the noisy work to start. They can go inside and get their plans laid out and lay out the work for the day and get set up doing quiet stuff. And then at 8 o'clock, then you can run the cutting saw. Because we have to run the cutting saw to do our sidewalks as well. And when I talked to the resident about sidewalks and stuff, she didn't want to slow that down, so that could start before 8 o'clock. But then we're holding a different standard to someone else. We need a uniform standard for city work as well as contractor work, unless there is an emergency. You know, we have a sewer main break and we have to fix something during the night, et cetera. Then there's these exceptions, and why we have exceptions to the rules is because there are emergencies sometimes that need to be taken care of. That was the conversation I had, and I trust that the manager's office is on top of this. I've spoken to the deputy city manager, and Ms. Rich has the highest regard for you. She also has the highest regard for our code enforcement officer in that area who doesn't mess around. She really gets after these folks. So I would ask that we can continue this conversation with the residents there. This project is getting closer and closer to being finished, and perhaps there is just a gap in the communication here between what was said on Sunday to me about having this type of plan worked out where the noisy work doesn't begin until 8 o'clock, but in the meantime, they can come there, they can get set up. The MOT for that area required them to park elsewhere, and then you brought people in. There was a manager there on site that's no longer there now that literally went there and told the folks that he was going to have all those contractors towed out if they continued to obliterate the neighborhood and the swales surrounding. I mean, he was a very strict manager on the site, and he was serious with the employees. He's not there anymore. We have to, evolve with it, and the deputy city manager has been very proactive on this site and has said a number of times that he would shut them down if they continue to violate the rules. We do have rules for a purpose. They shouldn't be out there blaring music before 8 o'clock. They shouldn't be doing noisy work. So that's what I ask, and that's why I want the manager's office to continue to do work with them.
Mr. Mayor, if I may read the letter from the resident.
Yes, go ahead.
It says, Dear Coral Gables Commissioners, as a resident of Santander Avenue and a fourth-generation Miamian, I strongly support Commissioner Castro's proposed ordinance amendments for construction. These critical changes, which aim to prohibit construction and contractor vehicle parking before 8 a.m., are essential for restoring the fundamental right to peace and quality of life in residential areas. Our community, particularly residents near the Gables Village project on Santander, has endured an unjust burden of severe disruptions from ongoing construction. Current regulations are demonstrably insufficient. They have led to intolerant noise, constant disturbances, and an undeniable burden on residents. Other municipalities, including the City of Miami, already enforce an 8 a.m. start time for construction. A standard Coral Gables must adopt to accommodate its growth and ensure the well-being of its diverse community. I urge the city to continue implementing proactive measures with diverse decision-makers and city employees to protect Santander Avenue residents. The industrial noise and debris are diminishing our quality of life and taking away daytime home use, and the flooding near the porta potties needs immediate attention. Additionally, our sidewalks and swales must be restored to endure ADA compliance. The proposed amendments will empower the city to enforce reasonable working hours and hold developers accountable. This is not merely a matter of convenience. It is about ensuring that urban development proceeds without compromising the health, safety, and tranquility of Coral Gables citizens. We have experienced priceless personal loss due to Gables Village developments, refusal to follow the law, and this new ordinance represents a vital step towards creating a culture of respect between development and residents. Code Enforcement Officer Martinez has been upstanding in finding fair compromises between residents and our neighbors, the developers. Mayor Lagos' community champion Laura prioritized her community safety. Vice Mayor Anderson has been exceptionally diligent and compassionate to finding protections for disabled residents. Commissioner Castro thoughtfully introduced these essential ordinances to center solutions for residents. Joe Gomez is proactive and fair. Thank you for prioritizing resident safety, livability. Commissioners, your vote on these amendments will profoundly determine the quality of life on my block and shape the future community. I implore you to adopt these vital amendments without delay.
Okay. Any further public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Would you like to make a motion?
I'll move it.
So I'm gonna, let's see, the photos, et cetera, that were sent appear to have a date that preceded my conversation with her. I'm gonna ask to give the deputy city manager the opportunity to work out a resolution on this site, because Ms. Rich clearly said to me that she didn't want to impact our city's ability to move forward with sidewalks, move forward on our projects as well, and that we do quiet work. Let's not do the cutting saws before 8 o'clock in the morning. that do the setup and have the respect. This morning, I sat in the pictures of the flooding on the street. Director Diaz is responding to that issue to take the first phase approach of putting a drain cover over that's permeable to resolve it. If that doesn't resolve it, we will, before the TCO is issued, make sure that this contractor takes care of the drainage issues on that street because it's impacted by their project. There's other things that I sent to you as well that need to be addressed. Would you like to share with us your thoughts on the impact of an 8 a.m. start time on the city projects as well as other projects in the city?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and through the mayor. We've been taking a very proactive approach, as you know, with this contractor. In fact, we have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with the contractor. They're coming into our office to talk to them about all these issues and how we're going to move forward. In terms of the 8 o'clock start time, as we've expressed, that's a concern to us because every half hour you shave off construction is an impact. All we're doing is prolonging the pain to the residents. And two things. Number one, in the summertime, the important thing is to get as much of the heavy work done earlier in the day because of the incredible temperatures that we're having. And when the time changes, the window of construction work is limited. So we still have 6 o'clock, but by 5 o'clock, by 5:30, it's very difficult to do any outdoor work. So again, if you take half an hour every day, that's 2.5 hours a week. You add that over a month, that starts adding up. A day, two, you start cutting into the construction schedule. So all this is critical. So again, I think we can treat each of these projects on a case-by-case basis. When there's necessity, we can do certain things, Vice Mayor, as you mentioned, that we can work with the contractors. And that's one of the reasons that the manager directed us to bring in the contractor in tomorrow. We're going to have a sit-down with the contractor. Again, we found that they were doing exterior work on Saturday. We cited them for that. They have running fines right now that are significant. They're going to have to address that. They're not going to get their TCO. We're going to address the drainage issues as well. So we are very proactive on the site, and we're going to continue to do so.
So this is my request. Defer this. Give the deputy city manager an opportunity to meet. You can join a meeting if you want to as well. I did spend considerable time on the phone with this individual. I do think that there is room for compromise to where we get quiet work done, respectful work done, not have the trucks running outside, not be splashing the water all in the mud and muck and parking all over the residential side, repair the walkability of the area. I mean, there's been some asphalt added in areas to improve. And, code enforcement officer had a big part to do with that, so my hat's off to her. She's amazing. And I appreciate you stepping in on this and dealing with this particular contractor that we've had so much trouble with.
So, sorry, I didn't know we were done, Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry.
What is the will of Commissioner Castro?
Yeah, so this letter was sent yesterday. That was after the conversation that you had with her. You had a conversation on Sunday, you were saying, right?
Yes, I had a conversation with her, and I had spent considerable amount of time with her. I live a mere 4 blocks away from the site. I'm watching it constantly. The impact of this goes beyond this particular site, and there's a way to address the MOT for this site differently than every other site in this city because it is so surrounded by single-family homes on all sides.
Okay, so would you like?
If I may,
Go ahead.
directly through the mayor, we have the resident on the Zoom. They'd like to
Okay.
partake.
Okay, Ms. Allison Rich is currently on Zoom. I'm asking her to unmute if she wishes to address the commission. Ma'am, would you unmute your computer? She's not unmuting.
Okay. All right, so.
There she is. Okay, you got it. Ma'am, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you to the commissioners. I know it's been a very long day, and I appreciate your diligence to review this issue. I just want to commend each of you and thank you each. And also please implore you to consider the 8 a.m. start time and to let you know what a difference it would make in the lives of not just me, but all the residents of Coral Gables.
So what you're asking us is to please approve the 8 o'clock noise ordinance?
Yes, and to also continue to be proactive. Yes, I'm sorry. I am asking for the 8 a.m. Ordinance, and it's not just me, but it's all the people in our community and the people who are going to live near these development projects in the future. It's also just the norm for City of Miami and for larger developments. So it's not anything new or radical in any way. It's simply the norm, and I think it's going to really help our city to boom. It's in a growth spurt, and I think this is just a common sense adaptation. And there are still very real needs for this specific development project, and we're so grateful to each of you for your leadership on this issue.
Mr. Clerk, can we close the public comment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may. This is an issue of enforcement. This is an issue of education. We don't need more laws, okay? Unincorporated Miami-Dade County has a start time of 7 a.m. Village of Key Biscayne has a start time of 7 a.m. Pinecrest has a start time of 7 a.m. We are in the middle. 7:30 is an appropriate time. Again, at the end of the day, what we need to do is we need to crack down on people who are not complying, just like we've done on Saturdays. That's why you don't see that there's exterior Saturday construction. Sometimes it happens if you have a subcontractor that's new to the area or a contractor that's new that's never worked in Coral Gables, but they're made aware when they pull their permit where dumpsters have to be located, trees have to be protected, that there has to be a certain type of P-rock that's used in front of swales to make sure you don't drag mud up and down the street, how fences have to look, how does your signage have to look. So at the end of the day, I think it's pretty simple. You can write a law saying it starts at 8 o'clock, but at the end of the day, if you're not complying, what are you going to say? Let's start at 9? Start at 9:30? This is an issue of compliance. Just make sure people comply by 7:30, and they have to follow the rules. If they don't comply, that's why we have code enforcement. From my understanding is the developer has put 4 people working on every corner now, security guards addressing the concerns. I drove by and I saw these individuals were there, managing traffic and also ensuring that people were not idling on the street and doing all kinds of things. That was about 2 days ago when I stopped by, or 2 days ago, I think. So at the end of the day, I told you, I would like to see the DCM work to find middle ground, and I think we can do that with our staff.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, they've already been closed for 1 day.
Yeah.
The next time it'll be 3, and next time it'll be 5.
They'll comply.
And next time it will be 5. We have a meeting with them tomorrow. The fact that we're working on Saturday and things like this is a non-compliance issue, and we're going to take care of it one way or another.
Yeah, of course. I know we will. Everybody always falls in line. You hit them when it hurts the most. It's the time. By the way, what the DCM mentioned is the most important part of the conversation. This is what I do for a living. So as you push back the start date in the morning, it just extends the project, extends the pain. And you can't do certain things in the afternoon or midday that you can do in the morning because the weather is appropriate and you don't have the high temperature and the humidity. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'm gonna add to that. It's gonna impact everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
You gotta get a roof replaced. The roof was replaced across the street from me. They were a respectful contractor, but they're out there at 7:30 ready to rock and roll because they have to. The rains are threatening in the afternoon. We've got to get the house dried in. So this is a lot more than just commercial development. This particular contractor in this particular neighborhood has been a problem, okay? But I don't want to impact the ability of homeowners to get their roofs replaced. Yes, it's noisy work, but it has to be done, and we all need our roofs replaced at some point. And I did not, I would not be complaining about the tear off and the hammering down of all the new paper and so forth necessary on the roof across the street from me because, of the situation. I'm very sensitive to the needs of Ms. Rich as well as everybody else there. That's why I've asked for the meeting to occur between the deputy city manager and the neighborhood to be able to shift the noise around because the poor woman couldn't even get on a Zoom call, without leaving her house to go to the library because the noise was 20, during the entire day. I'm sure there's a compromise. There's always a compromise. 99% of the problem most of the time is communication, and here it's enforcement and communication. Communication with the residents to work out a compromise, and then enforcement of whatever that compromise is.
So,
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have a motion.
Yeah, through the mayor. I think at some point, this new majority needs to start thinking what's in the best interest of the residents and let the developers worry about themselves. This is clearly a whole block that's asking you guys to do this, and it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. It's not only this block right here that's asking it. I have another resident in a different section of the city asking for the same thing. It's not a big deal. If a developer needs a 7:30, Peter can give it to him. It's right or wrong, Peter?
A waiver?
A waiver, yes. If they need to start earlier, they can waive it. But why are we going to hinder their quality of life when it's in our hands and they can start at 8 o'clock? And in any special circumstance, the city manager could go ahead and waive that if needed.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It seems to me more common sense is to give deference to our city manager and our deputy city manager. Actually just common sense in general, because what you're proposing is that you throw out the entire baby with the bathwater and discount everything that's been said by the people who know the best with respect to the development and construction services as to why we have the Goldilocks solution. We're not at 7, we're not at 8, we're at 7:30 in the morning. But rather than say that the city manager, if we carry this ordinance through, start going backwards and picking off which ones should be starting at 7:30, why not do it the other way and say leave it at 7:30, and if somebody needs to start or has a good cause to start at 8, then they can take that up with the manager at that time, as opposed to everybody in the city now is going to be behind by a half hour.
It's not everybody in the city.
If this ordinance passes, it's citywide, no?
No, it's not. It's only in residential areas.
Well, we're talking about everybody who's a resident.
It's a residential districts. In the commercial areas, there's different, it would be different. It would stay the same.
But every resident, right? This isn't block specific, correct?
Residential districts.
But not block, residential block, one block specific, correct?
I think may I interject? Excuse me. What I think you're trying to explain to her is that the appropriate way to handle it is to say, we have an issue with this project.
That's what I'm saying.
Perfect. You can't start till 9 o'clock in the morning. And you'll see how quickly they comply. You cannot start till 9 o'clock in the morning. That's the way I would handle it. Because we haven't had this issue as grave as what we have with this project. So if we have an issue and there's no compliance, then make them start at 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't have a problem with that. But the idea of doing a blanket approach, the reason why I did a blanket on Saturday, which did not allow any residential construction on exteriors on Saturday, was because I was getting a lot of calls that people were saying, hey, Saturday's sacred, it's my work day, my only day that I haven't worked. Sunday, I take these days off, I'd like to have some time. And it was appropriate, because you had 5 full days and you could still work in the interior of the home as long as you were not making noise that could be at a certain decibel from the sidewalk. So I think the approach here, we've talked about this a lot. We have a lot of items on the agenda. If you want to make a vote, you already have a motion. Let's see if we get a second and we move forward. If not, what I'd like to see, and I think it would be important, is have the DCM address the issue and say if there's no compliance in a week, we give them a 9 o'clock start time.
Okay. Through the mayor, so Vice Mayor.
I'm trying to meet you halfway.
No, right, but Vice Mayor, even if I defer this item, there's no support for it. It seems like this commission doesn't want to do that, no matter if I do defer the item. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna move. Just remember, you're not saying no to me. This isn't my idea. This is the idea of the residents.
So
wait, hold on,
finally, so there's not a misconstruction of anything that's been said here. This is not a no to the residents. This is giving the city manager's office the ability to deal with the issue, especially where we have a non-compliant contractor, not on one site, but 2 sites, okay? and not restricting the ability of homeowners when they need to get their leaky roof replaced from getting their job done, you know, on a timely basis, or they're trying to get it done before the hurricane season begins. Okay, there's only a finite period of time to get this stuff done. So we have a problem contractor. I think it's appropriate that we deal with it in a manner that the deputy city manager suggested. So this is not a no to the residents. This is a yes to the residents.
So let me ask you, let me proffer, okay? Mr. Manager, Mr. DCM, through the manager, if we have a contractor that is stubborn and is not willing to comply,
Through the mayor?
my recommendation,
Yes.
this is what I ask you, what I ask the manager to do, please, is I ask for them to be given a 9 o'clock start time for the next month. And you will see how quickly they comply, because at the end of the day, you're taking 2 hours away from their workday. And that, when you add it up, that you're losing 1 day a week plus 2 hours. So you see how quickly they will comply. That will bring somebody into compliance immediately. And it will reward the people that are good actors. And the people that are bad actors will put them in check immediately. So I ask you, through the manager, to please consider that option. And that is a real answer for the residents, not an 8 o'clock start time. This will bring somebody into compliance quickly. You can start off with 1 week at 9 o'clock, and if they don't comply, you give them another week at 9 o'clock. You give them another week at 9 o'clock, and you'll see how quickly they comply.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
We will handle this tomorrow.
But you understand? Do you agree
Yes.
with me, yes or no?
Yes, Mayor, we will handle this tomorrow.
So I would like to make a motion, on this item, that if you do not comply, you will be forced to start at 9 o'clock for 1 week. Once you start complying and following the proper protocols in place, we will give you back your start time, your original start time. There has to be a hammer in place. So make sure that the residents are not bothered to the point that these residents have been bothered. And I want you to consider that. Just consider that. Okay? Consider that. That's all I'm saying. Consider.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, and we've also looked at stopping the job 1 day.
Yeah.
Then we stop the job 3 days.
Well, can I tell you what
Then
happens
we
then?
stop the job 5 days.
So what happens when you stop it 1 day? It takes 3 days to start the job again. Which again, it's their fault for not complying, but it's painful. It's very painful.
It's very painful, but if we have a contractor that is not cooperating, wants to do what they want to do, it's not acceptable. We will consider certainly the 9 o'clock start time for a week, and other options if necessary.
Commissioner Lara, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say that even what you're suggesting for the manager to consider, perfect, for him to consider. Yeah. But if we were to pass the ordinance as it's been moved, we still remain with the compliance issue. Yeah. That doesn't solve a recalcitrant, repeat offender contractor. So bad facts, just throw another old saying out there, makes bad law. We're not solving the root issue, respectfully, in my view. But I believe, I could be wrong, the manager's office has all kinds of tools at its disposal to attack a particular issue, and you're offering one way for them to start considering it. So I'm not supportive of a law that changes everything for everybody, but won't even necessarily address the one that brought it to the forefront. So,
thank you. Perfect. So we have the motion dies. There is no second.
I'm going to defer F12.
Okay. F12. Okay. I'm going to E10 really quick. How long does this take?
E10 is a resolution of the City Commission formalizing the International Cultural Events Program, setting forth guidelines, requirements, and purpose, providing for implementation and an effective date.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Any public comment?
Second, Mr. Mayor. No, sir.
All right.
Commissioner Lara?
yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, F11, as quickly as possible. The reason why I'm bringing it back is because we had a little bit of hiccup on pricing, and we want to open the door for the manager's office to negotiate with another vendor. Is that correct? Madam ACM?
Correct. There was an original conversation at the commission level in regards to celebrating the end of her centennial at the Venetian Pool. and there was a resolution to work with Orchestra Miami. As part of that resolution, they had promised to fundraise those funds. At this time, we met with them and they asked for the city to provide those funds to the orchestra. Those funds were not fundraised. So we would like to ask at exploring additional avenues to make sure we get the best price for the city.
So I attended that meeting with the ACM and other members of the city, and she's spot on. So,
I'll move it.
okay. Second.
It's not a resolution.
It's a discussion.
Oh,
Yeah, but again, I'm
discussion.
just making you, we have to give direction to
Okay.
staff, so
It's the caffeine, I'm sorry.
no, we gotta give direction to the manager's office to move forward with another. Do I need a vote?
I think there's consensus.
Yes, because there was a prior resolution
yes.
directing.
Okay,
the-
yeah, so I was right.
Motion and a second?
I'm sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Oh, okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
F19.
F19 is a resolution of the City Commission rescinding resolution number 2025-163, which called for a special election to be held for approval or disapproval of a ballot question prohibiting future amendments to the date of the city's election via ordinance and canceling the special election for that question.
Okay, I think this is very, very easy. It's invalid and it's wasteful. Florida law and Miami-Dade County Charter already require voter approval before a city can change its election date. The Coral Gables ordinance moving elections to November was unlawful to begin with. So no matter what, that ballot question was to let the people decide. The people have to decide anyway. So it's, the language is conflicting. It's a waste of taxpayer money to hold a special election on a question that's illegally and meaningless misleading. That's it.
Madam City Attorney, through the guidance of the City Attorney, that's why we made the decision to move forward the way we did. Let me be clear. We already have it in April. So at the end of the day, we're still waiting for a decision from the Supreme Court, which we're pending. I haven't heard it's come in yet.
Correct.
So this, whether we vote one way or not, we've already put it on for an April election, correct?
You've given direction that we bring it back to put it on the April
So we're
ballot.
waiting for the decision for the Supreme Court, and we'll wait. You like to make a motion on
So
that?
do you prefer I defer this again?
No. Just make a motion.
I mean, if it's, did you understand what the motion was? It's regarding the ballot question that was out, asking that the residents have to vote. The residents have to vote on it no matter what.
Commissioner, it's your item.
Okay.
You do as you please. If you would like to make a motion and move forward, you can move forward, whatever you like.
I'm moving it.
Okay, we have a second.
I'd like to wait for the decision of the court.
Okay. So the item dies. Moving on to F20.
I'm sorry?
There's no action by the commission. Want to take public comment, Mr. Mayor?
we'll take public
All right.
comment.
First
Go ahead.
speaker, Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Which item?
F19, going back.
I thought we,
We're not doing anything on it. Just standing.
Because I was not allowed to speak before, so Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. All I'm gonna say is that in the previous discussion about the ballots, I requested to speak because there was items added to that proposal that were not on the agenda. And the city attorney, the deputy city attorney, told me that it would be dealt with, but the dealing with was do it later, instead of allowing me to speak since they added stuff. My understanding by Robert's rules is that if you add new material, and boy, did we add new material, I should have been allowed to speak, so I will say it now. Okay? I will say it right now. When, I think it's very interesting that we are at the point where if we don't get it one way, we'll get it another way. We had several referendums going around the city. They had over a year to obtain the votes and the signatures. Most of the signatures were thrown out, so they couldn't get it on the ballot, and now we're going to go around again. So what the king wants, the king will get, and you know what? The people will speak, because this is not Cuba, as much as we are so democratic that we defend Cuba every day. In this city, in this chamber, we do not allow people to speak even when they're entitled to.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Rip Holmes.
Commissioner Castro, Mayor, if I can just clarify for a moment. As I stated, we will bring back those items that were mentioned about those additional questions for the April 21, 2026, which is the reason that we said we would bring them back at a later date because they were not advertised. So, for the record.
Yes, sir.
Hi. As you know, I believe that the citizens do not want Miracle Mile to become an 8-story street or full of mixed-use, mid-rise buildings, whatever. And so we need to preserve democracy. I want to get to an issue, if you'll allow me, about, this money stuff, right? I believe that the reason that there was a discussion to begin with, that this was even proposed to move the election to November, is because of developer money being able to, I don't want to say buy elections, but I'll leave that open. What happens is, and we all know this because we vote, right? So you go out and you vote in a governor's race, you vote in a president's race, you have a guilty conscience, gosh, there's local elections, do you even know what you're voting for? And if there's no name recognition, a lot of people say, well, I'm not going to vote on something, I don't even know what the issues are. But if there is name recognition that was bought by developers, then, oh, geez, I recognize that. Okay, yeah, I'll vote for him. And that's the concern here, that the election can be bought in November that can't be bought in April. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, may I clarify the zoning on the mile?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mayor.
Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. So as you know, we have the Zane Friedman Overlay District that's encompassing Miracle Mile, as well as the half of the block north and south. For properties that are on Miracle Mile themselves, it's limited to 4 stories or 50 feet.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Moving on to item
F20.
F20.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, apologize. So on F19, are we going to defer the item?
There's no second.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Okay. F20.
F20 is a resolution of the City Commission rescinding resolution number 2025-246, which directed the City Commission may consider whether to participate in particular lawsuits by filing an amicus curiae brief or intervening in an action already pending.
By rescinding this resolution, we send a strong message that we hear the people, we respect the law, and we don't use backdoor ordinances to make fundamental election changes.
Okay.
I move it.
Madam City Attorney, you gave us guidance in regards to how we could handle moving of the elections, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. We were not breaking the law. That's number one. Please don't say that. It just makes the whole city not shine in the best light.
Right now,
Okay,
we're breaking the law.
Right
now. Right now, we are. But if you want to say a next commission meeting, you feel more comfortable, I'll be okay with that too.
No. Again, I'm not voting for this. We're moving forward. We're wasting time here. So again, look, the plan is simple. Is to send out a massive email saying, I voted for you, I did all this, I did all that. It's a waste of time. We've already set the election, depending on what happens with the city of Miami today or tomorrow. We've set it for April, along with all the other referendum items. It's very clear, it's very simple. Enough political theater. Let's move on. We have a lot of items on the agenda.
So then what's the issue? Vote on it. What is the problem?
You're
not going to go ahead and sue anyone. You're not going to go into legal lawsuits.
Let me explain to you.
Then go ahead. You just don't want to vote on it because I am the sponsor. That's ridiculous.
No.
Like, be a mayor for real.
The reason why I'm not voting on it, again, you continue to antagonize, just like you said, liar, be a mayor, all these ridiculous things that you say. Again, we're waiting for the Supreme Court to respond. I'm in favor of supporting the city of Miami if it was picked up. We're still waiting for that. At the end of the day, I look forward to the outcome and whatever the Supreme Court decides. But at the end of the day, you can't stop the inevitable. We're already set on the docket for April. Madam Vice Mayor.
The only thing that I think deserves clarification for residents is that's not what this matter is about. It's about whether or not to file an amicus brief. And the city attorney normally possesses authority to make that decision unilaterally. This actually limited her authority and required this commission to weigh in, which we did. And we didn't file an amicus brief. So, just so it's clear on the record. So no, I'm not going to vote for it. We will continue to monitor the situation and wait for the court's opinion.
Commissioner Lara.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, and I was going to say what the vice mayor said, because what Commissioner Castro said mischaracterized what the action taken by the commission was on the resolution that she seeks rescission. But I just want to say, to make it in simple terms, at the time that the majority of this commission voted to move the elections to November, it did so not only with the advice and counsel of our city attorney, but given the state of the law at the time and the facts. Subsequently, there was a challenge to a different municipality, the city of Miami. There's been no challenge to the city of Coral Gables. A third district court of opinion came out after we voted. It wasn't in position or existed at the time we did vote. And that is also subject to further appellate review. What I don't want to do, because you said it yourself a few meetings ago, you don't want to begin debating the law. That's not your field. Did you not say that? Did I quote you correctly?
Do you want an answer from me?
It's rhetorical,
Okay.
but you did say, I don't want to get into the law. So I don't want to get into it with you either. But when you say what we're doing and did is illegal, you're speaking out of turn. Just like when you say to one of your fellow colleagues that you're a liar, you're speaking out of turn, respectfully.
Moving on. Would you like to make a motion on this item?
If there's no support for it, please bring it back next commission meeting, Billy.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
F21.
F21 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 13, 2027, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the charter...
I will defer this item.
But if I may, Madam City Attorney, again, I'm not an attorney. We have, thank you for confirming that under your breath that I'm not an attorney. Thank you for that. We just placed an item on the ballot for a November election. Why would you defer this item that will not be held or heard ever? You want to just hear it every commission meeting and just slam the entire agenda like you've done here with items that are not going to get heard?
I do. You know why? Because your item is going to come back up. That's why. Your item is going to come back up. Am I wrong, City Attorney? That item is going to come right back up, is it not?
So the items that are coming back would be placing the additional items on the April 26th election. Those are the items
My
that are
item's
coming
not
back.
coming back. The election was voted on, and we're having an election in April. Now, what we're talking about is the additional referendum, the referendums that we moved from November, so that we could have a comprehensive election in April that deal with city issues. Nothing else, correct?
Items will be returning. There's some timing requirements that we have with Miami-Dade County, so there's certain direction has to be given within 120 days of a special election. So we will, as I mentioned, likely be returning in early 2026 to confirm those additional questions and call for the contract with the clerk and the canvassing boards as necessary. So closer to those dates, we will be returning, but I didn't hear a plan to return next meeting with an item.
So, Mr. Mayor, additionally, although the item that was adopted today had a date on it, I still have not requested of Miami-Dade County to make sure that date works with them. While it's usually a formality, we still want to make sure that that's a date that works with them. And if we have to come back and change the date for any reason, we have time to do so.
That's perfectly fine. But this is This is stone. This is set in concrete. We're moving forward.
We've received the direction, and it certainly will make our schedules once we confirm those dates with the supervisor of elections. But as I mentioned, the timing of items for return, we generally do that closer to the election date when we have to contract with the supervisor of elections and meet those deadlines with the county.
So what would you like to do with
I would
F-21?
defer the item for the next meeting.
Defer for the next meeting. Okay, F-24.
F-24 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing city manager to engage with the Florida Department of Government Efficiency for support with financial auditing, long-term planning, and improving financial controls and operational efficiency.
This item is sponsored by Commissioner Castro. As the title indicates, it's to engage with the Florida Department of Governmental Efficiency to collaborate with them on certain items, including a 10-year financial plan, a full audit of city expenditures, and providing the city with recommendations regarding financial controls and operational efficiency.
Yeah, I think this would be pretty easy because in your memo, you also stated that you needed a long-term financial audit, and I think this aligns perfectly with what you were proposing, so I don't see why you wouldn't at least second this.
May I respond? This Ariel Fernandez brought this up. It did not receive a second. Why? And the DCM will tell you, the manager will tell you, because staff opposed it. Correct? Correct. I am in favor of an audit, but a audit that we hire the auditor, not that we open ourselves up to anyone else. By the way, one of the things that I see Maria chuckling in the back, like always. One of the things that we need to be careful when you ask for the Doge to show up, when they look at that you raise your salary unilaterally, that you put a $20 million COLA, that you gave a $40,000 check to the theater without a procurement process, that you hired X amount of employees encumbering the city over $10 million a year. And they see my memo, which again, out of respect, like Commissioner Lara said, I did not send that to the financial auditors in the state of Florida because I would not do that to the city. Out of respect, if I were to do that, I would bring it before the commission and say, I'd like to send this to the state of Florida for their review and consideration. But I want the support of my colleagues in the commission. So at the end of the day, Ariel, Commissioner Fernandez brought this forward already. It did not receive support because, Mr. Manager, I want to put it on the record because, start splicing all these things on social media. Was staff, the finance director, in favor of having Doge come to the city?
The finance director is not in favor, and neither am I. I think we run a very tight ship. We have internal audits, we have external audits, and I think this is not necessary.
Yeah. So this is another great opportunity. Again, when you have the long-winded, social media campaign, which will be coming out. Mayor opposes financial audit. Mayor opposes $13 tax reduction. Mayor opposes. I mean, we all know the dog and pony show that's going to happen. So, but at the end of the day, if you'd like to do a financial audit, I'm more than willing to do a financial audit in the city. I just don't think that, and I agree with staff. I don't think Dodge is in the best interest of the city.
So that, through the mayor?
I think the vice mayor wanted to say something.
So no, I'll follow up that not every city in the state of Florida has the capacity that this city does to do long-term financial planning, and that is what this city has done. When I first got in office and I started going through the spreadsheets, the planning that this manager's office has done, they were astounded. Boy, I wish I had that when I was in office, because the suggestion I was going to make is for you to bring somebody in and make this type of a plan. But you've done it. You've done this long-term planning for replacement of equipment and so forth. And the comment that I had made to Commissioner Fernandez will stand also here as well. When you start bringing in someone to criticize the expenditures, you may end up cutting some things that the residents really appreciate, such as the backyard garbage service. And they like that very much. And, that's a decision that they get to make on whether or not they want to continue with backyard garbage service. It costs more. It does. Would it save the city money? Yes. If that's the only lens you want to look at these things through, then that's what Doge will do for you. And it may end up with some very unhappy residents at that point.
Yeah. Through the mayor?
Yes.
As recommended from this body, you guys wanted me to go ahead and bring something before I do it. And because of all the allegations that the mayor has said that I am fiscally irresponsible, that I am the COLA, the contract, the salaries, I think really it's in the best interest of the city, especially since you've been putting this message out there that we are financially not stable, I would say, from the last commission or the last majority that was here. I put this here to let you guys know that I will be having a meeting with them. So I hope I don't get censured again, but I think this is in the best interest of the city. I wish I would have had your support, but if I don't, then in my own capacity as a commissioner, I'm not going to go on behalf of the city. I will be doing it.
Through the mayor?
If I may first, excuse me, Commissioner. Mr. Manager, I'd like for you to please clip this item and send it to the governor and send it to Lieutenant Governor. And I would like for them to send a copy of my memo, along with all the votes and the resolutions and everything that Commissioner Castro has done. Because I'm not making allegations, those are facts. And that's what happens when you have zero business acumen and a real lack of understanding on how to run a business, and you're spending other people's money. And it's taxpayer money. You have to be thoughtful, you have to be careful, you have to understand that when you make decisions that encumber the city for a decade, almost to $30 million, there are repercussions. Just because you call for Doge and then use a caption on Instagram saying, hey, I called for Doge. Or for example, I went to a pet shelter, but I didn't adopt a pet. You know, you're just embarrassing yourself at the end of the day because people see through it. Everybody sees through it. So at the end of the day, if you want to do something, sit down with our finance department. They have audited financials every single year, review them from an outside firm, and then bring to the table and say, I'd like to do an audit of the following departments. I'd like to do the following audit of the city. Let's do something great. I'd love to do that. I would love to do that, and I've said it for a long time. But to bring an outside agency that at the end of the day is going to tell us, hey, for example, the Vice Mayor used a great example, and that is, which our employees did, hey, get rid of your backdoor pickup. It'll save you $7, $8, $9 million a year. Yeah, but that's a service that the residents enjoy. It may be more efficient, and it may save us a ton of money, but at the end of the day, that's something that we like. That's something that we enjoy. Commissioner Lara, you wanted to say something?
Yes. With respect to this resolution, Commissioner Castro, your support for it, as stated, is that you find that there's need to audit the city's operational efficiency, that it needs improving its financial controls, yet you've not identified any financial controls that don't meet GAAP or operational inefficiencies, because that's like the same as saying I'm indicting the people who you praise every time they come before us to give you information. I'm confused. What it sounded to me is that you're pushing this resolution because you don't like the mayor saying to you that he disagreed with what you voted before I was elected in terms of how we spend the taxpayers' money. When I was elected, I think I did a pretty good job, along with my other two colleagues, in cutting expenses that I believe were wrongfully incurred, which the residents told me were wrongfully incurred, which is why they voted me in, among other reasons. I think we do a pretty good job in terms of keeping a control over how we're spending, at least since I got here. That's what it looks like to me. I don't feel we need to be clipping, by the way, Mayor, and sending to Tallahassee anything. I don't feel you should be going unilaterally to Tallahassee unless you're going to go up there and say, if that's the case, if we put this to a vote, my colleagues vehemently disagree with the need for this. But I and I alone, as a maverick, am coming up here and saying, look at me, I'm asking for you to come in. But you better be prepared to air whatever you believe is dirty laundry. I don't think there's any dirty laundry here. So you're either going to tell us what it is, or you're going to make it up if you go to Tallahassee. Neither of those is a particularly good outcome. So respectfully, no more political theater. No more drama. Let's focus on if there's a particular item that you think is misspent, something that shows a lack of control, something that looks like inefficiency coming from some root cause. I'm all ears, Commissioner, all ears, as are the residents.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So I'm gonna follow up, and I'm going back in time to when you were first elected and Commissioner Fernandez was first elected, and y'all wanted to spend the reserve money. You know, you wanted to spend, instead of putting that money into the pension and paying down that debt, you wanted to spend that as well, because residents want everything done now.
Don't forget the
Absolutely not.
salary increases.
Well, the salary increases.
That's
you know,
gonna go well with Doge.
That's gonna go real well with Doge, but when you're spending your reserves, so then now you're gonna have to come up to the state of Florida and ask for help, because you can't clean up after a hurricane, and you're gonna have to go out to debt on a hurricane. There's a complete presentation that was done to dissuade you and Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Menendez from spending those monies. And the amount of money it would have cost residents in a way of lost interest on the money that we have in reserve, plus the borrowing and carrying those funds for years while we wait for FEMA. And now we don't even know if FEMA is going to be able to reimburse us in the future, because that's up in the air at the moment. These are the types of decisions. I mean, if you're going to send this up to Doge, let's have a complete look under the hood and look at all these types of actions that were proposed. But now, finally, that we have under control, because it's going to, with the ballot, take a 4/5 vote.
But by the way,
We haven't touched those.
why did I sponsor that piece of legislation to require a 4/5 vote? Because we were in the middle of having a conversation and we were begging Castro, Fernandez, and Menendez to please do not take money from reserves. Please. No, let's take money. Let's spend it on sidewalks. Let's spend it on this. I go, let's budget accordingly. We spend $2 million a year on sidewalks. Let's add a little bit more. What will make you happy? Don't touch the reserves. That's why that piece of legislation came forward. So, would you like to make a motion?
After this conversation, I mean, I think you know the action I'm going to take, so I don't think I even need to move it. I know there's not consensus here.
Okay, so that's it?
That's it.
Perfect. All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment? Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
While she comes up, can you check to see that F-25 and H-15 are the last two?
I will double check, Mr.
Thank you very much. Just want to make sure.
I'll go ahead and F-25, okay?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. We continue speaking from two sides of our mouth. Let's see. I tried to remember, I was sitting there, and I tried to remember in one of the first commission meetings that Commissioner Lara was here. I remember very vividly how he said that it was wrong to use city money to pay for tickets to go to events. And then somewhere along the line, I heard and I saw that, guess what? Once he was in, after he was elected, he requested to be reimbursed for tickets that he had previously bought before he was elected. Oops. Oh, it was a mistake, I guess. Let's not call the okay, and then I'm listening, and I hear that, you know, garbage costs the city money. The city money, let's see, where does the city get the money? From the residents. My money, and I say I want to use it because I don't want to pay so much for the garbage. I'm entitled to say that as a resident. I'm entitled to ask you all to lower our garbage fee. It's not the city money, it's the residents' money. We do not subsidize garbage. You know why not? Because the money is our money. Instead of using it for this, we want to use it for that. So that's really, really bothers me. And then, of course, we forget, when you look at payroll, and I often ask for payroll from different departments, it's very interesting when you see people that have been reclassified. They were something before, now the title has changed, the requirements change, but they're making more money. Then you have a lot of directors, a lot of people in the higher class that have been getting paid percentages, 5%, 10%, I forget because it's been a while since I asked, for teaching the people how to use a program, How long are they going to teach the people to use the program? Well, they're still getting paid the money, okay? And then, of course, you know, I happen to have been married to an accountant, okay? I know that when people audit, they come in and they say, give me this file, this file, this file. Not in this city. In this city, they have to tell you ahead of time. That is not a good practice. I'm sorry. So, you know, let's
would you please finish
let me
your
wrap it up like you asked all the people to wrap it up. I'm wrapping it up like you asked all the people to wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
Let's not keep talking
Ms. Cruz,
on real
wrap it up.
points.
I'm asking
If
you.
you want to
Thank
be
you.
financially, let the people say, don't be
Thank
afraid
you.
that people will find something.
Have a nice day. All right, Mr. Clerk, we're done?
So I still show F-25,
Yes.
H2, and
All right,
H-15.
we're deferring F-25,
For next commission meeting.
obviously. A deferral means for next commission meeting. And H2, thank you to the manager. We'll do that. And we're going to take a 5-minute break for H-15, and we'll hear it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Davis, you're the only one.
¿Qué tú crees? By the way, have you got, are we on, can they see us? Are we on TV right now? Okay. All right, ready to go? Final item is H15, correct? All right, H15. Mr. Manager. Yes, sir.
I don't think the mics, oh, now they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Rewind.
Go ahead.
Rewind. Just for the record, the matter before the commission is not about silencing a voice or punishing a vote. It is about upholding the standards of integrity of the Planning and Zoning Board, a quasi-judicial body whose decisions must be fair, impartial, and defendable. The board members are expected to ask difficult questions and represent residents, but they must also conduct themselves with professionalism and respect. When the conduct falls short of these standards, it jeopardizes the city's credibility, undermines the residents' ability to challenge incompatible projects, and ultimately harms the community we serve. The quasi-judicial role and standards. The planning board is a quasi-judicial body. While not a court, it must act like one in applying existing policies to specific facts. Decisions must be based on evidence, not prejudice, and must follow principles of procedural fairness. Actions of the board are subject to judicial review, meaning the process and conduct must meet a high standard of integrity, impartiality, and professionalism. Cause for removal. This resolution has nothing to do with how Ms. Kowalski voted on any issue. Board members are free to interpret facts and cast votes according to their judgment. The concern here is her conduct and comments at recent meetings, which are prejudicial, disrespectful, and derogatory, directed towards individuals, including County Commissioner Raquel Regalado, who was publicly berated. This is not about Commissioner Regalado needing protection. This is about a standard of professionalism expected in quasi-judicial proceedings, regardless of the individual involved. Including derogatory remarks towards the University of Miami, one of the city's most important community partners and economic drivers, containing baseless prejudicial statements about Chinese students. These behaviors fall short of standards required of a quasi-judicial officer and undermine the city's credibility. Consequences for the city. Because of her actions, a developer determined that they could not receive a fair hearing before the city's Planning and Zoning Board. As a result, the project was shifted to the Miami-Dade Rapid Transit Zone process, bypassing the city's review. This decision has serious consequences. The project can become larger and more massive in scale under the RTC process. The city lost the ability to manage the permitting process or have meaningful input. The city can no longer impose usage or signage limitations. The outcome is detrimental to the city of Coral Gables and its residents. Resident voice and fairness. Residents deserve to have their voices heard in a process that is fair, credible, and defensible. When board members act with bias or make prejudicial statements, they jeopardize the city's legal standing and weaken the residents' ability to challenge incompatible projects. Ensuring impartiality and professionalism is the best way to safeguard residents' interests and preserve the city's authority over development. Prior briefings, Ms. Kowalski was briefed by the Assistant Director of Planning and the City Attorney's Office regarding this project and was aware of what was at stake. An overlay or alternative plan was presented to try to retain the project in the city of Coral Gables versus the RTC process, which brings greater density and would allow the project to be higher and bypasses our signage and use limits. She has been advised of standards expected of board members. I met with her personally to bring these issues to her attention, as I thought it was important to emphasize the standards expected of board members and why I was placing her removal on the agenda. I did not want to blindside her. Despite this, she has acted in a prejudicial and derogatory manner, comprising the city's ability to conduct fair hearings and affecting the final project results, which I again must stress is detrimental to the city and the Riviera neighborhood. In conclusion, this decision is not about one individual. It's about the responsibility we all share to preserve the integrity of our city's processes and protect the interests of Coral Gables residents. The Planning and Zoning Board plays a vital role in ensuring fair hearings and defensible outcomes. Maintaining high standards of professionalism is essential to safeguarding our authority, preserving residents' trust, and ensuring that development in Coral Gables reflects the values of our community. Removal is a difficult but necessary step to restore credibility, fairness, and the effectiveness of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
We have a presentation, Mayor.
Please.
Can you bring up the slides, please?
First slide. This is the mark, the original proposal. It's 8 stories, and by the way, has a 50-foot linear plaza through the entire project. Second slide, please. The zoning of the mark is on the left. It was 97 feet, 3.13 FAR, and 25-foot 8-inch setbacks. The proposed RTZ has a maximum height of 150 feet, has no limits in FAR, and 0 setbacks. Also, we have our residential parking. The RTC has 0 parking for residential units. In addition to that, the uses are per the city. The uses on the RTC are per the RTC code. Signage is per the city on that proposed project. Signage is it would be now under the RTC code. The second is a massing study that shows what the mark was proposing. On the right is what the RTC massing can be on that project. We have no control over that now. And now we have a montage showing some of the issues that we have just discussed. The clerk could play that, please. Thank you.
It's for cable TV to play.
Okay, if we could play that, please.
I think while we wait for that montage, I think it's very clear when the mark came before the Planning and Zoning Board, the code allowed 6 stories. They were requesting 8. Is that correct, Madam Director? I just want to put on the record.
Yes, the current zoning of the property right now is MX1, so it only allowed to have 6 stories, including Mediterranean
And they came to us asking
They're
for 8.
requesting MX2, which is a total of 8 stories.
And
with
how many feet? 97 feet?
97 feet, correct.
So instead of negotiating, we basically. So funny. Okay. So instead of having a thorough and thoughtful conversation, we had this back and forth battle where the developer decided instead of negotiating with the city after being insulted, they're just going to go the RTZ route and go to the county, which is 150 feet. I just want to put on the record because everything seems so funny, and you have entities like the Coral Gables Gazette, Polito Cortadito, the blogs that spew all this misinformation because they have an agenda, confusing the residents. Are we in a better position today, Madam Director, with the RTZ, or we would have negotiated with the developer? We would have had a smaller building with a smaller massing as a result of less FAR. What is your opinion on that?
So it's always better for the city to exercise our own authority over properties within our city. Unfortunately, with the RTZ subzone as proposed by the county, we would lose that control over things such as signage, setbacks, lighting.
And when the applicant came to you and said, "Look, this is what we would like to put on this project. Let's negotiate." Why did they decide to go towards the county and RTZ after their first meeting with the Planning and Zoning Board? What was your inclining? What was the reasoning why they decided to go the county route?
I'm assuming because of remarks made to them at that public hearing.
So
Through the mayor?
Yeah, of
I
course.
can provide you an answer because I was told because they were deferred and they couldn't move forward. And, why go through this process? So we're going to go to the county.
Through the mayor,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Regalado asked them to come through us first.
Mhm.
And they did not she did not take the RTZ initially. They came, the project went through the Board of Architects and went to the Planning and Zoning Board. At that point is when they decided to go to the RTZ process. We had Commissioner Regalado come at our invitation to explain and to see if we could negotiate some things through the overlay. And that was a disaster in that meeting. And at that point is when the commissioner and the developer decided to go strictly through the RTC process.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Question, was it, for it to be deferred, it's not Sue alone that deferred it, right? It
No.
was a board deferral.
No. It was Felix Pardo played a
Correct.
major role,
Uh-huh.
and obviously not wanting to negotiate or not wanting to do their part. And there was also, I think it was one additional vote, right? How many votes were it? How many votes were there that day, Mr. Manager?
Excuse me.
It was Felix, the people who were not willing.
It was deferred because of the traffic study.
Yeah.
However, they decided not to come back because of the insults of the University of Miami and so forth. So it was the feeling that they could not be, that there was not it was not a fair process. And that was what the commissioner also felt after the over 3 hours of being 3 hours and 20 minutes of being in the Planning and Zoning Board under one item.
So what you're saying is that this, through the mayor, so what you're saying is that it wasn't deferred just because of Sue, it was deferred by the board and they decided not to come back because of the deferral. Because it's really hard to say because of Sue and because of Felix, because they don't have the majority. Let's say we did have another extra person and it was deferred, okay, maybe I'll take the blame for that. But just to go ahead and put the blame or to say that Sue has that much power for them to not come back, I think that's overreaching.
Through the mayor. Yes, through the mayor. Commissioner, is not the deferral that is the insult and the feeling that they were not going to get a proper process. The commissioner felt exactly the same way after being in that meeting for being berated and badgered for 3 hours and 20 minutes in that planning and zoning meeting. That was the problem. They went to the Board of Architects. They went multiple times to the Board of Architects without incident. They wanted to do the project with us. The commissioner Regalado asked them to do the project with us. So it was being badgered and believing that you were not going to get a fair process, and that's what happened, because they went to the Board of Architects and they went multiple times to get this project through the Board of Architects.
So you're ready to go, Mr. Clerk? Perfect. How long is the video?
18 minutes long.
All right, let's go.
All right, so cable TV has the video ready to go.
Not move the boundary line whatsoever.
Well, first of all, you weren't present at that vote, correct? You were not here. You had to
Doesn't matter.
you had to recuse yourself from that vote.
Sue, if I may, what I ask is, Robert has made a statement which he's entitled to.
And I'm commenting.
You are, I understand. But what I ask is, let him speak, let him finish. Once he's done, please do so. But I do want to point out, and my understanding is that the member does not have to be present to make a statement on the minutes.
Excuse me, when he says "we" and he wasn't even here, that is an inaccurate statement.
That's not correct. I read the minutes that I'm entitled to read as a board member, and I see that there is a mistake. It's a false statement. I want to make the correction for the record. so the record is said correctly that we did not, this board did not move the boundary, the CBD boundary line.
Okay, are you done? Because I'd like to comment. Are you done?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. First of all, the statement that I made was that this board subjectively and arbitrarily was trying to change the CBD boundary. That is a statement of fact. I didn't say that this board has the purview to do that or not. I said that's apparently what was happening with the 3 votes on this board.
Mr. Chairman.
There was no vote to move the CBD line.
And
I got it.
and as I clarify, as I said in my statement, the vote, apparently, the intention of that vote from 3 members was to arbitrarily and subjectively move the CBD line. I never said that this board had the purview or didn't have the purview to do that. I said 3 members of this board on their own subjectively tried to move the boundary.
Sue, if I'd like to move the meeting forward.
Okay, but I do have a comment on recusal. Did Mr. Behar ever fill out one of these forms when he recuses himself from these meetings? This is part of the law, and I have never seen him fill out one of these, nor has it been made available to this board.
Well, we'll ask the legal department.
I believe that you just simply get it from the clerk's office and it's available to you.
Well, it doesn't say that we have to ask for it. It's supposed to be given to us. It says right here what the rules are.
Well, I'll ask the clerk to provide copies so that you have them available to you, so that if and when you need a recusal, you'll have the form.
Yeah, but I mean, the filled out form is what we need per the rules.
But no, you have
These
to.
aren't my rules. This is
No.
the rules set forward in this form.
Right, you're to fill out that form.
I'm not saying if I want to recuse myself, any board member that recuses himself or
Has to
herself
fill that
has to
form.
fill out a form. And
Correct.
it has to be made available to the board members. We've never received this.
Well, my understanding, the matter of course, is that if you do recuse yourself, you go to the clerk's office, you get the form. So
Okay, but Mr. Collier, I'm saying whoever fills out this form, I know it should be on the record, but by this form, it says it has to be distributed. The completed form has to be distributed to the board.
He will do that, Mr.
Okay, but
Collier just said
he's
he will
saying
do.
if we want to recuse ourselves, I'm saying if somebody else recuses himself, that form completed must be provided to the board. We've never gotten one from Mr. Behar.
It comes from the clerk. So
Whoever it comes from, we never got it.
Mr. Collier will look into it and make sure the board gets it.
Thank you. I don't know about you people, but I didn't see anything on the news about adding more capacity for sewers. I think we're putting Band-Aids on an old system. So when you're saying, we're going to add another 830 bedrooms, that's a lot of toilet usage. Okay? To put it bluntly. And that's one building. That's one building. And these are students, right? They drink a lot. You need a lot of capacity for them. Okay? So thank you for bringing that up, because I think we need to discuss this a little further. This board should discuss it. That came across my computer right after that project was approved was a flyer. Hey, students, come here and be part of our project. And it had a big University of Miami logo on it. So with the questions about, do you have discussions with University of Miami regarding, well, let's put it this way. Are you the straw man for UM? Because on the other side of US 1, my side where I live in the Riviera, we now have the Venera, now called the Standard. It's dormitories. That's all it is. They're dormitories. Now we have the Paseo that I heard was designed specifically for Chinese students and the hotel for the Chinese parents to come and visit. And guess what happened when they opened? The pandemic. No Chinese students, no Chinese visitors. But now you're seeing a lot of Asians. So, and my understanding is that the UM actually solicited that developer to build this for the Chinese students. Now we have another dormitory going in, or wanting to go in, where the Bagel Emporium Plaza is, another dormitory. So what's happening, you have this beautiful residential area, and what's overshadowing the residential area with no buffer? We got a bunch of dormitories. When did we become the straw men for University of Miami? Why are we building dormitories in a residential area? So we're turning it, the Riviera neighborhood, where Chip lives, where I live, where Henry lives, where a lot of people here live, into basically a very transient neighborhood. And I don't know if you've been to the Publix. When I go to my Publix on Monza, which is where the standard is, it looks like the locust came there because you can't find anything because the students have come in, especially on game day, and you can't find anything on the shelves. It's like locusts have invaded a residential area. We can't shop at Publix anymore. I can't get to my house. I was stuck in traffic the other day for 20 minutes trying to get to my house on South Alhambra. And it's not just the school. So I'm just saying, you add another project and then another project. The UM building is, I think, sold. What's going to happen there? And all of a sudden, we are literally home locked. We are not going to be able to move. Love your project, not here. Sorry. All right, but you're hearing tonight residents that are saying, first I heard about this, it was within a couple of days. So now you're actually hearing from the people that are going to be directly impacted. Forget the commission, forget the city administrators.
Sue, I hear from people all the time, and I'm happy to sit here and listen to them. And I spoke to them during the break, and we're happy to receive their calls and their emails. But if we were to stop a governmental process just because someone says that they did not know about it, government would not function. And you should know that as a county employee.
So I mean, you're going to take these comments and say, tough luck.
No, we have a public hearing and we welcome them to attend the public hearing at the county, and they have their right to speak here. They have their right to speak to the Core Gables commissioner. The manager is sitting here. There's plenty of opportunities to speak to all the stakeholders. The only time where they will not be allowed to speak to stakeholders is if this developer decides to go live local. And then we're all out of the conversation.
Okay, so the answer to my question is no, you are not going to slow down the process.
Your characterization is incorrect, and I disagree with you.
Okay, we can agree to disagree, but that's what I heard. I don't know, do you still sit on the TPO, the Transportation
We all sit on
Planning
the
Organization?
TPO. Yes,
Okay.
and I am the chairman of Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety.
Fantastic. Okay, so to your point, it's kind of like the cart before the horse. We're forcing all these people into a dense area to use Metro Rail that isn't going to be expanded for 10, 20, 30, 40 years, okay? And if we did force them to use Metro Rail, guess what they're saying to us? Guess what the TPO is saying? They're not using Metro Rail. Headline, transit ridership has declined steadily. So all the TPO studies, these are studies from 2022 all the way up to this year.
That includes buses, and it is not true of Metro Rail. Actually, Metro Rail is being used more now than ever because of the development in part of the rapid transit zone and the investment that we have made in upgrading our stations, which were 30
I don't know what I'm
years
reading
old
here then,
before the
because I
development.
have a pre-pandemic to current study here, and it says that levels of ridership are down 14 to 26%.
That includes COVID.
I know it includes COVID. This is 2019. COVID started in 2020.
But the decline that you're talking about includes COVID.
Sue, if we could allow the commissioner to answer the question.
Correct,
Okay.
because I don't think this is.
Oh, okay, there's a point I'm getting to, because we're pushing RTZs, and yet we have why are we pushing RTZs when there is no transportation plan to allow these people to go wherever they want to go?
Respectfully, the RTZ item was passed over 4 years ago and is the law on the books for the county and has been the marker for a comprehensive master plan. So as far as any issues with the RTZ, respectfully, that ship has sailed.
Okay, so again, the TPO, again, all studies from TPO, you sit on the TPO, it says the transit use decline attributed to Uber, Lyft, and taxi use by age group. The biggest groups that you're trying to attract to an RTZ, which would be a
Those
student
studies
population.
are countywide studies, Sue. That is not District 7.
Pardon me?
That is not District 7. That is the entire county. And there are parts of the county that have no transit, as
Mr.
you
Chair,
yourself just pointed out.
If I may, Mr. Chair, that may not be a factual evidence, so I don't know if that should be continued to push on something that the commissioner is saying to the board member that's not factual. I think we should respect
Well,
that.
all I'm doing is
But that
quoting
may not
from,
be factual,
from
Sue.
the transportation, you can have this, I can put it into the record.
Yeah,
This
but you
is
can
from-
put anything on record and be not factual.
But that's a countywide,
Well,
that's a
you're saying that the
countywide.
Transportation Planning Organization, which the commissioner sits on, is creating false documentation?
That's countywide. We're not talking about countywide. We're talking about District 7.
Okay.
Those are different facts, very different.
Okay, fair enough. But by the way, I do have a breakdown of the Douglas Station. And the Douglas Station has gone up 2%, okay, has
It
gone
was
up 2%.
under construction.
Pardon me?
It was under construction.
No,
It was closed for 8 months.
I understand that, but it's only gone up 2%. So we're not seeing a massive amount of people going to use Metro Rail. And the TPO says, in fact, ridership.
We were shuttling them to Grove Station because the Douglas Station was closed because we were repairing it.
If you have an issue that is with the county and the overall, then that would be something to bring up and actually attend that transportation meeting at 9 in the morning and bring up your issues.
Well, it's not my issue. It's the residents' issues.
Let them go then.
But they don't know. They don't know the meeting's happening.
Sue, I understand, but I think in this process, in our process, I'd like to deal with what is the city's issue,
Okay.
which is important as opposed to what the county's issue is.
Okay. All right.
That's why we're here.
Okay. All right, Chairman. But with that said, what is the city of Coral Gables going to do between now and Tuesday at 9 a.m. to notify the impacted residents that is going to be their only opportunity to speak to the county? What is the city going to do?
It is not their only opportunity. They will also have second reading.
Are we doing this for naught because the commission is going to do it anyway? Are we here just because?
I have no way of knowing what the commission is or is not going to do. It's a process.
Okay, but the commission voted unanimously with 2 absent members unanimously for this, right?
At first reading, yes. But we cannot discuss it at first reading, and that's why we have a committee process.
Okay. And commissioners usually vote for each other's projects. So it's probably going to be another unanimous vote, wouldn't you say?
I have no way of knowing that.
Okay,
I
so
just
let me
attend
ask you this.
committee.
Are we wasting our time here?
Sue, that's inappropriate. I'm sorry.
You're crossing the line there.
It's not, I'm not saying that you're right and I'm not saying that you're wrong. But to interrogate somebody as if they're on trial, to me, is just not appropriate.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like my line of questioning, but we need answers because we haven't gotten them, okay? The residents, we're here to protect the residents, okay? We're not here to protect anyone else except the residents.
Respectfully, Sue, I am elected by the residents, and I also represent the residents.
And I'm glad you do.
And I'm happy to discuss with them whenever they want to.
I'm glad you do. It's just
so if you have any specific concerns, and by the way, you're asking me about an item that isn't even on the agenda. I'm here to help you navigate an item on the agenda that is a potential change to your comp plan that seeks to mirror the RTZ. I'm not here to discuss the RTZ item that is before the county commission. That will occur on Tuesday, and you're welcome to attend.
Okay, but because you have all this knowledge, I'm asking you things like the smart plan at RTZ to have some,
and I'm
to have
happy
some
to
more
answer
information.
them. I'm just not in the mood to be berated by you at 8:34 in the evening.
Well, I'm sorry if you feel I'm berating you. I didn't intend to do that. I'm not doing that.
You don't have a question. You're just making a statement, and you are within your right to make your statement. It's just that you have other board members that actually have questions, and we can do that, and then you can go back to saying whatever you would like.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? Let's call the roll, please. Jill?
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Robert Behar,
Yes.
Alex Bucello,
Yes.
Sue Kowalinsky.
No, with the caveat that this is a waste of time.
Discussion?
I have a question. Commissioner, can we have some kind of assurance that what is being discussed here will end up in the actual plan of that developer?
What do you mean?
The step backs we're talking about, right? We're talking about the massing towards the front.
Right now, we're talking about legislation the city is doing for the overlay district that we're proposing to be consistent with what the county's proposing.
Yeah.
But we're not controlling where the developer will go. They may come to the county, they may go to the county, or they may go to the city.
No, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about your proposal and Mr. Felix' proposal to have.
It will be as part of our
overlays.
regulations.
That's the Coral Gables part of
But
our.
we cannot control if they go directly to the county. We're hoping that those 3 property will go through the Gables, our proposed RTZ program.
And our recommendations are going to go to the commission anyway, where they may tack on other things or even take our own commission.
Right.
We're limited on time right now. We have a motion.
We have a motion
We have
and
a
a second.
second. I'd like to call the roll, please.
Robert Behar,
Yes.
Alex Bucello, Sue Kowalinsky.
No.
Nestor Menendez,
Yes.
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Davey Eisenstadt.
Yes, thank you again.
Thank you again.
We need a motion.
I want to bring something up that has been bothering me for the since last meeting. I apologize to the visiting elected official, Commissioner Regalado, and I wanna bring something up that, and Sue, I have come to like you over the last 2 years, but I think that we as a board, we need to be more respectful